Welcome back to Belgium. We hope you enjoyed your day off. We needed it because it was fast-paced on Saturday with records getting broken. Belgium ball was coined and it is alive and well here. We'll get to see Ghent today. They're the 10th and final team in this series. 5 teams in Group B, only 4 will make it through to quarterfinals Friday. Last week of ECS before the ECC begins as well. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Belgium and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge week in European cricket. Well, like I said, it is the last week of the European Cricket Series before we head to Khartoum for 5 weeks, which will include the second ever Dream 11 European Cricket Championship involving 21 nations. But right here in Belgium, we do have some unfinished business and we are starting week 2 right here today. And it should be a very, very interesting, very attacking day as always. In fact, we saw records tumble on Saturday as we had over 1,100 runs in a day of ECS cricket for the first time. So it will be Liège who are up in match 25. They're taking on Ghent in the first match of the day. And we haven't seen Ghent so far in the series. In fact, it's their ECS debut this morning. And some good news from them at the toss a little bit earlier. It was Ghent that won the toss and they've elected to field first. So kind of bucking the trend of teams wanting to bat first. I think that might be something to do with the fact that it's their first match of the series. And sometimes teams like to feel their way and just getting everyone out there first. But it is a bit of a risk against a Liège side which didn't come up with a win on Saturday against Beveren, but they certainly pushed them and they certainly I suppose were very, very competitive. I'm going to say Umer Butt came up with a very, very good innings for them. Wasn't quite enough for them to pull off a chase of 147 in match 24. But Liège, of course, they will want to get some points on the board this morning. Ghent, though, they do have Ali Raza in their squad, but he's not in the lineup this morning. Obviously, he's a very destructive player we saw in the ECC for Belgium last year, but we won't see him just yet, I'm afraid. But look, I'll just talk a little bit about the conditions here at the Vrijbroek ground in Mechelen, and I can tell you that we're expecting a nice dry day, which is really good news. Expecting quite a hot day as well. We're expecting over 30. 31 is the expected maximum, and currently already up to around about 19 degrees. And I've got to say, well, Belgium ball, as it was coined on Saturday, it's a really attacking way to play the game. They're not overvaluing wickets or even caring about getting out at all. They've got really deep batting lineups here in Belgium. They're not afraid to swing for the fences from ball 1 right until the last ball. And even if they get out, they don't seem to care. Somebody seems to take their place. And we've seen a lot of tail enders actually getting quite big scores. So I think it's going to be a really, really exciting day. Well, Charlie Hunt, he's pretty fresh as well after a day off. And I can tell you, Charlie, the news from the toss in match number 25, the first match of the week, is that Ghent, the newcomers, they have won the toss and elected to field. What do you think about that? Over to you. I'll see you in the Ice Cube soon. Let's get ready for the start of day 7, the start of the second week of this ECS Belgium.
Thank you very much, Vinny. A very good morning to everybody tuning in around the world here on the European Cricket Network. An absolute joy to be here in Mechelen in Belgium. Well, first up on the second week here in Belgium, we've got a bit of a change, haven't we? Winning a toss and electing to field first. So only time will tell how that's going to go. And we can take a look at what happened last time around. We saw the Brussels Derby. That was in matches 21 and 22. And we saw there that the ICC beat were just a little bit too much for Royal Brussels, didn't they? They took victory by 24 runs in that first game on Saturday morning, much too due to the opening partnership of Sundaram and Saitapit. And then, well, they won again and they just went ahead and did a little bit easier this time. 16 runs wasn't quite the comeback that Royal Brussels were expecting, but again, exceptional work from Harrington coming in later towards the innings. Only 27 deliveries, but managed to amass a score of 60 not out, but it wasn't enough as they did it, as International CC Brussels eventually did take victory by 16 runs. But then we got to see Liège take on Beveren, and well, it was going to be a tough ask, wasn't it, for Liège, as they were going up against a strong Beveren side, obviously the past champions here in 2020, and again, it was a good good display of T10 attacking cricket. Beveren eventually taking a victory by 8 wickets in that first game, and then on the second time of asking, Liege just weren't able to quite get it. But boy, oh boy, was it a close one. Beveren only taking a victory by 3 runs in match 24. So that does set us up for a very interesting second week here in Mechelen, and you can take a look at the lineups there for Liege taking on Ghent, and Ghent obviously winning the toss and electing to bowl first. So interesting, really, isn't it? There's a lot of players making their debut here on the European Cricket Series here on the European Cricket Network, and we are looking forward to seeing Ghent make their debut. I'm sure that they're going to be wanting to come in and set the world alight here on the European Cricket Network. An absolute joy to bring you the coverage here in Mechelen. A huge thank you for tuning in, whether it be on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode at India. A very good morning to you. Temperatures are slowly rising here early on in week 2, Monday morning. Don't need to get the dust off. It's very warm. It's already looking around 20 degrees, not even 20 to 9 yet. Again, apologies for the slight delay in the start time, but we're here now. We're almost ready to get things underway, and it looks like it will be Malik Kaut for Ghent. He will be opening up the bowling for Ghent. That's always going to be interesting, isn't it? But again, at the top of the order, no surprise, Harjot Singh. He has got an exceptional strike rate early on in this tournament, going at just under 200, exactly 191.07 to be precise. He's got 107 runs already in this tournament, so he will be key for Liege if they're going to look to put a big total. They won't mind batting first here. Again, we saw last week a lot of the time that if you were going to go ahead and bat first, I think especially the opening game of the day, the first innings total was averaging around 148. So that just goes to show that it's an interesting toss to win, because if you lose, you won't really mind too much what you're going to go ahead and do, so because you would back yourselves to go and chase any target. But there you go. It will be Harjot Singh who will be opening up a long side. Massi there. Certainly looking forward to seeing Afsal Massi as well. We are ready to get things underway here in match 25, and it will be Kel to get us underway. Not this time, though. It's going to start with the dead ball. I tell you what, we've seen some very luscious locks throughout the time here in Belgium already. That's an exceptional head of hair, that one. So it will be Kel to get us underway in match 25. And we're going to start in classic Belgian ball style. It's going to be 4 into the leg side. Too short from Kel. And Harjot Singh, he's very quick to pounce on a bit of length off it here. And this is going to sail away into the boundary, into the bushes. New balls, please. 4 to the total. Good start for Liege. Getting off the mark with the boundary. That'll just release a bit of nerves early on here on a nice Monday morning. Huge thank you to everyone for choosing to tune in on the European Cricket Network here on the 5th of September. Lovely Monday morning. Bit of cricket to get your week started. And this is going to be a wide down the leg side. So not the start that Kel would have wanted. But look at that. He's got the headband on. The hair is flowing over the headband. That's a cool customer. That's a very, very cool customer. I like early signs here. I like his rhythm through the crease. He doesn't seem to. He seems that he's got his run up down to a good area. Nice gather into the crease. Oh, and that one just on the splice of the bat of Harjot Singh. A very good morning to ILMF, to Neville as well, and to Shujit in there, Tala as well, and to Ivan as well from Norwich, saying it's a little bit rainy this morning. Well, no threat of rain here today. And that's always promising, because I think everyone wants a bit of Belgian fever, a bit of Belgian ball. Incredible scenes last week. And just as I say, he's got a good bit of rhythm coming through into his run-up. Getting this one wrong again. It's the second time he's pulled up short. So just looking to maybe trying to get into Singh's head. You never know. Singh obviously dispatching him for 4 early on. And this time it is wider on the offside. Harjot Singh just asking the question. It will be a dot ball. A welcome dot ball for Ghent. Of course, I'm really looking forward to seeing them here. I think going off the history we got last time around, obviously 12-star CC were making their debut on the ECS, in an ECS. And boy, they were a real surprise package. Finishing in the top half of their table, finishing 3rd. This time again, it's a bit of a big swipe. Doesn't find the middle of the bat. This has been a good tidy first over really from Kel. Take another look at this one. Nice and full. Bit of an in-swinging delivery. Clatters into the pads. He's trying to open up in that leg side. There is a man at long on who's a little bit wider than usual. But then the other man, they've obviously been watching, haven't they? They've got a man down behind deep square leg. Wasn't able to quite cut off that first one was Durrani. But continuing here. This time into the offside. It's well fielded by the man in the covers. Good work. And it is a dot ball. This is a really tidy over from Kel. Nice pleasant surprise. He's got the cricket skills to match the hair. This is looking very promising. Skipper right next to him at mid-off. Ryan Faiz. So last delivery here in the first over. It was going to be the last delivery. This will be a wide down the leg side. Doesn't cost them anything. How many times have we seen that? We think it's the last ball of the over, and then we get a juicy wide delivery. That was starting on the leg stump. Bit of an ask from the keeper. Mohinder Dilpak Bali. We've seen interesting keeping last week. There was spells of pure brilliance, but also spells of not so brilliant. So. Hopefully the last delivery of the over. This time, good length, pushed. And well, there could be a mix-up here. Oh dear, well, this has just not gone right, has it, for Ghent? They were trying to get their first wicket in ECS history on the board. It could have been it was a pretty easy opportunity. Good pick-up from Omid Malik Kal. It just doesn't take it, does Dilpak Bali. So it will be a dot ball to finish, but a tidy over nonetheless. 5 off it, 6 for none after the first over. And well, it's a week to go, and I know that a man who is very, very excited. He's counting down the days, but he's also looking forward to a bit more Belgium. But it's Vinny Sandhu.
Oh, yeah. We've got unfinished business in Belgium, of course, Charlie. But yeah, 1 week today we'll start. Just 1 week and about 3 hours or so, because we are starting a little bit later in the day in the ECC, which is the T10 International Cricket. The only T10 International Cricket in the world, in fact. And so the Ireland squad was released officially on the Cricket Ireland website. A pretty young kind of a side, as we talked about last week. A lot of buzz about that. Yeah, hopefully you can join us for that in a week's time. But before that, yeah, I mean, we're looking forward to more of this series in Belgium. Here's the captain, Rehan Faiz. He's going to start over number 2. This one's whipped away, and it's whipped away pretty well. In fact, that's gone all the way. Maximo! Now see, and it comes out and he just taps this one. It was pure timing over the onside.
Yeah, well, how many times have we seen that shot down the ground? And this time, the man at long on is pretty wide, but he goes even wider, and it's a nice way to pick up the first 6 of the day.
Yeah, it just shows you the ease with which he whipped that away. That's the first ball he faced, of course. So Faiz. It's a bit of side spin on this. No run there. So, I mean, we actually saw records broken on Saturday. It was crazy. And look at that run rate, 14.1. So an average of 141 per 10 overs. And what a way to start Group B. It was a crazy day. In fact, we had over 1,100 runs in a 4-match day for the first time, Charlie.
That's incredible scenes. Only here in Belgium.
Oh, it's well bowled. I like about Faiz, he actually gets a bit of side spin on the ball. Sometimes the spinners forget to actually spin it. So it's just creating a little bit of a variation. So it came back in to matter as a bit too close to cut.
Yeah, didn't quite get the room that he wanted. No, it just goes to show. That's exactly a week ago today that I put that 180 as a par in.
Well, you're getting closer.
Getting there.
I wasn't going to mention it this week. Thanks for bringing it up. Goes after this, and that one's going to travel out of the ground as well. Maximo! He doubles down. Took him a couple of balls to get another one away, but that's 2 dots, 2 sixes, and you can see Belgian ball alive and well on a Monday morning here in Mechelen.
Nice shot from Afsal Masih. Comes down the track, meets the bowler halfway. And when he's just said that's going to go the distance. That's a lovely shot again into that leg side. Needs a response though, just Faiz.
A comment here from Noor Sheikh Ahmed, but I'll talk about that in a second. First, watch the captain Rehan Faiz leading Ghent today. Big swing this time, and he's saying batting order not quite what we expected. Here's the thing about Belgium: they'll shuffle their batting order because they all can hit. So I've got to tell you something funny from the other day as well. Just remembered it. So, yeah, it's unpredictable who will come out when. That's just the nature of the Belgium series. Yeah, goes after this as well and gets plenty off it. That one might be the biggest of the lot. Maximal. 3 hits, 3 misses. 18 off the over. BelgiumBall.com. Here we go at the end of the over. It's 24 without loss.
That's a big, big over. That's what Liege would have wanted after a pretty conservative first over. And look at that one, getting a big stride in there, making use of those levers. It goes a long, long way.
What a shot. So, yeah, 2 overs down. Let's have a quick look at the table maybe first, and we can see where we are in Group B. Of course, we started on Saturday, and we had ICCB and Beverin taking all the points on offer. Royal Brussels and Liege unable to secure a win. We're seeing Ghent for the first time today. Early days, though, of course. The best 4 of those 5 will continue to quarterfinals Friday, coming up in just 4 days' time. Here we go with Malik Kell. Wide, and they go for it. He's going to have to hustle. This would have been gone by some distance. They won't get an overthrow, but they will get away with a single.
Bit of double backing up there. Good work eventually. Keeps it to just that single.
Yeah, it had 5 written all over it. Yeah, I think there were certain times last week that, I wouldn't say physical, but when a wicket fell, several batters were clamouring to be the next in. You'll normally have 3 or 4 guys padded up in this form.
There's about 10 of them.
And as times it was bordering on physical, to say someone goes to get up and you just, let's just say maybe put a hand and sit them down and run out there to bat. So if you want to know why the batting order isn't exactly what we expect, it's probably because
you don't really know what's going to happen.
You don't know what's going to happen out there. That's what makes it so beautiful as well. Unlike any other cricket competition in the world. There's Malik Kell. Short and cart. Straight to the field, up, no run.
Yeah, just struggling for a bit of timing here. Obviously got those 3 big sixes off the spinner. However, the pace of Malik Kell here, just struggling a little bit. Just hasn't quite found the middle of the bat.
Anyway, how was your day off? What did you do with your first day off here in Belgium?
Really, really boring. I didn't do a lot, actually. I actually enjoyed my day off. It was a serious day off. I didn't do a lot. It was quite nice. Talk about yours in a minute.
Okay. This is hit hard, and what a good catch that is. That's Omid Malik Kell who takes the catch at cover. That was absolutely laced by Masih, who's gone 6, 6, 6 and out. He goes for 18. But, well, very good catch by Ghent. And their first wicket in ECS cricket.
Yeah, that's a really good catch. This time he did find the middle of the bat. But, however, for him, unfortunately, he finds the man as well. Right in the middle of the 2 hands there of Malik Kell. First wicket goes 25 for 1 on the board.
Took that so easily, didn't he? It still was on the way up, I think, off the bat of Masih. But, yeah, 25 for 1 as Malik Kell's combine to take that first wicket. This will bring Mehran Masih to the crease.
This is just Belgian ball, isn't it? Because a dangerous man goes, but a dangerous man comes to the crease. He joins Harjot Singh, who, unlike what we saw last time around on the first day, his strike rate's below 100. We didn't see that from him once.
Yeah, it's pretty unusual. But when somebody turns up with a 3-3-3 on their back, Charlie, you know, it's probably they're in the mood to do things pretty quickly.
I like this from Vinay Bangalore saying, Ghent team dress code looks like Deadpool. It's a good shout, actually. Yeah. It does.
Very eagle-eyed.
Oh, that's a good question. I know we're really early on, but you never know.
That's right. I'm not ready to stop pressing on your day off yet. Goes straight down the ground. And this one will run away for 4. So, yeah, Mehran not wasting any time here. It's a slightly risky shot, I suppose, because you're flat batting that. You've got to judge the length just right, but he gets away with the boundary first ball.
Yeah, bit of Belgian ball, baby. And unfortunately, just off the splice of the bat, but still gets enough to muscle it down the ground. And it will go for 4 runs, so good start for Masih. Yeah, no, quiet one yesterday. Just a nice quiet one.
Yeah.
What about yourself?
Got up to a couple of things, but there was a large period in the afternoon where I was kind of working on my laptop, catching up on some things before ACC. Hits this straight, doesn't get too much of it, so it'll just be a single. But probably the highlight of my day was early, where I caught the train down into Brussels, and I got some Belgian waffles, something I've wanted to do all week for breakfast. But here, they're not necessarily a breakfast thing. It'll be like a snack thing or like a dessert thing, maybe.
I like that.
But I thought, okay, I'm going to go. And I even compared the Brussels waffles and the Liège waffles. They're different.
Okay.
I'm going to save this for food chat later in the day.
This is early.
I've got pictorial evidence. Cuts this. Again, picks out the fielder. So into the power play. Get do pretty well, I think, to hold it to 30 in the power play in this tournament. That's actually a pretty good result. Haven't been blown away as yet. It's 30 for 1 after 3 overs.
Yeah, it's a bit of a quiet one from Liege. It's not what they would have been expecting. Obviously, a few maximums and a couple of fours as well. But again, they'll be happy as well, only losing the 1 wicket in that 3rd over. So that just means that you've got 7 overs or so to utilise your entire batting lineup. We've seen that a lot over the first week play. We saw the amount of tail enders come in. How many 11s came in? I think it was
fearless.
It was insane.
Fearless. We had 49 not out from tail ender. We had 34 from tail ender as well.
From George, yeah. And then Hussain was 49 off. Not many,
Zahid
wasn't
Hussain 49 and off 19 at number 11. So it just shows you
as you do.
Yeah,
as you do.
And they're all out there. They're not going there to like play a conservative act. They're there to show they should be batting higher. You know, so like I said, it's a bit of a scramble for the batting positions. These guys can all whack it. So, yeah, I enjoyed the waffles. I've got to say, ordering 2 of them was probably...
You ordered 2?
I wanted to compare. So I got 2 that were identical, and I got one in the Brussels style and one in the Liège style.
Okay.
And they were excellent. But let's just say I skipped lunch after that. And then ended up... I was going to go back to the place we went. So on Saturday night, we went to the place. We talked about it once.
Yes.
Which was the place where they do nachos on a pizza.
Pizzeria.
And
you were contemplating doubling up.
We had that on Saturday, and I was going to have that last night. But then I got distracted by a past place. Anyway, back to the action. Here's Saif Rahman. Starts with a wide down the leg side. Anyway, maybe let us know what you got up to on your day off from ECN in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Did you watch some other cricket? Did you do something else? Maybe you were playing a match. Let us know.
Well, there were 2 tight games in the Asia Cup in over the night. There was big games between India and Pakistan and Sri Lanka and Afghanistan, I think.
Yeah. A lot of feeling in that series as well, as you'd imagine.
Yeah.
Rivalries alive and well. It goes after this, gets enough bat, I think, to get this for 4. That's one's lost in the bushes again. These balls aren't particularly easy to find. I mean, this angle, it's always a risk of going down into that quarter of the ground. And so 4 more runs to Liege. Yeah,
again, bit of a one-handed shot. Look at this one. That bottom hand really comes off. But again, gets enough bat on it, helps it round the corner, and it runs away. So 4 more. But yeah, so Pakistan won by 5 wickets with 1 ball remaining.
Yeah, tight one.
Sri Lanka won by 4 wickets with 5 balls remaining. So 2 last over thrillers. A lot of what we've seen in the last few days of cricket here on the European Cricket Network as well.
Yeah, that's true. We all love a close contest. It's Rahman. Shot. That's going to be 4. And this one might have banged through the fence. That was hit so hard, just slightly over pitch. So he gets the line better. But that just shows they're not one-trick ponies, these guys. They got all the shots. And that one, the fence wasn't able to stop it.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. Pierces through I think that might be the skipper in cover. It goes right through. He doesn't want to get anything on this one. So Rahman will be asking the question, saying, well, that's his expression. I think he knows that that's been hit powerfully off the middle of the bat for Masih. But again, Harjot Singh just playing second fiddle.
Absolutely smoked. Goes for it straight down the ground. This could be trouble though this time. And it's caught. And once again, it's Omid Malikkal that takes the catch. His 2nd of the morning. So Masih almost breaks the fence. But the next ball, his innings is over as he holds out down the ground. He goes for 13 off just 5 balls. The score is now 39 for 2.
Yeah, but you don't mind this from Liege. Again, they have the license to do so, only losing that 1 wicket in the power play. So it just means, you know, if you go a wicket and over, for example, then you're not going to end up losing too many of your batsmen.
Yeah, and this one was not as easy to drive, was it? Because it wasn't quite as full. He knows he's in trouble. Got to say, Omid Malikkal has fielded really well so far. So Saif Rahman takes his first wicket in ECS cricket. And 39 for 2, halfway through the 4th. Yeah, and here's a guy, Umair Butt, who he was very, very good on Saturday afternoon. He got them so close to this miraculous chase of 147. Couldn't quite get there, but still his half century was instrumental. Once he got going, there was no stopping him.
Yeah, he's a big, big element in this lineup, coming in a little bit lower at number 4 now. So again, that just proves the talent here in the lineup for Leeds. Just shows you can have a man who's in pretty hot form. You can have him coming in the 4th over, and you know that he can go ahead and still get a big score.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Leaves him plenty of time to go about his business. Down the ground. This one should be one. Pretty confident looking drive. Well, Vinay, hello to you. He said he's enjoying the commentary. Maybe should we have picture-in-picture so you can see us all the time? Well, I don't know if you want to see us all the time. You'd probably get sick of our faces.
Very.
I don't know if you want to see what we do all the time. We're trying to combine eating a banana with commentating sometimes. You know, it's not all glamour. Anyway, Vinay, thank you so much. You get to see us pretty shortly.
So continuing here.
This one's going to be hit down the ground. And it'll just be a single. Now you'll notice on the camera today, a slightly different angle, but that's because unfortunately, and this has happened once or twice, a bit of an incident where a little bit of equipment was stolen. That's probably the word.
Yeah.
I was going to say removed without permission.
See where you were going to go with that.
Call it what it is. So our camera is slightly different because we had to borrow that tripod to go on one of the cameras around the ground. But thanks again to our crew at Spring Productions, do a fantastic job. And so, yeah, always regrettable when something like that happens. But
well, it's just the way of life, unfortunately.
At least they didn't take all the
cameras. We lost the table as well, but we found that.
Yeah, it's good to know. He drives this. This will take some stopping. Won't be stopped at all. So it'll be 4. And Ume Butt gets his first boundary of the day. And that will also be the end of the 4th over. Successful one, but also a bit expensive. 15. Well, that might be par for the course. 45-2 after 4 overs. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and I'm here with Charlie Hunt. And Charlie was just mentioning he noticed the camera angle makes him look shorter.
It's not fair.
Because they're kind of shooting up at us today. That's all right. So it's nice to have.
Don't do that.
It's nice
that's not funny.
Yeah.
That's not funny.
Hey, how's your beard going?
Oh, great beard talk.
It's getting there.
I'm trying.
No, because it's a good angle for the beard.
I'm trying my best.
I really enjoyed having. Well, we had a great first week together, and we had a bit of a dinner the other night to celebrate, didn't we?
Nice little date.
So hopefully you're enjoying it too.
No, it's been really good. It's been incredible. And again, the action's not over yet because I have a feeling that this next 6 days of cricket could be some of the best I think we'll ever see.
Belgian ball is something else, isn't it?
Build-up. Build-up to the ECC. What a way.
Looking forward to seeing Ghent as well. So thanks for joining us and pipe into the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. There you go, Vinay. You got to see us. I wouldn't have even noticed that if you hadn't have said it as well. But
just a single into the leg side.
Are you up to something already?
No, I was just saying that I will go and buy a tripod myself. I'm
well,
not having
you don't
this
think it's
for
good
6
angles.
days.
You're all good angles, Charlie. Come on.
No way. Oh dear.
Anyway, you've done a great job so far. Everyone's been commenting. You've done really well in your first week of ECS. Anyway, this is in the air and probably run away for 4, I'd imagine. It will. So that's going to be a second boundary for Butt. This time, not quite as convincing, but yeah, I mean, he's just carrying on where he left off on Saturday. Yeah, it's a nice shot. Again, how many times are we going to see this? We saw it a lot in that first week of cricket. A lot of runs behind square on the offside and onside. There's a few. So Chris Packer, who's come out of nowhere the last couple of days, he just drops one-liners. I like Chris. He's a quality, not quantity type. I'd take a Happy Meal. I'd love a Happy Meal. Get a little toy, bit of fun. And Naeem saying, Charlie, married or unmarried? No, depending on what the laws are. I don't think he could be married in... Oh, he probably can be in some countries. I'm not that young. Anyway, back to the action. Majid Ali. He's getting bowler wide. This time the keeper can't quite gather it in. He's made a couple of good stops, though. Mahinda Deepak Bali behind the stumps off those wide deliveries, but they will get 1 extra this time, so 2 to the total. Yeah, no, can confirm, not married. All right. I'm not. Dare to dream. Well, my chat wife's gone very, very quiet. Oh, yeah. No, we were talking about that actually on Saturday, weren't we, when we went out for our little date. Yeah. It was, we were talking about it a little bit, saying, wondering where she's gone. If you're there, just let us know you're okay. Blink twice if you're in trouble. All things must come to an end. Notice how I didn't say good things. Oh. Anyway. Pitched up, slow ball, and hit square. This is 4. So, look, I do like that Majid's trying stuff here. A hard shot who has been a little bit pedestrian, let's say, so far. He picks this one pretty well. Dispatches it away over the offside for 4. Yeah, nice shot, well weighted. He picked it pretty well. And this over, it's gone pretty well so far. But again, Harjot Singh just going at a runner ball
11 so far. That's his second boundary in the innings. Taking a bit of time to get going here.
Try it again. And goes pace on, actually. Surprises the batter a bit, Harjot. He's a bit late on that shot.
Yeah, just this time. Waiting almost a little bit too long, didn't he?
Yeah, it was an interesting one there. I was trying to put myself in the bowler's mind there. I thought, he's expecting me to bowl a quick one now. So maybe what if I bowled another slower one? Maybe that would be a good idea. But actually bowled a good quicker one that was shorter and certainly surprised Harjot.
Pushed him for pace.
And then it's full and straight. Archie saying, yes, Belgian ball has been excellent. And he feels it will be the same this week too. And I imagine
100%.
so.
I'll tell you what I enjoyed doing yesterday on our socials. There were some nice highlights being pushed out on our socials, and again, some of the catches that we saw were incredible, and some of the first overs as well. There was one I saw. I think it was like the classic first over of the day.
Just sixes, wickets, catches.
It was everything.
Everything. You don't have to wait too long. This one probably, it's slow, but hasn't quite probably been the most crazy start we've seen. But this is in the air, and the fielder comes around and takes a catch. Well, that's a proper ice cream cone right there from Nungale. But let's have a look at the way he catches this one. But he has caught it, and that's a big wicket of Umair Butt, who hits a couple of boundaries but doesn't make double figures. This is angling in towards the off stump. He tries to get it out of the ground. And this one almost tried to escape, but he does hold it in the end. Hakimi with the catch. And that's the end of the fifth over as well. Big wicket to get to end the first half of the innings, 57 for 3.
It's a big wicket. And again, it just hasn't seems to be as fluid in the batting so far in this game. There's been some lovely big shots, don't get me wrong. There's been obviously 3 maximums from that one-man Masir, and then we've had a flurry, 7 boundaries, 7 fours already at the halfway stage. So they're not struggling for boundaries, but it just doesn't seem to be as fluid. But again, it is early times, early morning.
It's early. And don't forget, we haven't seen Gent bat yet.
True.
And so I'm a little bit curious about the decision to bowl first when you look at the evidence of what's happened in this series so far. Look, it's yet to be seen what their batters can do in ECS cricket. But, I mean, almost every team so far have been itching to bat and get out there. And especially in first innings of the day, we've seen some really high-scoring ones. So I don't know whether that's because they're not 100% sure about their batting, or maybe they just want to know how many they need to get. You know, that's also pretty possible. But probably the evidence in this series is that when you get a good score on the board first up, it rarely gets chased down.
Yeah, again, also because it's their first time playing ECS cricket, you have to see how they're going to cope with the time constrictions as well.
Yeah, of course.
So obviously it's 40 minutes for the innings, and they started at.
Yeah, we're 26 minutes in.
And we're only halfway through.
They've
taken 3 wickets.
4 overs in 14 to 16 minutes.
That's going to be close.
Yeah, it could be close. Again, sometimes teams don't really think of this first up. So
it is made clear to them. Obviously, tournament referee has been Stefan Gooch. He's done an incredible job with the umpires.
This is Ramadzai, who's going to bowl over number 6. This will be a one-hopper out to deep cover. Yeah, Mahbubullah Ramadzai getting a bowl.
Yeah, no. But again, Harjot Singh, just another single, hasn't really got going yet, and he'll be frustrated because again we saw him on Saturday hit some incredible shots all around the ground. Just hasn't been able to get going into his stride.
Driven down the ground, but again should be covered. And I've got to say, I've been impressed with the fielding of Omid Malik-Kel so far. It's been excellent.
Yeah, no, he's been really crucial. But again, just setting the tone and the standards for Gent early on in the tournament. You want to really start well, promising no early mistakes.
God knocks him over, and he hits the top of off stump. That's very, very good bowling from Ramadzai. And Harjot took the bait, tried to go across the line, completely missed out. So he's another one that falls on unlucky 13. Just couldn't get going this morning, could he? And that's the 4th wicket to fall now, 59 for 4.
Yeah, really good bowling, building the pressure. You can see that this is just a wild swipe, which we've not really seen from Harjot Singh so far, but he does have to go. And again,
today, so yeah. Again, I'm going to reserve my judgment because this is Belgium, and we're going to see probably a lot of guys that like to swing the bat. Speaking of swing the bat, here we are, and now this is Falkenula who's coming out at number 6. I've got to say, though, as far as their bowling and fielding, you know, a couple of wides, a couple of issues with control, I suppose, but I think particularly their catching's been very good so far.
Yeah, no, this has been really good so far. They've really kept on top of it here.
Goes shorter this time. This could be another chance. Going to come a long way here. Oh, brilliant catch. Absolutely brilliant catch. Majid Ali had to run half a marathon to get there, looking straight into the sun as well. And Falconer goes without scoring. And, well, case in point, their catching's been so good here on a Monday morning. And that one might be the best of the lot.
That is incredible. He had to cover so much ground to come round to take that catch. And he just did it with ease. He made it look very, very cool, calm and collected. And it's a big, big catch. And it is the 5th wicket to fall now. Look at that. Gets a hand underneath it. Gets a slide in as well. That's exceptional work from him.
Yeah, fantastic catch. And even that he had presence of mind, even though he's running out of time, he turns his body to absorb the impact so that the ball doesn't hit the ground. And Falconer, well, he's unlucky to go to a catch that good. It's just a fantastic bit of fielding. And say what you like about the fielding in European cricket, we see some absolute brilliant pieces of work, and that's one of them.
Well, I said that the earlier catch that we got from Sherry Batral on the 1st of the month was the catch of the month. Then we had another incredible one a day later, and we'll add that one to the mix.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, weren't we? And I'm sure that's going to appear on our social media at European Cricket. Majid Ali, what a catch! Just never thought he was going to get there. Plus, you know, he had 2 fielders running back towards him. That had to be in the back of his mind as well. Ramadzai cashes in. He's got 2 for 2 now. And now he might have a 3rd. No, he won't. It'll go for 6. Maximo. Belgian ball, baby. Essenullah Ibrahim Kel comes out and says, I don't care. He's wearing the cowboy hat and he says, giddy up. This is out of the ground. 65 for 5 after 6 overs.
Yeah, that just goes to show what Belgian ball's all about. Just in the DNA of Belgian cricket. Comes in and slaps it down the ground. Good way to get off the mark for Ibrahim Kel. But yeah, good over. 2 for 8 off of his single over. And we can take a look at the bowling figure so far for Ghent. And it just goes to show they've just kept on top of them, really, haven't they?
Yeah, Ramadzai goes for a 6 last ball, but before that he had 2 for 2. He does owe a debt of gratitude, though, to Majid Ali. Took that fantastic catch. Also wickets to some of the other bowlers, including Sierra Malik Kel, Saif Rahman, and Majid Ali has one himself. They've got plenty of options here because they've got just Sierra Malik Kel that was bowled out in the power play. They've got another 4 bowling options, all with 1 over remaining. So Majid Ali's going to get the next one.
What a way to reward him, isn't it? Come on and have a go with the ball in hand, see what you can do.
I know that you like Chris Packer's comment there as well. Here's Majid Ali. And this one's lifted up and it's going to be out of the ground. Once again angling in, getting a bit too close, playing with fire and getting burned. Munawar gets 6.
Yeah, really nice shot into the bushes. I tell you what, we might be needing to go into that box of balls already. That one had some serious height, but it also had the legs, sailed all the way, 6 more, right into the thick of the trees.
We've got some wardrobe news.
Uh-oh.
And we'll come back to it in a second.
Wardrobe news.
Munawar, he normally wears the number 20 shirt, but he's wearing the 11 today. The reason is, unfortunately, his shirt didn't pass our wardrobe regulations. I'll tell you why in a second.
Oh, right, okay.
Munawar, big, powerful guy, as you can see from that shot. And he drills one to deep cover for 1. He actually had cut his sleeves off his shirt because his shoulders were so muscular that they weren't fitting, his arms weren't fitting through the holes comfortably enough.
That's well problems.
So this is why he had just kind of turned it into a bit of a singlet. But of course, we do like the sleeves to be on here in the ECS. This will be 4 as well. Ibrahim Kel, who started with a 6, now gets a 4. Again, seeing a lot of boundaries flying behind the wicket. And here's another one. He gives himself some room, and they're just going to keep attacking, no matter that they've lost 5 wickets already.
Yeah, you've got to go for it, haven't you? There's no point on knurling around and trying to get singles and 2s here. You need to get up towards that par total of around 120, 130, and that's what they're looking to go for. Look at that projected score. 14-0 from here on in gets them to 122. So that just goes to show, I reckon that's where they'll be trying to get to with 3.5 overs remaining.
Yeah, if you want to go on the overall run rate for this series, it's 11.9, so 119. It was dragged up a little bit after the 14.1 day. But I feel like that'd be
180s on the
It's
board.
not normal, is it? 14 and over. I don't remember ever seeing 14 and over in a day.
Incredible.
Wait. Imagine. Oh, this time it's a really good cricket shot. He goes away to leg and hits it straight over the border to Adventure Island. Maximo. This, for me, might be shot of the day, Charlie.
Get your passports out. We're going on an adventure. Look at that one, right into the thick of it. And you could just tell the way he's brought himself out here, Ibrahim Mikel. He's holding himself with such confidence. Gives himself a bit of room onto the leg side and punishes this over the offside. 6 more. Incredible hitting.
That's one of the hardest shots in the game, really. And he made it look very, very easy. Will he try it again? This time he's charging down the pitch and he might have found trouble. And he's caught. So another 6 and out situation. This time it's Ramadzai who's paying back his debt to the fielders by taking a catch himself. So Ibrahim Mikel goes bang, bang, bang and out. 16 off 3 becomes out 16 off 4. And so that's a 6-wicket down now, 82 for 6.
It's another opportunity there where we've seen batsmen come down the track towards pace bowlers and it's not worked. I reckon you really need to just hold your ground, stay as solid in your base as you can and swing from the hip, and 9 times out of 10 we see it clear the boundary.
Sometimes batters think they've got to keep trying different tricks as well. But if something's working for you, I mean, that's one. Maybe instead of coming down at the batter, I would have considered maybe going across the other way. But I guess hindsight's 20/20. And so I'm going to see Nishan Singh come to the crease at number 8 with over 3 overs left in this innings. I want to say hello to Tala VJ. He said he's enjoying the coverage. Hello, Tala. Really happy that you're enjoying it. And thanks very much for your contributions in the chat. We really appreciate it. Last ball of the over coming up for Majid Ali. And so it'll be a dot first up after 7 overs. The score is 82 for 6. And we mentioned that it is 7 days until the ECC starts. And of course, it'll be Group A first up. I think we talked a fair bit about Group A, but I noticed that the Portugal squad, a few forced changes on them. So interesting to see what happens with a couple of their key guys missing out. You got Austria. I still think that they're kind of the dark horses a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, they, apart from Belgium, Austria probably is the place where we've seen that kind of no-holds-barred approach with the batting. So let's just see how that goes. And Ireland 11 really enjoyed reading the article on the Cricket Island website about their squad and who they've picked. They've picked a lot of academy players, and they think they've picked players with the skill sets to excel in this form of the game. But having said that, it's one thing to have it in theory. It's another one to be out there in the middle. And start with a dot in the 8th. So, I mean, that's the thing. And I still think, yeah, the youth, is it a benefit or a hindrance? I don't know. I don't think we'll know until we get there.
Fearless cricket, I think, is what they're going to go for, and I think if you're going to choose a young squad, again, they know they'll be aware of what they're coming into. They would have been, I'm sure, they would have been paying attention last time around, so I'm sure that they know what's expected from them.
In the air, and this is muscle down the ground. Maximo! Oh, sees Carreras, and that one was straight to Karina. Well, she's done 500 games without incident, and, well, it's a bit worried about her here. But in the end, she outfields it pretty well, I think.
Didn't go for the catch, disappointing.
Munawar, yeah, he was a bit sluggish the other day getting going, but no problems today. He's 14 off 5, and he misses one, and so does the keeper. And this is going to be stopped. No, it won't be. It'll be 4 byes in the end. So, yeah, I mean, it seems like the keeper, Mahinda Deepak Bali, got a bit on this. I don't think he was expecting the batter to miss. It was low to his left. It took some pace off it, but the fielder ran past it as well. 4 bonus runs for Leash.
Yeah, no, they'll take them as many as they can get. Doesn't matter how they come. It's 4 in the book. But the keeper won't be happy with his performance after that one.
Yeah, it was low. Still, now it's going to be Munawar that has to go. Ramadzai gets the 3rd now. So, yeah, Munawar missed a couple in a row. The first one got his team 4. This time, he's shown the door as he goes for 14. Once again, just 7 balls used up in that innings. And a 7th wicket falls, 92 for 7.
Yeah, a bit of a bottom edge onto the stumps there. So he has to make the long wall back to the shed. But no, just going back to that island, looking at this quote, and it's a very interesting one from Pete Johnston, the National Academy and Performance Manager. He's talking about how he reckons what they really focus on is obviously death bowling. They feel like that's going to be a real crucial element of their tactics. So I think it just goes to show. I think they could surprise a few Ireland. I know they're a young squad, but again, I think that it works in their favour because they're going to come out fearless. There's going to be. I think they know that from them not playing much T10 cricket, there's almost not a lot of expectation. I think the name Ireland does bring themselves or carry themselves with a bit of an expectation, but I think they just have to go out there and play fearless cricket.
Well, that's the thing. It's one thing to say that. I think if you haven't practiced it, it's got to be hard to do that in front of millions of TV viewers, right? A lot of these guys, it's probably the first time they would have played in front of such a big audience around the world, expecting viewing figures in the kind of 130, 140 million.
Is that
for ECC? Yeah, that's all. But yeah, your instincts will probably take over. These guys, I mean, they're young, but they still play a lot of cricket. They would have been playing cricket for 15 years, plus. Well, this is hit in the air. Once again, another catching opportunity. This guy doesn't drop him. Put it in the book right now. Omid is going to take it. His third catch for the innings. And Ramazar gets 4 in the end. So running out of resources as, unfortunately, for Nishan Singh, he has to go for a duck. And that's 8 out now in 8 overs. 93 for 8.
Yeah, don't count them out, though, because how many times have we seen a number 10 and number 11 come out and hit some big runs and some big shots? But again, really good catch from Obin Malik Kyal. Just looks really comfortable when he's underneath the ball. He's almost backing himself straight away. So yeah, another wicket goes and we move into the 9th over, going at around 116 pace so far. So again, they'll be looking to get towards 120 and then back themselves to try and defend that total against a pretty unknown quantity in the lineup of Ghent.
Yeah, so this looks like Sakani is coming out at number 10. Yeah, so I'm just really curious to see the Ireland side.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, they're obviously very, very good cricketers. But do you know what I'm saying? Like, to go out there, like, for example, if you get bowled a good ball, you're taught in cricket, even in T20 cricket, to respect it, right? But the nature of the ECC, especially at this level, is you're going to get a lot of good balls and you're going to have to take some risks and go after them. Will they have the courage to do that? Maybe. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing them. And I think we'll see them, just checking the fixtures, we'll see them in the 3rd match of the day next Monday against Austria, and then in the last match of the day, the first proper night match against Czech Republic.
Just looking at what's on your screen there. What a first game that is, by the way.
So yeah, I mean, I can take you through this. Spain-Austria is the first game. So it was Spain-Belgium last year was the first game of the ECC. This time it's Spain-Austria. That'll be 11:30
I'm assuming
local.
that's because obviously Spain's the host nation. It kind of
I think so. I think it's like
what you tend to see in tournaments.
Yep, that's true. Wait for this ball, which is edged away, and this one will probably run away for 4, and it does. So despite 8 wickets being down, they're still swinging it. It's Guman Ali who gets his first boundary. The score is up to 97.
Another slot of runs that goes behind square, especially on the offside. We've seen it more on that side. We haven't seen many onto the leg side this innings, but again, just goes to show, unfortunately, you can't have fielders everywhere, and then there's always going to be gaps, and I don't know if that was the intended origin of the shot, but it went there anyway. It's 4 more.
Put it in the book.
What a first game that is.
Gulam Ali. It's a pretty hard straight to the fielder. Well, they decided not to throw in the end. And the bowler's then probably was the go, but the bowler couldn't get back there in time. So we'll get a single. Sakani will get to face his first ball. Yeah, so Spain-Austria is the first game of the ECC next Monday morning. Czech Republic versus Portugal. Again, both teams laying claims to that. Both teams will be missing a couple of key players. We know that now as well. Austria versus Ireland 11, game 3. Yeah, that's a real interesting one. And it was hard to say who's favourite, of course, but it'll be a bunch of guys with slightly more experience and probably a couple of years on the Irish guys against an Irish team that obviously have very, very talented cricketers. So that'll be an interesting one. Spain-Portugal, well, there's always a rivalry between those guys. See this. Just gets away from the bowler. Allows them a single. Brings up the 100 as well with 7 balls remaining. Yeah. Well, I may have just gotten off the phone to Conrad Greenshields. Just a casual chat. Say hello. Wait for this last ball from Rahman. Just dragged into the leg side. Probably settle for 1 here. That'll be the end of the over. So that will be Saif Rahman's spell. He'll finish with 1 for 23. The score, 101 for 8 after 9. So yeah, Spain-Portugal. Conrad said, I just want to go out there and smash Spain next week. And it may be, obviously, he's pretty good friends with Corey.
Yeah.
There's a healthy rivalry there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, this is all part of the Cartamania, as we call it. Cartama just outside Malaga in Spain. The next 5 weeks on ECN after this week will be the European Cricket Championship, Monday to Friday. And then on the weekends, we've got the Spanish domestic T10, FanCode EC-T10, Spain. And that will be another 10 matches per weekend in between. So all up, it's 160 matches. Before we head back to FanCode European Cricket Series action, resuming in Croatia for a week from the 17th of October. Corey and Rico will take you through that one. I'll be back to take you through Malta and Spain. 2 weeks in Malta, 5 weeks in Barcelona to finish the season, which will go all the way until the 11th of December. Yeah, so Spain, Portugal, Game 4, and then Ireland 11, Czech Republic in Game 5, where the lights will take full effect. And that'll be a really special moment as well, won't it?
Yeah, for sure. No, I'm really looking forward to this. I know everyone is. But again, just shows plenty of cricket still to come.
Nungule is going to bowl the 10th over, and immediately he's going to be swatted away for a boundary. So once again, the tail wagging, and there's no thoughts of just pushing their singles and batting the overs out. They're still going for the boundaries, and they're getting them.
Yeah, they need to, don't they? They need to get up towards 120, 125 to get towards a total that they'll believe is around par. But again, it's difficult, isn't it? Because obviously they'll know more about Ghent than we do as a team. They probably face a few times this season. However, again, just a bit of an unknown quantity are the batting lineup of Ghent. But going off of what we're basing off the bowling here, I reckon they could be up to the task.
He's a bit high, called through. Well, you want to have a go? No, thank you. It'll be a leg by, I think. A question from Niam about Ireland, Scotland, and England. Have any of those guys played ECS? I don't think so. I think they've only played. Some of them played it. Well, the England team, quite a few of them would have played in the ECC last year. But yeah, for Scotland and Ireland, I really don't think a lot of T10 experience there. This is going to be hit out to the leg side boundary. It'll be another one. So Sarkani coming out at 10, and now he's on 10. So Handy runs late for Liege. That one takes them up to 110.
Yeah, need a couple more if they're going to get up towards 120, but they'll be happy with where they've got to. I think they've lost a good amount of wickets in quick succession, so they'll be happy that they can get themselves up to a decent total here. 3 deliveries remaining.
I had a question about the time, but I think they're okay because I didn't see what they were at the start of this over. They were probably 44 minutes in, but every wicket after 4, you get an extra minute. So with 8 wickets down, that's why they've just snuck in for time, I think. Well, this is high in the air, and, well, no one knew where it was at all, including me. In the end, it's gone to the boundary. So, well, it's kind of the latest straight drive ever, maybe, because it just kind of goes behind him. Anyway, Handy runs, like I said. Well, he's just getting to more or less a pass score up to 114 now.
I'll take them as it comes. Now I'm saying I've seen players like Scott
Yeah.
Edwards
So
play
Netherlands is the exception. Netherlands guys would have played a bit more T10 cricket, whether they played at the ECC last year or the ECL for either VS Rotterdam or Habias Kranhout at the ECL earlier this year. Plus, we've had some ECS cricket in the Netherlands. So that's the exception. I think the Netherlands will be a bit more experienced in the format. This will go leg side. And there'll be 4 more. So, well, Ghulam Ali's been great here. He's up to 19 off just 8. And again, Belgian ball using all their resources. In fact, you could argue the guys down the bottom have hit him better than the guys at the top.
Yeah, flip the order, Vinny. That's what they're going to ask. You'll be saying, well, look what we can do. Why can't you do it? But goes to show plenty of talent. So 118 on the board, single delivery remaining.
119 is the average score now over the first 6 days of action. Yeah, so Scott Edwards, of course, made a memorable century in the ECL back in 2019. Anyway, last ball of the innings. And, well, are they going to try? Well, he decided not to. It took all of his self-discipline not to throw that. Nungulate was pretty happy to say, okay, we'll take the one. We don't want any extras. And Liege are going to finish 119 for 8 off their 10 overs. It'll make an even 120 for Ghent on ECS debut. Look, in the end, Liege, you've got to give it to them. They stuck it out, didn't they? No one really went on with it. In fact, I think Ghulam Ali, he may be the only person to make 20, and that was batting at number 9. But yeah, in the end, I suppose, they've got the runs on the board, and they'll be out to defend them.
Yeah, no, that's certainly what they're going to go ahead and try and do up against Ghent in game number 1 here on Monday morning. Take a look at this one. That was a missed opportunity early on, but lucky for them, it didn't go on to cost them too much. But there was some big early hitting from Afzal Masih, mostly off the spin of Ryan Faiz. This one was one of the bigger ones into the leg side. All 3 of the 6s. This was the biggest one of the lot, though. This was high in the air, and it went a long, long way. But unfortunately, he had to go. But it was a good catch in the end from the man in cover. He had an excellent day in the field, did Omid Malik Kel, eventually taking 3 wickets in the 3 catches in the innings. So he won't mind that. Bit of a one-handed hoik into the leg side, but 4 runs on the board nonetheless, and they'll take them however they come. And there was a few shots that really penetrated into the offside, really trying to get involved in the adventure onto Adventure Island. Again, a good catch again by Omid Malik Kel. But looking at the batting, there was a few members that contributed, and I guess that's, you're either going to have an innings where you're going to have one batsman who's going to take the game away from the bowling side, or you're going to have a handful, and that's what's happened here. We've had many batsmen get starts here. I think there's 4 or 5 really that were able to contribute a few boundaries, so they will be happy. The likes of Harjot Singh and Afzal Masih at the top, going for 13 and 18 respectively. Harjot Singh, a little bit different this time round, 13 off of 5. So striking at less than 100, he won't be happy with his performance, but he will have to take the gloves in the next inning. So he's still got an opportunity to right his wrongs. But that was an excellent catch, wasn't it, by that man on your screen? Incredible work from Majid Ali to remove Forcanella, who went for a golden duck, and it was just incredible. Look at this, gets round, takes the catch, exceptional work. It goes to show we've seen some incredible scenes here in Belgium, in Mechelen. Look at that, smiles all round. Again, I have to say, Ghent, for their first time in front of the cameras here in Belgium, in front of the cameras in general, they have been exceptional. They've done really well to keep these down to 119 off of their 10 overs. And there was some big hitting. That was one of the bigger ones, halfway up in the trees, into the canopy. Again, loads of runs leaking down towards that vacant 3rd man region. Can't put fielders everywhere. That was also, well, that booked a ticket all the way to Adventure Island. The next ball went for it again, this time only getting height really more than anything. It was a good catch by Ramidzai, but again, the bowler's done exceptionally well for Ghent. And again, my thoughts are that man, Mahbubullah Ramidzai, 4 for 15 off of his 2 overs. Exceptional work, 7.5 economy rate, but getting 4 wickets. That really just goes to show that Ghent are full of talent. They are a bit of an unknown quantity. However, I do think that they could be a surprise package. We saw 12-star CC in Group A prove to be an interesting customer. They finished 3rd in their group. So again, Ghent will be looking to replicate that and possibly go 1 or 2 better. But this one off the pad, racing away. And again, then this one into the leg side. Didn't quite get all of it, but it was enough, and it was going to be another boundary. But it was an interesting final over. They did score 18 off it with 4 fours, a single and a leg by. So it just goes to show anyone coming in later on in the innings can really hit a decent total. And in fact, the man coming in at number 9 was Guman Ali. He finished on 20 off of only 9 deliveries, hitting those 4 fours in that final over. So they will finish on 119 for 8 after their 10 overs, setting 120 for victory. But there you go, handful of contributions from Singh, from Masih, from Munawar, from Ibrahim Kel as well. But then look at that, Guman Ali, 20 off 9, really getting them up to a decent total of 119. But in terms of the bowlers, for Ghent, again, as I mentioned, Ramidzai, he will be the pick of the bowlers, but also 2 wickets for Majid Ali. And also, it was a good opening spell from Sir Malik Kel. He eventually took 1 wicket for 12 off of his 2 overs. There were 2 wides in there as well, so he won't mind the fact that he's gone for 12. But I do think it's promising from Ghent, but only time will tell, as they have been set 120 runs for victory here in match number 25 of the FanCode European Cricket Series, Mechelen in Belgium. You're watching the European Cricket Network with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes. And welcome back to Mechelen here in Belgium. And the scene is set for a very interesting first match here on a sunny Monday morning here in Mechelen. Match 25 of the FanCode European Cricket Series Belgium. And we're going to get into the second half. Liège finishing on 119 for 8 off of their 10 overs. They've set a pretty much bang on par, 120 for Ghent to chase down, looking to get a victory in their first match here ever on the European Cricket Series. And it's going to be interesting to see how they tackle this task. It will be Mohamed Ashad will be taking the first delivery for Ghent. You can see there, all players do know themselves and know each other, so it's a very close-knit community here in Belgium. Just goes to show that's possibly why they are one of the more successful in T10 cricket. And he's going to be joined by Owen Malik Kal. He's coming off the back of an very successful outing with the ball in the field, taking 3 catches. He will be second fiddle, and it will be Ibrahim Kal to take us into the second innings. Well, this has gone high in the air, could be an early opportunity. The floppy hat's underneath it, and it is taken. It's a great catch running back behind his shoulder, and it's a golden Kwaka for Mohamed Ashad. First wicket goes, nothing on the board, none for one, not the start that Ghent would have wanted. It's a good delivery first up, not giving him any room early on from Ibrahim Kal. This one going high in the air and eventually settles himself pretty nicely. Good catch in the end from Zulkarnain Manoa. Good work from him. Just waiting. He's just holding his ground. I think it looks like he's okay. So he will have to go for a golden duck. And again, look at that start from Ghent. They would have wanted to really build on a good time of it with the ball in hand, but unable to do so. So the first wicket goes. And the new batsman will be on strike. Obviously, that just goes to show. Again, haven't played much cricket or much T10. This is their debut. So, Owen Malik Kal saying, but we switched over. However, doesn't quite work that way here. And it won't work that way either in international cricket from October onwards. That rule will come in by the ICC. We had it here a long time ago. But the skipper, Ryan Faiz, he's facing up now. And this will evade the man at short, fine leg. So it'll be the first runs on the board. And this time tucked around the corner. Nice shot from the skipper. 4 more to the total. Good shot from Ryan Faiz. He's leading from the front, coming in at number 3. Definitely wasn't expecting to have to face this only the second delivery of the innings. But good response to an early wicket. Look at that. Harun Sarkani, good catch in the end. It wasn't an easy chance, was it? Running away behind him. Short again, and he will go for it. And this will race away, and it will be another boundary. So back-to-back boundaries for Faiz and Ibrahim Kal. This isn't really the response you would have wanted after taking wicket first up. It's another boundary this time, more of a hook shot. Doesn't quite get the control that he wants, but it's 4 more to the total. High off the bat, bit of an outside edge, or a top edge if anything. Good start for Faiz. He's 8 off of 2. You can see Ibrahim Kal not happy with the way he's gone about things after that first wicket. An excellent catch by Harun Sarkani, that is for sure. This time respected this one, and it will race through. And again, it's Harun Sarkani, and it will be just a single. So we will get to see Omid Malik out with bat in hand. Thank you for everyone for choosing to tune in here on this Monday morning here in Belgium. Whether it is on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in India, a warm welcome. Good morning to all of you tuning in around the world. It's a great cricket community we've built here. I hope you're excited. Belgian ball underway. Driven nicely. What a way to get off the mark for Malik Kal. Textbook cricket shot. One of the best cover drives I think I've seen in a long time all around the world. High elbow, textbook stuff. 4 more. What a way to get off the mark. That's a pleasant surprise from Omid Malik Kal. Is there anything this man can't do? He's excellent in the field. Well, if that shot's anything to go by. It's a lovely shot through the covers. That one is 4 on any ground, and especially here in Mechelen, because this outfield is rapid. It's lightning quick. And Ghent have had a good response after losing a wicket on the first delivery. So final ball left in the over. Ibrahimovic is going to want to finish strongly here. This time into the offside once more. And Malik Kell looking very promising at the top of the order. This time it's a back foot cut shot. And he rocks back, sees the back of a length delivery and punishes it into the offside. So it's a 4 to end the over, 17 for 1 after 1. And Ibrahimovic, after that first ball, that's not what he was expecting to be walking off with 17 against his name so far. But early signs of elegant cricket shots. But there we go, 6 matches without a golden ball. It was only last Saturday, a couple of days ago now, that we were starting that count again, because we eventually broke the count once more. So it reset and we started again. Good early signs for the opener, Omer Malik Kal, who was joined by number 3, Ryan Faiz, his skipper. He's 9 off of 3 so far. And we are going to see Guman Ali, who had an excellent time with the bat in hand, 20 off of just 9 deliveries, 4 boundaries in that final over. So he's going to want to continue his good form with now ball in hand. Good morning to everyone. Again, if you are watching on YouTube, go ahead, get involved in the live chat. One of the unique experiences here on the ECN is there's a direct line of communication to ourselves in the commentary box, in the ice cube. Could do with the ice cube staying a bit cool today, because I think the temperatures are going to be looking to get around that 30-degree mark. But it will be Guman Ali with Faiz in his sights. And this will be a wide down the leg side. There's a half of an appeal, almost to the comical response from the umpire. Umpires are Saeed Muiz Ali and Saeed Ali Abbas here in this game. Well, this will be a no ball and flicked round the corner. So again, not a good start for Ali. He goes wide, no ball, and also gets punished into the leg side. 4 more to the total. And it is going to get bad to worse. It's going to be a free hit, and wouldn't surprise me if Ryan Faiz is going to go ahead and try and punish him here. He's got the license to do so. He's already on to double figures, 13 off of 4, and he's got an opportunity here to really bog down onto Ali now. So free hit time. Slower ball and picked. This is high in the air. Don't know if it's quite got the legs, and it will just sail over the boundary. So good thinking from Ali. Doesn't quite pull it off. It was quite easily picked, really. Waited and dispatches this into the onside. Down the ground, 6 more. And good man, Ali. Unable to carry his form from bat in hand to ball in hand. He's gone for 12 off of a single delivery. This time right in the block hole. Better delivery, good comeback. That's where we wanted to see it from the bowlers last time out. If you can get it nice and full, if anything, even if it's a low full toss, they're just so difficult to get underneath and punish over the top. This is high in the air, but it's not been picked. Oh, it has! Excellent catch from Umar, but he was disappointed with how he went about things with bat in hand, but this time gets it right. Good catch to his left, and the big wicket of Ryan Faiz. He goes for just 19, and it's the second wicket for Ghent, 29 for 2. And he didn't look as if he was going to get there. He saw it really late off of the bat. It looked like it was going to be Harin Sakani who was going to try and take the catch, but he didn't see it off the bat either. Again, Umar Butt, quick off the mark, eventually gets round to take it. So good, we'll take another look. Mistimed from Ryan Faiz. Really good catch. Didn't put the brakes on, did he? Kept on going. And he eventually takes a very good catch. So 29 for 2 on the board, halfway through the second here. So we will see the middle order for Ghent. There was a real question as to whether the two batsmen that were in at that point before that wicket, they looked as if they were capable of just taking the game away from Leach here. That's good from Leach, ensuring that that a batsman doesn't get away from them. Gets 19 on the board, but he eventually has to go for a well-made 19 off 7, 3 fours and a 6. New batsman in the crease now, and he will also start in fine fashion. This is a beautiful shot. Rocks back, punishes this into the onside, and it will race away along the floor on this electric outfield, and it's 4 more. That's a good start for Majid Ali. Again, coming off the back of an excellent catch in that first innings. I did feel that Ghent's attempts in the field were really good. They held most of the catches that came their way. Their ground fielding was pretty good as well. So high standard set already. 33 for 2 at the moment. 2 deliveries left in the second. Oh, and this looks like it's flicked a bit of pad and it will race away, and it will be given as 4 leg byes. So unlucky for Harjot Singh, the keeper. Just couldn't quite get down to this one quick enough. He picked it, he saw it early, but wasn't able to get down. And it will be another boundary. So that run rate is already creeping towards only 10 and over, which is pretty manageable on this ground here in Mechelen, the Vryburg ground. So, again, this over, he wants it to come to an end, really. Tazkiman Ali, 1 for 16 so far. Just wants to try and see himself out of this over. If he can keep it to a dot ball, he'll be over the moon with that outcome. But the early signs for this top order of Ghent is pretty promising. Needs to be full. Isn't, and it will be a single, really. Doesn't time it at all, does Majid Ali. So that will be a single to end the second. 38 for 2 on the board. So just opportunities here for Leach. Good time to welcome Vinny Sandhu back to the Ice Cube. Vinny, interesting start here for Ghent.
Yeah, sure is. I mean, it's fearless, isn't it, really? What we've come to expect in Belgian ball. After losing a wicket first ball, to be 38 after 2, they're in pretty good shape here. And look, Liege, they could be in some serious trouble if they lose this one. They've got Ghent again next up. And yeah, if they don't get a win this morning, they're going to be 0-4 staring down the barrel, aren't they? And Royal Brussels, you know, they're a team that weren't able to get any wins on Saturday as well. So we had a pretty even group at the start of Group A, but it kind of pulled away and kind of polarised as it went on. Let's see how Group B plays out. Right now, looks like Sakani, who batted pretty well towards the end of the innings. He's going to try and stop the bleeding here in the 3rd over. The first one is just going to be pulled away and well handled out there. That's Mehran Masih. Yeah, so I think I mentioned this last week as well. When we see actual really high scores, when I say really, I mean probably 140 plus, 150, even 160 plus. It's normally because someone gets in and stays in. I think when you're piecing together, I think just 20 was the highest score in the first innings. It's going to be hard to get those quite dominant scores. Speaking of dominant, this is a nice shot, isn't it? By Omid Malik Kal, who's been really impressive so far. In fact, that's just the 3rd ball he's faced, and all of them have gone to the boundary. Yeah, if you're going to swing hard. That's what he does. Bit of an outside edge, but it does run away towards the boundary again. He's really impressed me so far. Good cricketer. I mean, just tell by the way he took those catches as well. We saw some very good catches from Ghent in the first innings as well. Yeah, no, their fielding was exceptional, and that's what you have to do, especially when you're making your debut in the tournament. First game of Group B for them, for Ghent. You really want to come out and set those standards high. Otherwise, it's going to be an interesting battle from there. But they've done well so far. What I like about the batting of Omid Malik Kal, he doesn't overcommit forward. He actually tries to play the ball pretty late, lets it get to him. So I think they need to pitch up a little bit, maybe trying to lure him into doing something different. A bit like that. And so he gets out. And so this is one I thought may go over the fielder. And so Carney, well, he does make the adjustment, doesn't he? So it goes 4-4-4 and out for Omid Malik Kal. We put the kibosh on him pretty good, didn't we, Charlie? He looked good, but he's going to have to go. Fourth ball, and the score now 43 for 3.
Yeah, well, he played a similar shot right at the start of his innings, piercing through the cover. But this time went for the aerial route, trying to go all the way into Adventure Island, trying to get 6 to his name. But he has to go. And I think that might just be the question for Ghent, is do they try and go too hard? Do they try and go for every single delivery? That's a good catch out there in the deep. Yeah, he has to go.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's kind of what I was talking about. Seems the boundaries he had scored, he hadn't really gotten the front foot. He just kind of either stood with his weight on the crease or he'd gone back slightly and just kind of cut them away essentially through the offside. Now he's forced to go forward and he's not as in control of the shot. And that's why he finds the fielder. Maybe a bit unlucky that he picked him out, but, well, Zakani, he'll get the credit for it. 43 for 3. Again, they need that 12 and over, so they'd want to be 40. What would that be? They need to be 36 after 3, 46, 48 after 4. So they're well ahead of where they need to be, but as we've seen in this series, innings can change pretty quickly both ways.
Yeah, no, just is the matter of Belgian ball. Sometimes it might not come off, but 9 times out of 10, we've seen it, especially here. It's been pretty successful, and I think that's why we were surprised to see Ghent bowl first when they won the toss.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they know what they have to do though. It'll be one Mullet Kell replacing another. Sarah Mullet Kell is facing now, and he gets a thick edge down to third man. So no run there.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. It's a weird call, especially after last week's play, because there's no doubt that Ghent would have been keeping a close eye on it, and we saw that because they had a man at deep, at backwards square leg, which we've seen many runs flow through that. But no, it's interesting. But only time will tell if it's going to be successful.
Sakani. That's for ball. Just sneaks inside the line. I don't think there's an edge on it. Taken behind the stumps by Harjot Singh. He wasn't quite himself today with the bat. But again, he'll have another opportunity, I'm sure, in the second match.
Yeah, disappointed with the way that he went about things with the bat. Very rare that we see him striking at under 100, but he went it.
The question is, does he keep his spot at the top of the order? Maybe after one lackluster performance, there's a bunch of batters under you clattering to get up the order.
Chat number 11 in there.
Yeah, he could. Well bowled, a little bit closer to the stumps this time. So Sakani, very good third over from him. Just stops the bleeding for now. And after 3 overs, end of the power play, it's 43 for 3.
Yeah, interesting start. Good power play, though, for Ghent. However, they've lost 3 wickets, and that's going to be the difference. Where Liège were 30 for 1, they were able to keep building throughout the innings, losing wickets more in those middle overs. But yeah, 3 wickets already down. Losing a wicket and over just goes to show. Sometimes not every single ball has to go for a boundary, even though it is quick pace, quick T10 cricket. But these two just need to build a partnership now. If these two can stay out there until sort of the 5th or 6th over, then you can go big. They're ahead of the run rate already, as we spoke about. It's now 11 and over required from here on in. So it'll be interesting to see. But it's going to be Nishan Singh is going to bowl us into the 4th hit.
Yeah, let's see what he can do with the ball. Having his first bowl in ECN cricket. Just gets one knocked down the ground. So it's fielded down there by Mount Masi.
Pretty busy.
Yeah, so now you feel like that good over gives the fielding side Liège a bit of momentum going into the middle overs now. They can keep the batters down a little bit here. In particular, you can see that Sierra Mullet Kell, 3-dot balls. Not brimming with confidence so far. It's a better shot though, just eases it down, but they've got a fielder down there. Will he be able to do something about it? He thinks about handing it off, then decides to throw it himself. Yep. Still good running. They get back for a couple.
Good shot. Lent on it. Just pushed it into the leg side. We'll come back for that second, so he won't mind. That gets off the mark. That'll release a bit of nerves. Calm himself down a little bit. Obviously, first time in front of the cameras. It is a big factor, being in front of the cameras on a bit of a bigger stage. It's not quite like rocking up on a Sunday, playing a bit of village cricket, then running back. Yeah, so this is a big opportunity to make a name for himself here for Mullet Kell.
This is driven, and it's fielded very well. Well, that's a high standard. It's going to give away a run, but it sends a signal not to muck around. In fact, the batter did well to get back to the non-strikers end in time.
Yeah, really good from him. Look at this one. Clean pickup, straight in. Doesn't give him any moment to breathe. just gets down in time. It would have been a bit close.
That was brilliant fielding, though, got to say. Hamza Minas, captain, is the man. He just released that so quickly after picking it up. That will be a run.
This is a good start for Singh so far.
Back to Majid Ali. He's 7 off 5.
Now, I know we spoke about football teams. Did you watch the Man United game yesterday?
I didn't, actually, because I was catching up on ECC, but continue the good form.
Yeah, 3-1 win.
Yeah. This is dragged to the leg side for one. Yeah, I'd love to watch more sport live. I tend to have to just catch the scores after the fact a lot of the time now. Such are the time constraints, I suppose.
The joys, the joys, the joys. No, thank you to everyone for contributing in the chat. Nice to see that Archie's in there. Stephen as well. Good morning to you. Mandrake as well. And to everyone else getting involved. Do go ahead. Get your thoughts in there.
Pretty full. Probably angling down the leg side.
There's not a lot wrong with that one. I think the only issue there was its impact for me looked possibly outside leg, and it looks if it's going on to miss.
If it's impacting outside leg, it's certainly missing leg. It may have just hit him in line, but yeah, good decision. Easy decision really for the umpire. So say big thank you to our men in black out there, of course, once again. Said Moiz Ali and Said Ali Abbas umpiring for us today. Now, there's no doubt about this one, and it's going to be another Malik Kell that has to go. And what a fantastic piece of bowling that is from Nishan Singh. Gets it full, gets it straight, and the batter swings all around it. 4 wickets down in the first 4 overs. Now it's 48 for 4. Pretty comprehensive stuff.
Yeah, no, really good delivery from him. Straight, full, simple cricket. You miss, I hit, and well, welcome to the Ice Cube.
Yeah, and once again, you see how things can change super quickly. They were off to a flyer, weren't they? I think it was 38 off 2 overs. Suddenly 48 after 4. They're bang on the rate now, but they've been sliding. And now you've got another new batter coming out there. Won't be so easy. That's what we love so much about this T10 format. I tell you what, in a week's time, it'll be international T10 format as well. And that's next level stuff. I mean, I'll be interested to see if a lot of the countries are watching this and kind of taking this approach of basically how you play T10 cricket when you've got these long batting orders.
Yeah, well, it's such a short format, isn't it? T10, you don't get a lot of time. It's only 60 deliveries in the innings. So you really want to see your best batsman go out there and go straight from ball 1, because otherwise you're just wasting time and you just want to keep rotating. But I think Michael here, well, look at this. This is an interesting graphic. I'll let you take us through this one.
Have a look at this. So this is the run rates for a day, for a full day of ECS. So you can see on Saturday, 14.06. It was the fastest scoring day ever, and next best was Austria, and that was back in June. So of course we talked about them playing in the first week of the ECC, and then the other two, funnily enough, are finals days in Romania and Hungary. And so the Romanian one contained the highest chase we'd ever seen, 159, and the highest power play until Saturday.
That took me a moment to realise. It's like being back at school in a maths exam, that was. Yeah. Trying to work out what's going on.
Yeah, trying to work out the decimals. Anyway, so this one's a tight one.
Could be an interesting one. Take a look at the replay. Any bit it's touching it? Oh,
it's wide, I reckon. I don't think so. To be okay, the whole ball has to be inside the tram line when it passes the crease.
Any bit that touches it.
Yeah, if you're touching it.
But that one was certainly a wide.
But I mean, everything's rolling the way of Liege this morning in the last couple of overs. Just still there though. Now he's going to cut and he's going to get just one. For a second there,
by Ibrahim Mikel. He tried to get the brakes on. Almost failed on those brakes. Just a single though.
Did well in the end, I suppose.
Yeah, there's a lot of appreciation for Belgian ball. It's catching on.
Yeah.
It's Belgian ball.
Hello, Stephen Kelk, watching from the Netherlands, which is actually where our crew went, Spring Productions.
Oh, they did. They went for a little adventure.
Tried to get close to the Formula One. Apparently they didn't. But they might have ended up in Zuidvoort, which is a kind of beach area just outside Amsterdam. We've got some friends there actually that run some accommodation. Everywhere. If you ever need to go there, I'll set you up, Charlie. Shot. This is going to be 4, no doubt about it this time, and it's pretty comprehensive shot really from Mahinda Deepak Bali first up. Again, it's just a length ball. He has the hand straight through it, and well, no one was stopping that.
No real foot movement, but yet again, it's another batsman who gets off the mark with a boundary. This time it's the wicket keeper, Mahinda Deepak Bali. Gets off the mark. Nice shot. Yeah, just flowing the hands through it there. But yeah, no, so they went to Amsterdam. I didn't really leave my room. Proper young teenager
I saw
vibe.
you once yesterday and you were collecting food from the driver.
Yeah, it was one of those days.
You're going to have those days sometimes.
Yeah, it's Sunday. I'm allowed to. Apparently, I'm the Namibia coach now.
Namibia. Oh.
I'm hearing everything.
Keep on dreaming. This is, well, miscommunication. Or probably fine, but close. Let's have a look here. Have a look at this. It was more of a fall than a dive, probably is what I'd say. And the ball comes in. Yeah, he's all right.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, the dive probably saved him there.
Yeah, it's a good dive, really. I thought it's a better dive on the second time around. Is it up in the air?
Dive. Yeah, as soon as there's a bit of the bat in there, that's fine.
Yeah, he's good. Survives.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't. Namibia's they've done really well the last couple of years, so I don't mind. Wouldn't mind taking that on. I think it's conclusive enough though, so he will survive.
Yeah.
That's Deepak Bali. So dot ball in the end.
Mandrake's put in an extension. BelgiumBall.com/entertainment.
/.
Good fielding though.
Fielding's been really good.
Because the keeper didn't have to do too much. I mean, direct hit might have been interesting there.
It would have been close, but he survives. So this is again, just dragging them back here. That rate's now raced up to nearly 13 and over. We started at 11. Well, started at 12, then dropped down to 11. Now we've gone up to 13.
Yeah.
So it's just ebbing and flowing between the two teams. But I think wickets are the issue for Ghent. Losing 1 and over so far. So if they can just keep the bowlers quiet, then they won't mind that. Last ball here for Sarkani.
Oh, gets one off the bottom of the bat. This will take some chasing. In fact, it'll go for 4. We'll have no idea how he got it there, but he managed to. A bit of a lucky one. They got past the 50 in that over, and now at the halfway point, they are 57 for 4. So just falling behind the rate required for the first time during that over.
Yeah, no, but that boundary will certainly help proceedings. Deepak Bali moves to 8 off of just 3. So not the end to the over that Sarkani would have wanted. So he finishes with 9 off it. And there you go. That's the story so far. Wickets falling all around. Mohammad Ashad, the first delivery of the innings. He went for a golden duck. And then, well, Ahmed Malik Kal, he looked really promising.
Yeah.
I thought he'll be upset the way he got out.
Yeah. No, it's early days, I suppose. But let's just see. It'll be a test of their middle and lower order, really, if they're going to get here, if they're going to get to the target here, Ghent. Question about how many sixes have there been so far in this tournament?
Well.
I can tell you exactly. Do you want to know how many there have been?
Then.
Adding the ones. Well, there were 13 in the first innings of the day, right? And
that was a par score as well.
So we've actually had 340.
Wow.
340 sixes. This isn't one of them. Dragged. Falconola comes into the attack now and over number 6.
340.
340
bang on. That's incredible. That's incredible.
So as you know, that would be what? 2,040 runs in sixes alone.
Already worked that out.
I know you're on top of that.
I already got it.
Hope that's right, actually. Offside. This time won't be a run. Sends him back. Yeah, look, one of the things that I think this slightly shorter cover boundary for right-handers has done, it's encouraged them to hold their shape more to balls that have been outside the off stump as well, to not try and drag everything to leg. And this is where he goes this time, and it will go all the way. Maximo! Well, case in point there, you see the fielder, Ibrahim Kal, he was hunting it, but it was just around him. And yeah, well, the hat flies one way, the ball flies the other.
He tries to throw the hat at this one.
Did he actually try and throw the hat, did he?
I think he did.
No way.
I think he tried to.
Is it deliberate? No.
I don't know, you know.
You think so?
What's the penalty if it does? Is it 5 runs?
Yeah, it is.
Plus the 6 if it goes all the way?
Yeah, well.
Or, I don't know.
I'll tell you. This is going to go leg side this time. And, well, it's going to be gone. So 6 and out for Deepak Bali as he gets one away over cover, but this one doesn't carry the fielder. So again, looked like they were rebounding, but they've lost another key batter there, and the score now 64 for 5.
Just going for one too many again. Just struggling again to keep momentum. They had a wicket. Well, take a look at this one. I think he's.
I don't think he would have thrown it. I think he's run, and at the start of that run, the hat's come off. It's just flown in the air.
No.
You saw
honestly,
it. You saw it with your eyes.
I'm being deadly serious.
You saw it live?
I'm being genuinely serious.
Well, here's the thing. If that happens, the instant that the ball hits the hat,
this one was a wicket,
5. But what it would be is the ball is re-bowled as well.
Oh, okay.
That's the penalty. Because someone told me, because I said that's crazy that you get another ball, but they're saying, well, imagine if you need 6 to win and somebody just throws their hat at it. I'm like, well, why would they do that? Well, why would they do this as well? It's 2 and 2. And how about this? Here's Falkenall. It's bringing it. And he's setting the stump scattering here. So he's on a hat-trick suddenly. And Leash, after putting a pass score on the board, they're looking the goods at the moment, 64 for 6.
Yeah, unfortunately, the eccentric helmet isn't gonna get him into a form, so he has to go for a golden duck. And how many times have we had an opportunity at a hat-trick?
Yeah, several.
Look at this one. Just full and straight, simple cricket. You miss, I hit.
Wasn't mucking around, was he?
Nope.
Nungulate.
When do they ever? It's Belgian ball. What do you expect?
Belgian ball is happening in front of your very eyes. Let's pick out a name there. How about Daniel Eckstein? He's in the Austria squad. Big Daddy. Had Big D on his shirt. Some guys remember that from Austria.
I remember that, actually. I remember watching that.
Vienna CC. Yeah.
So,
watch out for the Big D.
Hat-trick opportunity for Falkenall.
Got a feeling about this one.
You do?
I don't know. Maybe you've just lured me into it. All that.
What have I done?
Hat-trick chat.
What have I done?
He said there's been all these opportunities, which is true.
That is true. There's been loads of 2 and 2s, but we haven't quite got the 3 and 3.
It's going to be Saif Rahman who's going to bowl it. Hussein Falkenall is on a hat-trick. Will he be added to the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, what a good over this has been thus far. 2 for 7 so far. Opportunity to take a third.
Tala said Nick Craig's hat-trick was the best. Well, only because it took about 3 or 4 minutes for the umpire to give the LBW. Everyone had been completely silent, then he gave it out. Good decision, though. All right, here we go then. Rahman to face up to the hat-trick ball. Last ball of the 6th. Pretty good ball. No, it won't be a hat-trick. Almost a run-out. So Rahman doesn't score. Majid's watched the whole thing from the other end, basically. He's only faced 10 balls in the first 6 overs. And after those 6 overs, it's 64 for 6.
Yep, certainly is. Well, Kaibe is saying that it looks like Ghent have blown this run chase. But you never know in ECS. And I'll also add to that, you never know in Belgium.
Yeah.
Because the amount of number 11s that have come out and hit 30s and 40s, it's been something I've never seen before.
Yeah, but look, I'm going to show you by 2 over increments what they've scored. Okay, they scored 38 off the first 2 overs, they scored 10 off the next 2 overs, and they've scored 16 off the next 2 overs. So really, a lot of the scoring happened early, and yeah, since then it's been pretty tough going, to be honest.
It's not easy out there. Doesn't look like the runs are flowing as much as they were in the first week.
Anyway, here's Ibrahim Kell, who's going to come back. He was the one that actually went for 17 in the first, but that was after picking up a wicket first ball. Welcome to Belgium. Here he is, bowling to Majid. And he gets a little French cut that goes under the keeper, and he just wasn't able to get low enough. Bit like me in a limbo contest. Struggled when it got down to ground level, and that's 4 runs to start the 7th.
It's not going to help proceedings. This one, just trying to get a glove on this one. Doesn't able to quite get anything on this one. It races away, and it's another 4 that flows through the keeper.
Poor Harjot, the keeper.
He's just not having a good day.
He's got the case of the Mondays, doesn't he, at the moment? Proper case of the Mondays.
Could be worse places to spend Mondays there. You're going to have a nice Monday next week.
Yeah, well, this is a pretty nice Monday. I mean, we're expecting 31 degrees today. It's very pleasant. Very pleasant.
You've got some interesting trousers on as well.
Got the white trousers on.
It's always dangerous, especially with lunch.
Did I mention they gave me a bib? I think I did, at dinner last night. Swing and miss here.
The spaghetti lovers? Or spaghetti friends?
It was spaghetti for friends, it's called.
That's what it's called. Sorry.
It was good. I went spaghetti with extra sauce, extra meatballs, extra cheese. I was pretty hungry by the time the waffles had worn off, about 8 or 9 o'clock.
I was going to say.
Yeah. That's very nice. Of course, I was spit sport in Italy with the pasta. You know what I'm saying? That's a good shot. Times it really well. Fielder gets a bit of a Tortuga. That's going to end up over the boundary. That's 4 runs. So look, the fielder does what he thinks is the right thing, and he gets very low. But I mean, what happens here is he can't deal with this last bounce, which actually jumps on him a fair bit. See, and actually it's sideways. So I don't know how much I blame the fielder there. Good effort, but not able to keep it in the field of play, and a badly needed boundary for Ghent.
Yeah, no, not quite what he would have wanted after getting there, doing the hard bit, but it's 4 nonetheless. Just keeping this run chase alive at the moment.
So swing and a miss, and yeah, the umpires I think have been very good. Something you might not know about these umpires, forgot to mention as well, Saeed Moiz Ali and Saeed Ali Abbas, they're actually brothers.
Oh, okay, so they are.
I don't think I can remember brothers. Although in Portugal you might have had the Stomans. Did you have a father-son umpiring combination at one point?
We did. That was really cool actually for me. I think that was the first one ever.
This is another one that I think, look, they've been consistent on these. It's a very tight call. Bowlers seem to be getting a little bit more leniency on those ones that may have just flirted with the line.
Yeah, no, that's again another example, but single delivery left.
You can't do much with this one either. So he's just struggling at the moment. He's lost 6 partners as well, Mudgett. So far, after 7 overs, the score is 72 for 6. And he had a dramatic turnaround. I mean, they've scored more runs in the first 2 overs than they scored in the next 5, basically. This is what we've got coming up in match 26. It's the second match of the day. And again, once again, they've won the toss and elected to field. So obviously, you know, they're electing to chase again. Don't know if they've been weighed down by the pressure of the chase or whether they just haven't really been able to deal with a lot of the bowling options of Liege. But, I mean, Liege, if they can finish this one off, they'll be feeling a lot better, especially if they can knock Ghent off again here on a Monday morning. So join us, maybe a little bit. In fact, I'm pretty sure we will be delayed in that game. It should start 15 minutes later than stated there, so it should be 10:45 local. Anyway, this is going to be 6 to start the oval. Don't count him out yet. Rahman gets off the mark with a bang. Maximo! 6 runs to Ghent.
Yeah, nice shot. Steps away. We saw it a couple of times in that first innings, giving himself a little bit of room. One of the hardest shots to play in cricket, and it's a nice shot. 6 more to the total. Yeah, no. So I have to have a word with Corey because he's taken away one of our informed batsmen and informed bowlers for our last home league game in Spain at the end of this week.
Let me guess. Ravi?
No.
No?
No. Not in that squad, is
Oh,
he?
yeah, Ravi's not in the squad, of course. Oh, no, it'd be Tom then, right?
Yeah, so Tom
and
the bowler.
Adam?
And Adam.
Yeah.
So I'm now trying to
Conspiracy.
work out if I can fly back, because we fly early on that Sunday.
Yeah.
Game kicks off at, I think, 11 a.m. So it's an hour drive from Alicante to La Manga.
Need a player?
Ah.
Gone. Another one goes down. Rahman 6 and out now. And Ghent, well, if they can pull it out from here, they're real magicians. They're 78 for 7 with a quarter of the innings left.
Yeah, no, good delivery. That one, again, nice and full, right on the money. Look at this one, right in the block hole. It's difficult to get underneath that one. Just plays down the complete wrong line. He has to go, and it's another wicket to fall.
When you show too much of the furniture, occasionally you're going to have it damaged. That's exactly what happened to Rahman on that occasion. So a disappointment for him. It's hard to see a way out of this now. They're going to need some tail end heroics, aren't they, if they're going to pull this one off Ghent on ECS debut.
So you're flying to Malaga, though, aren't you?
Yeah.
So it's not. I don't think it's really.
Probably a bit of a busy day for me,
Yeah,
actually.
I was going to say.
I like the theory of it.
Thoughts.
I think I'm just itching to get a game. I think I've been watching for a bit now.
Say, yeah.
Played a bit of indoor cricket when I had some vacation.
Oh, did you?
I haven't. Yeah, when
How'd
I was
it go?
back in Australia, it was nice. And probably play a couple of the tour games, maybe. Yeah,
No
around the
cameras on you,
ECC for Costa del Sol. So yeah, hopefully we run into some touring sides. A lot of them do come down from England, especially.
Yeah. No, that's a. Well,
So
I
that's
think
great.
I might be touring there at the end of October.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Nice.
Getting involved. So it really is sort of now or never for Ghent, isn't it? Look at that. That required run rate is now up towards 16, nearly
Yeah,
17 and
it's
over.
Amazing considering the start they had. Anyway, Falconer's got 3 wickets now. And he almost has 4. It's one of the all-time great swings. Anna Khan gets off the mark. Very first ball. And they need boundaries from somewhere. Not sure where this one came from. but it'll count. 4 runs.
I think he should go and buy a lottery ticket, because that, if he doesn't get a little nick on that one, that is all 3 stumps out of the ground.
Like he should be batting in a neck brace if he's going to swing that hard, really. It's a big whiplash risk. But Anakan, not a bad weight. Start his ECS batting career.
But yeah, no, so I'm trying to work out if I can land from Brussels into Alicante, then drive from Alicante down to La Manga, and start on time.
What time's the game start?
11. Flight 6:55. It could be tight.
Will be. Well, gets more of the middle of the bat on this one now. Anakan. More fielded down there by Munawa.
Just a single.
Feeling pretty confident now, I think, Leash. Went pretty close to Beveridge a couple of times, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Not far off. Yuvraj saying, Charlie, you bowler or batsman? I am a batsman.
You've been making a few runs as well.
Yeah, a little bit.
Toot your own horn a bit.
No, I'm not tooting my own horn.
It's no pantsing Jeremy Kyle on the golf course at age 12, but I mean, been going all right. Well, it goes after this, and this will be touch and go as well. The fielder is back and he'll catch it. So that's 8 wickets down now, losing a wicket and over. Just every time you think they get a little bit of a mini rebound, they lose a wicket. Now this is the man that's been there the whole time so far, Majid Ali, who has to go. And he'll go for 18. The score is 83 for 8 after 8 overs.
Just goes to show, it's what I mentioned. I've mentioned about 25 times now. If you lose wickets in that power play, it makes the chase or the setting of a total 10 times harder, because your middle order are going to come in and they're going to have a big question to answer. And it just seems like the pressure's been a little bit too much. They've lost a wicket and over, as you said, and that just goes to show that sometimes you just need to play a little bit more conservative in that first 3 overs and then go big from there.
Yeah, also, I mean, choosing to chase. I mean, having said that, Laj looked pretty good chasing. I mean, they almost chased 147, so maybe that plays on your mind as a captain as well. Rehan Faiz obviously is elected to chase as well in the second game. And look, could have all been very, very different. I mean, you look at sliding doors moments. I mean, Omid Malik Kell hit 3 boundaries and then drilled the next ball straight to deep cover. He could have easily gone on and scored a lot more runs, it looked like. But at the moment, Kent need a minor miracle. Here's a guy, it's got to be the old Clive Lloyd about his batting style. Anyway, throws pretty much the kitchen sink at this, and it's into the gap. It's going to be 4. Well, that'll do. Starts the 9th over. Anakan with another boundary, and he certainly has shown that attacking intent. Again, it's a sign we've seen from pretty much everybody here in Belgium.
Yeah, no, well, I think he threw a little bit more than kitchen sink. That might have been the whole house that he's thrown at that one. That's gone. He's almost almost dislocated his shoulder as well. But he moves on to 9 off 3. Needs a few more, though.
Yeah, need a big over, don't they, here? Running out of time, running out of resources. He's joined by Zahid Durrani out there. And they think about a second, but again, you can't really risk a run out here either. It's your 9 out, and you're really on your last legs. So Durrani coming out at number 10, gets his opportunity. Let's see if he can do something. I mean, probably got to get it down to below 20. To do that, you need kind of 14 off 4. Something like that. 13, 14 off 4. Well, steps across, makes a definite move, but can't get any bat on it. So a dot ball.
Yeah, that's gold dust, isn't it? And look at this one. Big step across. That's actually really good delivery from Singh. Follows him all the way across. And good umpiring as well. He knows the profile's changed, especially when it's changed that dramatically.
Yeah, I mean, that was a dramatic movement, so it makes it a bit easier for the umpire. Steps across and smacks this. Fielder is interested, but he can't hold on to it. That's Munawa down there, who I suppose saves the boundary. That's probably more important at this stage, but could have been a 9th wicket.
Yeah, big opportunity to take another wicket there. Try and get into that. Try and bowl them out here, which will put a bit of a downer on the game, more so than what could be an eventual loss for Ghent. But yeah, so that's a bit of an uncharacteristic drop from here in Belgium.
Not a full straight delivery. It's good bowling, really. Nishan Singh, again, no chance of a second. So this game's just fading away now, it seems, Ghent. Again, it's always a bit tough when you're late to the party, isn't it? Everyone else has had a couple of games. Ghent have to come in as the 5th side in Group B. I suppose they've got more games ahead of them. That's something they can look forward to as well. It's something at least don't have as many of after their 2 losses on Saturday. Last ball of the 9th. Steps across, gets a bit of bat on this, but once again, field's well set. It's been a good position, I think, down there. That's Afzal Masih. does the fielding. End of the over, and pretty much out of sight now for Ghent, who are 91 for 8 after 9 overs.
Yeah, no, just struggling, aren't they, Ghent? So it's going to be a big ask if they can win this game from here on in. 29 needed off of that last over. But again, it just shows, doesn't it? Wickets, constant wickets for Liège has really kept them in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we didn't see constant wickets in the first half. Well, it's a good time for us to just give you some of our social media information as well. Of course, you can join us at European Cricket on Instagram, Facebook and Twitter, as well as our YouTube channel. I see we ticked over another 1,000 in the last few days. Wasn't sure, up to 308,000 now. So
it's 1,000 a week,
expect a bit of a boost as well, I suppose, during the ECC normally. But yeah, TikTok, Josh, everything there. Telegram channel, get involved. See some of the best bits. There's been lots of them. Anyway, Girardi swings and misses, and then kind of goads the keeper into throwing. But is well home there. Just a reminder, the next match starting 15 minutes behind the scheduled start time. Bit of a fake run, but then was safely back before the keeper broke the stumps. Dragged away by Girardi. The problem is, I suppose, his tactics have been repetitive, haven't they? They haven't really worked for him so far. Yeah,
no, just trying to step across almost every single delivery and hoik it into that leg side. It was yet again another shot off the toe. And good intent, though, from Liège. Even though they pretty much won this game, they were still rumbling in.
Smacked. And that's 6. Well, can't. We're swinging so hard. If he gets it near the middle, it's going to travel. And that one does. Maximo! 6 again. And certainly, I would say, they've got plenty of guys that can swing it. And this is a good shot.
Yeah, well, it's in his favour, isn't it? He's been trying to go into that leg side. And the left-handed batsman, when you've got Adventure Island keeping that boundary down to less than 50 metres, it certainly helps. It's a lovely shot. Yeah. 6 more. A little bit too late, though.
Left-handers should be loving this pitch position, this batting position. Anyway, 22 off 3. Even 3 sixes now won't be enough, but yeah, certainly
no ball could possibly change it.
Yeah, just we almost saw 11 off the last ball to win the other day, didn't we, with a no ball 6? Just really loads up and uncoils. Gives it everything again. This time it's hanging in the air. Should be caught, and it will be. So it will be a 9th wicket. That's Mara on my seat that will take the catch. And brave effort from Anakan. But he's going to go for 17 and 9 wickets down now. The score is 98 for 9.
Yeah, that tail end just trying to waggle is the tail. But again, a little bit too late really, isn't it, for Ghent. So they will now fall to 98 for 9. 2 deliveries remaining. So what needs to change for them in this next game?
I think it's the story of both sides actually haven't batted as well as they would have wanted. Again, they've had nobody in this innings, Ghent, that's gone to 20. The top score in this entire game is 20.
Okay.
And that was 20 not out in the first innings from a guy that batted 9, Guman Ali. So, yeah, top order needs to stick around longer. Arshad, okay, we didn't see much of him. He was out first ball. That'll happen. Omid Malik Kel, he was a big loss, I think, because he played 3 really nice shots and then found a way to get out. This is in the air as Ramadzai gets a bat. So we've seen all 11 batters for Ghent. And he'll get a run here, takes him up to 99 for 9. So, yeah, so that's basically what it is.
Getting that front leg out of the way. Saw that in Group A, didn't we? From Rahimi, getting that front leg, winding up.
I don't think there's been a lack of intent here. I don't think you can criticise them of that. So, I mean, it's probably just they've haven't been able to get enough away. This will be the last ball of the game. Should take them to the 100. So it's not a bad effort at all. But when you consider that they were 38 after 2 overs, in the next 8 overs, they would only be able to get 62. So that's less than 8 and over. And it wasn't quite enough as Liège hold on. 119 stands up. First game of the day. Once again, batting team having a lot of success in first games of the day here in Belgium. It's Liège 119. Ghent 100. And that is the end of match 25 in this FanCode European Cricket Series.
Yeah, Liège will eventually take the victory by 19 runs. And don't forget, we will be coming back in around about 15 minutes bang on, as there is a delay to this game due to the delayed start earlier on in match 25. But match 26, Ghent will go ahead and bowl first, which is an interesting choice there. But again, I'll be looking forward to seeing the likes of Sir Malik Kelt and also Omid Malik Kelt at the top of the order. He will be unhappy with the way that he got out. I think if him and Ryan Faiz looking early on here, if they can really stay in for a considerable amount of time, they could possibly take the game away from Liège. But Liège will be happy. They get their first win on the board. And don't forget, that little discount, 1 point for every single player. It's still on on fantasy, so go ahead, get involved if you can. We can go ahead and take a look at the highlights of this innings, and it was a really good start, wasn't it? A wicket off of that first ball. That was a great catch from the man. He was running back, turned around, did a full 360 and took the catch. Good work from Harun Sakani to remove Mohammad Ashad. And then what it brought Ryan Faiz to the crease. He went well early on, didn't he? 19 off of just 7. Some nice boundaries into that leg side. But look at that, textbook cover drive. High elbow, doesn't get much better than that for Malik Cow. And he went 4-4, and unfortunately it wasn't meant to be for that 4th delivery. 4-4-4 wicket. That was a no ball in that over as well. So there was plenty to happen in that first over with a wicket and also 4 boundaries. 21 off of that second over. Guman Ali trying to carry on his form with the bat in hand. This time ball in hand, didn't quite come off, did it? But again, excellent catch from Umabat to remove the dangerous skipper Ryan Faiz. And now that was really the downfall for Ghent. The demise was the loss of constant wickets. There was good contributions from a handy couple of batsmen, the likes of Malik Kel, Ryan Faiz and Majid Ali, alongside Anar Khan as well. It just goes to show when the high score in the entire game is just 20, coming off of a man who batted at number 9, something just didn't click for both teams with bat in hand. But there were some nice shots again, this time from Deepak Bali. He looked pretty comfortable at the crease, but again, just going for one too many. And well, that was a good dive, wasn't it, from the wicket-keeper, who will have the gloves again in that next game. But look at that, a number of runs behind square. And then that was a lovely shot. The hat was trying to get a hand on it, but eventually the next ball, very next ball in fact, that was the wicket. That was the issue for Ghent. The wicket falling after a lovely shot, mostly for a boundary. And well, there were some sneaky boundaries as well. This one getting through Harjot Singh, who will be disappointed with his performance in this game, don't get me wrong, but I back a man with the amount of talent he has to come back and come back strongly in the game in around about 10 minutes or so. But look at this again. Well, that man swung from the hip, didn't he, Anar Khan? So much so he almost needs a trip to the hospital. He might have dislocated a shoulder or two. But there were again some nice catches by Leisure. I think credit where credit's due. They bowled and fielded well. They didn't put much down. I think it was just the one drop catch that was at long on. But again, just shows, doesn't it? You can field a team. That was it at long off, in fact. It was unfortunate for Manoir, but wasn't going to cost them too much in the end. So they will take victory by 19 runs here in match 25 of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium. But again, just elements of pure brilliance. Great fielding from both teams, in fact, but it will be Leeds who will tip the top at the end of the first game here on a lovely Monday morning. But I can take you through the scorecards. We take a look at Ghent's batting scorecard, and that just goes to show a highest score of 20 in the game. Just shows wasn't quite the start to the morning that we would have expected. Still some a plenty high amount of boundaries and maximums as well. But yeah, just wickets falling at the wrong times, really, averaging exactly a wicket and over. But take a look at the bowling scorecard, and there were some really good efforts. You know, the likes of Falconer at 4 for 18 off of his 2 overs, just keeping Legion in the game, and eventually would have taken them into victory. But also Nishan Singh, 1 for 13 off of his 2 overs. Again, just nice and economical, apart from probably Guman Ali. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back in around about 10-15 minutes or so, as these two teams will battle out again here in match 26 coming your way, as you are watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium, alongside myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, here on the European Cricket Network.
Hello and welcome back to Belgium, and we are one match into a 4-match day here on day 7. It's the first day of week 2 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Now we will continue, and it will be the return leg of the double-header between Liège and Ghent. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. It's match 26. Stefan Gooch is with the two captains.
Okay, Liège to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's tails. Okay. Good luck, guys. Have a good game.
Thank you, sir.
Cheers.
Best of luck.
All the best.
So it is Ghent that win the toss for the second game consecutively, and they will bowl again. So, I mean, it kind of worked for them in the first game as far as keeping Liège down to a par score, but we saw how that worked out with their batting. But look, I'm looking forward to seeing them again work their way into the series. Liège, again, they're a side which have a lot of talent and they can bat all the way through. I think that's something that we're seeing all the time with these Belgium sides. In fact, all 10 sides we've seen so far have a lot of promise with the bat, and they've got lots of options as far as who they can send in when. So I'm looking forward to the second game of the day. Charlie Hunt will take you through the first bit of this one. Same story with the toss in match 26, Charlie. It's Ghent who've won the toss. They're going to field. Over to you. Let's get the game started.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Welcome back, everyone tuning in around the world here on the European Cricket Network for match 26 here of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium. That's where we are here in Mechelen, the Vrijbo Cricket Ground. It's an excellent place to play cricket. It's been an absolute run fest so far. And boy, oh boy, what a start to the morning we had. It was an interesting affair, wasn't it? But that, before we go into that, this is what I can tell you about the lineups there. So again, names that I'm looking forward to seeing are the likes of Malik Kjell for Ghent with the bat in hand. I think he could be a real crucial element of their defence there. And look at this one there. There's a new man coming in here, Faisal Khalik. Interesting to see how he goes about things. Looking forward to seeing him in the second innings. An interesting bit of information about Faisal is he played for Ostend CC 2 years ago. So it'd be interesting to see how he goes for Ghent this time around. But there you go. Going to have to change that debut at the bottom to the first loss for Ghent. But they'll be looking to come back stronger. Expected scores, well, Liège bang on 119 in that first game. But this time expected to be around a similar area, 120. But those runs against are the issue for Liège. Obviously, they came up against a very strong Beveren side where they did concede 120 and 146 runs consecutively. So that's why their average runs is pretty high. But again, this is going to be interesting, isn't it? After losing by only a handful of runs, it was only a loss by 19 runs in that first game of a nice Monday morning here. And look at that. That's where we are. You can just see, no surprise, after a pretty long dry spell here in Belgium, and not only here, but also all around Europe. We've seen on our European summer adventure, started off in Italy, there were dry grounds everywhere. And again, I went out even in Portugal for that night series over a month ago. That was probably the greenest I've ever seen some elements of grass. They were pretty lucky to have a nice sprinkler system at that area in time. But we're going to see Ghent are going to be trying to keep Liège here to a minimum as they will be batting first. But again, bowling first is an interesting choice, isn't it? How many times did we see in that first week Group A action where you go ahead and bat first, you put a decent total on the board, that scoreboard pressure just ends up proving to be a little bit too much. But it'll be interesting to see how they go about things. And it is going to be a change here. So I'm looking forward to this one. It'll be interesting. Looks like we're going to start with a bit of action here for match 26. So it will be Faisal Khalik, the man who comes in, formerly of Ostend CC. He's going to be opening the bowling here for Ghent. So he comes into this game. And just a pause in waiting for that clock to tick over to the 11:15 mark. But again, a huge thank you for everyone tuning in, whether it be on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in India. Good morning to all of you. Good afternoon, possibly, wherever you are in the world. And we are going to be able to get things underway here in match 26. And a huge thank you to everyone in the chat. Do go ahead, get involved. Massive unique aspect of the ECN is that there's a direct link of communication. And it will be Faisal Khalik who will get us underway here in match 26 here in Belgium. Starts with a shorter delivery, and this has gone high. It might be handsome, and it will be long. And this looks like it might go all the way. Good start to the game, no matter what this is for Liege. It's a bit of a hook shot, really. It gets a serious amount of height on this one. And where does this drop for me? That's over the boundary. So that's going to be 8-6 to start. A really good start for Liege. And this time, well, Vinny was asking the question, will we see Hadajot sitting at the top? We won't. It's going to be a good start for Masir there. Wow, and this is going to be 6 and out for that man. So Masir, he got a really good start, didn't he? A nice shot into the leg side for 6. This time, wider delivery on the offside. Gets a bit of a bottom edge. Look at this one. That was a real clear, loud snick. I think everyone knew. And he was quick to make his way back to the 10. So he has to go for just 6. And first wicket falls, 6 for 1. Good comeback from Faisal Khalik, as he got a little bit of tap for that first delivery, but this one wasn't quite on the money. But he'll take it though. He'll take a wicket. First wicket in this tournament. Just a slight bottom edge, wasn't it? Good take by Mahinda Deepat Bali. It's one of the simpler catches he'll probably take, but still have to take it nonetheless. So Faisal Khalik will get his first wicket here in the tournament. So Umar Butt comes to the crease, coming in at number 3 here. So still no Hadajot, and I think they can't really have too many arguments, really. Just struggled in that first game, so maybe just hold him back, see what he can do. But we're going to see a man who didn't quite, again, get off to an amazing start. He went for 9 off of just 4 in the first game, Umar Butt, but he's coming in at number 3. Again, probably a little bit earlier than he would have wanted. And he starts and starts well. This is going to be 1 bounce and 4 runs. A lovely shot again to get off the mark. This time, bit of a punch down. It could be an opportunity here. Let's have a look at this one. And bounces just inside. So it is good shot again from Amir Butt. Nice way to get off the mark. 4 runs. It's going to be 4 again to the total. And again, goes for a similar shot. This time isn't given as much width, doesn't give him the space. Good comeback again from Khalik. He's going for the shorter option. We haven't seen a fuller delivery yet. I think that's what I'd like to see now. He's got 2 deliveries left. So I think if he can chuck a Yorker in there, ask a couple of questions. He's pushing it for a bit of pace, is Khalik. Just wants to ask a few questions, I think. But no, welcome back to everybody in the chat. I can see Archie in there. I can see Mandrek as well, talking about the hosebike pan as well. Shorter again, this time. Doesn't quite find the middle, but it will go all the way yet again. And this time it's 6 more. And it is also 6 for that man again. Great stuff from Umar Butt. He's now 10 off of just 3. Again, plays it in front of him, so he's trying to go in front of square. He was eyeing up down the ground. And he gets enough on this one, and it sails away for another boundary. Needs to finish tidy here, does Khalik. This time it is fuller, but it's a slot delivery, and it will get punished. And it will be 1 bounce and 4 more. And what an end to the over. 20 from it, still getting that wicket though. But Liege, they'll be happy with the start. They've got 20 for 1 after the first over. Well, that one, upon reflection, has just touched the rope on the way through, or the line, if anything. So, in fact, it will be 22 for 1 after the first over. But there we go. The countdown is getting closer and closer. We're a week away from that first bit of action in the ECC, the European Cricket Championship. 7 days to go. Look at this one. We'll take one more look before we carry on. Just touching the bit of the line there. Look at this one. Right, bounces on it. That puff of dust there gives us the answer we need. So 6 to the total. So Umar Butt races along, 16 off of 4. But you know, the ECC only 7 days away, so that gets underway tomorrow or next Monday. But again, before we get there, we've got plenty of cricket still to come. We've got 6 days left of action here in Belgium before a select few run away, make their way towards Malaga, Khartoum, and that will get us underway on that Monday. But it's going to be Malik Kal to get us underway here, and he starts with a big wide, and this is going to go a long way. It evades the diving Mahinda Deepak Bali, and it's going to be 5 wides to start. And not even the outstretched arm of Deepak Bali is going to cut that off. Have to be a very, very tall man to get anything on that one, and it's going to start with 5 wides. And he's having a conversation with the skipper, with Ryan Faze. Again, I'd love to have a conversation after this game with Ryan. I'd love to ask the question as to what his thoughts are behind bowling first. Of course, he's stuck with his guns. He's done it again here. So that'll be interesting to see if we can ask that question. But you never know. It might pay off here. Be interesting to see what they can keep Liege down to. But they're going well so far, and that will certainly help proceedings. 27 for 1. Not even a legal delivery being bowled yet in this second over. And it's flicked off the pads. It's a lovely, good-looking shot. But just a single down to Anna Khan. So he will get off the mark straight away with a single, and it brings Butt back on strike, 16 off 4. Again, just proving to be a real force to be reckoned with in the Liege lineup, especially batting-wise. They've still got Harjot Singh yet to come, and boy, oh boy, if he gets going, he's not easy to stop. Butt had a really good first day on Saturday with bat in hand. He'll be looking to try and do it again here. Highest score of 77. And this one will be a wide. This one is an interesting one because it looked as if it jagged back a little bit off the seam. So good. We'll take another look. Starts wide and touching that line. So it's a good call, really, from the umpire. Like that. Good work. Any bit of the ball that's touching it should be called. There's a lot of talk about some of the kits here in Belgium. I like to see it. Gets this one. This is a better line and length, and it will just be a single. Yeah, no. Keep your conversations flowing in the chat. It always is nice to see. Again, always. I know that everyone at the European Cricket Awards is proud to see the community that's being created online, especially. And I know that there's many people that are going to be looking to trying it down to the ECC to support in person. So hopefully those that do enjoy it. And well, I'll tell you who's enjoying his time at the moment. It's Malik Kal. Good comeback. Didn't start the over off well, but this time it's full and straight. And it's going to remove the opener, Meram Masi. He goes for just 1. Second wicket falls Liege at 30 for 2. Good seam position on that one there. Stays full, and Masi is furious with himself. Look at him, he knows he's missed out. And it's so much so. The bat goes on the ground in anguish. He's not happy, look at him. He is not a happy customer. He has to go for just the 1. And the new man comes out to the crease. He's going to have a bit of a job to do. Still 8.5 overs left to go in this innings. They again looking to get around 120. They'll be confident in backing their ability to go ahead and defend a total such as 120. But look at this one, straight and full. Just misses out. He's just gone for the big shot, but he's yorked himself as well. Look at that. That's a serious reaction. He's not happy. But Minawar comes out to the crease. He had a tough time of it on Saturday. He just struggled to get things going, really. But it's ones all round on the back of the shirts of the Liege men out at the moment. Minawar facing his first delivery. Well, what a start that is. Powerfully struck into the leg side. Even so, Karina's there. Watch out, Karina. That's going to be 6 more. And a lovely way to get off the mark for Minawar. Watch this. Bit of a bounce. Kicks up. Right onto the roof of the hut. And it's all the way into the bush. So that looks like it was Harjot Singh. He's got pads on, so he might be coming in soon. He has to go and collect that one. Needs a response. What a shot that is. Down the ground. Textbook cricket shot. High elbow. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Minawar not struggling this time. He's 10 off 2. Look at this. Beautifully struck. Powerful. Down the ground. 4 more. Stand and deliver. Hold the pose, Minawar. It looks good. It's a brilliant shot down the ground. So a single delivery. This has been a big over from Malik Kel. Got the wicket, but again, it's another over that's gone big. 22 off the first, 18 so far off this one. A single delivery left. Only Malik Kel has come down to long off. Fuller again, and will just be a single to end the over. So it doesn't go supersonic, just still 19 off it though. And at the end of the second, Lee's looking pretty comfortable. 41 for 2. So yeah, so that victory for Leeds. That's their first points on the board in Group B after taking 2 losses to Beveren on Saturday. We can take a look at those standings. Here we go. So that victory puts Leeds comfortably in at 3rd so far. Again, obviously only playing that 1 game, so they'll be 2 games down after today. They'll be 4 games down, so they're already halfway through their allotment of games. So they really will be hoping to try and get another 2 points on the board if they can. And they'll just make things a little bit more comfortable for them. But it's going to be... Faisal Khalik is going to continue here. Big over off of his first over. 22 runs. Got the wicket, though. He's got Munawar on strike. And Munawar again, leg side. And it's taken. Really good catch from that man in the deep. Excellent work to watch that all the way. It's that man again, Majid Ali. He's a wizard out in the field. And Munawar, well, his fun comes to an end. He goes for 11, and the 3rd wicket falls Liege, 41 for 3. He'll be disappointed, Munawar. He looked really comfortable at the crease, as he had one of the best shots I've seen down the ground. Didn't go all the way, but that doesn't matter when you play when it looks that good on camera. But he has to go, and the new man comes out. He joins Umar Butt, who is 17 off 5. He's gone well of it as well, but just been starved of the strike the last over or so. But the new man comes out. Azinkel for Canilla. Not quite what I was expecting after he got a duck in that first game. But he comes in now at number 5. Well, don't think this is going to be a duck. It looks like he's going to start with a 6, and he does. This goes a long way. It's gone high, though, but it does have the legs. High off the bat. Doesn't quite find the middle, but he gets enough on it, and 6 more to the total. Good way to get off the mark. Stand and deliver stuff. It's, again, what Vinny called or named bowling machine bowling, really, in Group A. That's just sort of right on the hit. It's in the slot, if anything. It's a different slot, but it's still a slot. Needs a response. That's better. Good comeback, right in the block hole. Toe cruncher. You can't get anything underneath it. You're unlucky if he gets a bit of bat on it and it races away. And good comeback, just a single off it. He's already gone for 29 already, has Khalik. Still got half an over left. And he's got a dangerous Umar Butt on strike now. And he's gone for the fuller option, but it's not full enough. This will be 1 bounce, 4 more. And yet again, sailing over mid-off. It's a slot ball, not full enough. And Umar Butt just stand and deliver. And he says, well, thank you very much. I'll take the boundary. 4 more to the total. So that will bring up the 50 as well. So 52 coming in quick time. Not even 3 overs in. This time, that's better. Much better from Khalik. This is a lower full toss, but it's, again, a delivery that's not easy to get away, and it's a dot ball. He won't mind that. That's a really good comeback. So about 21 off of 7. This time gets it wrong once more, and he gets punished. This time it's flatter, and it's still going to go a long way. Add 6 more to the total. Umar Butt is having some fun out there, and it's a lovely shot. 6 more. And that brings an end to an expensive spell from Faisal Khalik. He goes for 17 off of that over as well. And he finishes with figures that he won't want to look back on. 2 for 39 off of his 2 overs. And at the end of the third, at the end of the power play, 58 for 3 on the board. We've seen some big We've seen some big power plays so far. And we'll add that to the list because 58 for 3, going at 19.3 and over that so far. Skipper, Ryan Faiz. He's going to come on and have a bowl, chucking a little bit of spin in there. He went for 18 off of his single over in the last game. So he's going to want to try and improve on this one. But he's got Forcanella, who I have a feeling might take a liking to this. It is the end of the power play. Making sure the field's just right. Angles being sorted by the keeper. Skipper into the attack. Floated up, down the ground. Hasn't quite got all of this, but it's straight to Malik Kel, who has been exceptional in the field. Again, it will be a man who's disappointed with how he went about things in the previous innings, or in the previous game. Got out the way he did. He looked comfortable at the crease. This time goes 2 full, and this is slot bowling once again. And Umar Butt is looking in fine form. 2 straight from the skipper, and this goes a long way. 6 more to the total. Races into the 30s, 33 off of just 9 deliveries. Looking to go big here. So much so that ball has gone right into the shrubbery. Might be new ball, please. I think it is going to be a new ball needed because that's been lost. No one's going to find that one. But again, big start to the over. 7 off it so far. Tries to drop his length back. Good work. Bowls to his field. That's a really good pickup as well from Mohammad Ashad. That came in pretty quickly, especially on a field that's prone to a couple of tortugas here and there. And again, sensible from Butt. Doesn't need to take any unnecessary risks. Because if he can stay in here, then they could really get to a big total. But that's good from Umar Butt, who, of course, is high up in the Belgian Cricket Federation. Forcanella this time trying to overhit this. But it will be just a single collected by Mahbubullah Ramadzai. But this has been really good batting. Don't get me wrong, the bowling hasn't been quite on the money from Ghent this time, which is interesting because that's what you're relying on, especially if you're going to elect to bowl first. Needs to finish off strongly here. And does. Well, I think there may have been a bit of bad on this one because the keeper was going for the catch on the full. But so much so that it cost the leg by, so it wouldn't even have been a catch if he takes it. So, again, pretty good end to the over, though, from Ryan Faiz. He only goes for 10 off it, and at the end of the 4th, 68 for 3. Good opportunity, even though we've had a few time delays this morning. Always happens on a Monday morning. Huge thank you to Frédéric Constant, our official timekeeper, Swiss Watchmakers, coming right in time for the ECC. And a huge thanks to them. A huge thanks to all of our partners as well. It's an exciting time, exciting period here on the European Cricket Note with the ECC just 7 days away now. I'll be watching that one with close eyes, especially Group A. We spoke about it a lot. Won't go into too much detail, but obviously Ireland, Spain, Austria, Czech Republic and Portugal. So interesting news as well over the last couple of days for all six of those teams. But it will be Mahbubullah Ramadzai. He's going to take us into the 5th over. Again, those 2 overs are crucial for Ghent, and they've done a pretty good job on that 4th over, just 10 off it. And, well, this is going to be right off the toe end. But luckily for them, they have a man on the boundary. Saif Rahman keeps it to just a single. They won't mind that as well. Gets Bud off strike. 35 off of 13. Forcanella just 9 off 5. So they won't mind this. I think if they can starve Butt of the strike and just question his patience, I think is the best way to put it. If they can really dog him down and just keep him at one end, because that's really what you want for Liège. You want your best batsman to face at least half of the deliveries in an innings. Down the ground. Batsman and umpire in the firing line, but it's not going to get through. Malik Kel, good work from Omid. Excellent work as well. Let's look at that projected score. Well, about four deliveries ago, it was up and around 190. It's now dropped to 160, so just goes to show what a couple of dot balls can mean. Well, this could be an opportunity, and it is. Excellent catch from the man in the covers, and Umar Butt, he gets a start, but he has to go for 35, and it's a big wicket to full, and Liège now 70 for 4. Excellent catch in the covers by that man there on your screen. He has to go, and I think that was just a bit of that question of patience coming to light there, as he was starved a bit of the strike, didn't quite face as many as he wanted to at this stage, but he has to go. Really good catch in the end from Mohammad Ashad. Oh, Mohammad Ashad would have had a pretty good view of that one, in fact, because it was the skipper, Ryan Faiz, coming off of a really good over with the ball in hand, only going for the one boundary, 10 off of his over. But this has been good for Ramadzai. 2 conceded, then getting the big wicket of Imam Butt. So the new batsman to the crease. Harjot Singh coming in at number 6, so he's batted at the top of the order, and now coming in the middle of the innings. Boy, oh boy, a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He needs to keep this run rate up, don't they? 70 for 4, with 3 deliveries left until the halfway stage. They're on above par so far. This is just played down, dabbed down to third man. Will just be a single. And I know that I alluded to it a little bit earlier, but Kiani's just dropped a link in the chat. So if you want to read about the Irish ECC team, Cricket Island did publish a really good article explaining their decisions. Well, I tell you what, the man, he won't have to explain anything, because that's a beautiful shot. It's for Kanula. This time takes over now. Continues where Umar Butt left off, and that's a lovely shot. Gives himself room, penetrates the offside. 6 more. Just missing out on a ticket to Adventure Island there. Look at this. Steps outside. Oh, gives himself a bit of room as well. And that one goes a long way. So 6 more to the total. 16 off of 6 for Forcanella. Big improvement on the last game after we went for a 2-ball duck. This is again has been a pretty tidy over, even with that boundary from Ramadzai. Needs to finish off well here. Could do with a dot. It could be an opportunity, but it's eventually well worked by man down there. Keeps it to just a single. Take a look at this one again. Takes a big bounce. Does he put a foot on the boundary? This could be close here. Steps back there, and if we're going off angles, that looks as if he could be on the line. It's just not easy to tell because of the angle. Tough one. Does he jump there? Does he? It's there. That's could be the bit of incriminating evidence there, but there's no massive puff of dust, so it's not easy to turn around and give. So it has been scored as a single. They're still waiting. They're not too sure. I think they do want to go ahead and take another look at this one. So it's just the question as to where he jumps from. I think it's there. That's the key there. For me, I think if I'm going off of angles, if I'm working stuff up, that looks as if it's on the line. Just because it's a little bit of a downslope there, I don't know. But then from there, it's not easy because there is a bit of a dip as it goes towards the boundary, but because there's no puff of white paint, is there? So for me, there's not conclusive evidence to overturn it. So I think it will just be a single. So eventually it is actually pretty good work from the man down there. There's a mixed reaction to that in the chat. But again, it's not an easy call. No conclusive evidence. So it will just be a single to end that over. Skipper continuing here. No question about that one. That's a really good deliberate. That's it's a dot ball. This time, bit of a slot ball for Canella. Can't quite middle it. In fact, he's probably tried to overhit this one. Just a single there. Brings Harjot Singh back on strike. Wild swing, I tell you what. The keeper's confident here. We're going to have to take a look upstairs. Well, the keeper, going off body language, he thinks he's got his man. Let's take a look at this one. Does take a big swing up, and I think he's gone there. And we'll take a look at this one. Where's he taken this here? Look at his gloves. Watch where he takes this. Cool, that could be in front. And I think that might be what saves Harjot Singh here. This could be close. And I think he will survive. So it looks like it is going to be... Will be a no ball as well. So, well, it is a no ball. There you go. So he survives. Harjot Singh, if it wasn't for that being in front of the stumps, then he would have survived. Well, he would have had to go, but unfortunately, well, or fortunately if you're Harjot Singh, he survives, and now he's got a free hit to deal with as well. So not really going in Faiz's favour. And the free hit down the ground should just be a single, and is taken cleanly by Faisal Khalik. It was a slot delivery just off the toe of the bat. Again, Harjot Singh unable to find the middle. Well, I tell you who has found the middle. It's for Canella. That's gone a long way. And, well, what a catch that is. That's Idris of the Mechelen Eagles. Look at that. One-handed grab. And for Canella, he races into the 20s with a lovely shot. 6 more. Take a look at this. So calm and collected. I thought that was out of the ground. One-handed. Bit of style. And, well, this time comes back and it is just a single back down to the ground. But that's really... This was the ball that we missed. Just slapped down the ground for just a single. Brings Singh on strike. And again, can't find the middle of the bat. So it doesn't seem like it's his day, really. Just can't get the ball to find the middle of that bat. And it will be a dot ball to finish. So it's a big over with, again, just 9 off it. So not terrible for Faiz. Obviously missing on that stumping opportunity because it was taken in front of the stump. So it's a no ball in the end. And at the end of the 6th, Liege 88 for 4. You know, good work again from the crew at Spring Productions. Andreas in the box on the director's chair, getting that replay bang on. Looked as if he was going to be gone by a long way. The eagle-eyed would have seen. Was in front of the stump, so he does have to go. So 88 for 4 on the board. 4 overs remaining. Looking around one. What's that run rate now? 145, 46-ish. So looking around 150, I think if they can get up to that total, I think the man who needs to stay there is now for Canella. 25 off 11. Needs to stay in here. It's going to be Saif Rahman. This is a bottom edge straight to square leg. There's a man there. Jamali just keeps it to a dot ball. Good start for Rahman. For Canella again. 25 off of 11. And this is going to be a no ball as well. So, again, not the best of times with the gloves. Look at this one. It's a big full toss and then gets a little bit lazy. He's lucky it doesn't clatter onto the helmet as well. But Mohinder Deepak Bali gets this one all wrong. And as does Saif Rahman. And it'll be 4 off the no ball. So it will be a free hit as well. And things just haven't gone against way this innings, have they? Couple of opportunities have gone and taken ones that have mattered though, but this will be a free hit for Canilla. 25 off of 13 now. Gets a free license. And, well, he's not going to cash in. Excellent bit of work from Anar Khan. Gets the outstretched left-hander. And look at this. Watch this again. Big swing off the toe of the bat. Puts a hand out there, gets a hand on it, stops it dead. So it's just a single. So good work from Anar Khan. Again, fielding has been pretty excellent over this tournament so far. Carrying on into Group B. And this time, gets a bit of a skip over it. Again, will be just another single eventually. A bit of a rare mistake from Amin Malik Kel. So for Canilla, he's now 26 off of 14. Could do with a boundary here. And, well, they might get it. Will it go all the way? Oh, that's really unfortunate for Ramadzai. He did the hard work, he got there and he got a hand on it, but he just wasn't able to keep it in the field of play. And it will be another boundary. Doesn't really matter how you get them as long as it's 4 in the book. And it is going to be another boundary, 4 more. So there's a bit of chat about the Irish squad. There's a younger brother of Ryan Macbeth who will be playing. Well, that is big. Doesn't matter where you are, Idris, because that's going to be out of the ground. 6 more runs. That's huge. And it's that man again for Canilla. That's gone a long, long way. That is big for Canilla. Just stand and deliver cricket, really. Well, there you go. That might be a reason there, because Rahman needs to do his shoelaces up. He also looks from a glance. Look at the trousers as well, because if you look at them quickly, it looks like they're wearing pads. But needs a comeback though. Final delivery here in the 7th. And he does get it. Well, Falconer's asking the question, but was well within the line. So we'll finish with a dot ball. And at the end of the 7th over, Liege 105 for 4. Look we go. So this is still what's left to come here for the rest of the year. Obviously, we've got a huge 5-week tournament, which will be running alongside the ECT10 in Spain. That'll be on the Saturday, Sunday. But the ECC, the European Cricket Championship, Monday to Friday, international T10 cricket, and then T10 domestic cricket with teams from all around Spain competing in that on the FanCode ECT10 on the Saturday, Sunday. But then we go to Croatia for a week. That'll be Rico and Corey. They'll be taking you through the weeks play in Croatia. Then we go to Malta for 2 weeks, and then we finish with 5 weeks in Spain. Cricket Frenzy here on the European Cricket Network that we finish on the Sunday, the 11th of December. So put all those events in your calendars, because not only is the ECC coming up, but there's plenty more to come. And it is going to be Ramadzai after a really good effort down at fine leg. Wasn't able to quite cut it off, but he put the effort in. And Singh coming in at number 6 is 3 off of 5. Yet again, struggling with the bat. Which is completely different to what we saw on the first day of Group B action. Mandrick saying they've got Irish blood, so they bit of support there. Do let us know who your favourites are for the ECC. I'd love to get some opinions. Ramadzai continuing here after a good first over. Oh, well, that's not the way to start your second over. 2 straight. And even though Harjot Singh's just struggled here today, when you get given a gift like that, he's going to cash in, and it's 4 more, 4 down the leg side. That's not the start Ramadzai wants, but they've raced along. 109 on the board now. But yeah, if you're in the chat, let me know who you reckon are your favourites. And also, I'm going to pop a question in there. Let me know who you think the dark horses are, because I think there's a couple of teams, obviously, after a year's gone by since the inaugural ECC last year. And I think teams that didn't quite come off last time around, they've had a huge opportunity to play more T10 cricket. You know, the likes of Austria, they've played a lot of T10 cricket. Obviously, they're in Group A, which I think is going to be difficult. They have Spain in there as well. Obviously, Spain, the host nation, but also they're the nation where the victors of the ECL this year, Pakai Care, playing their cricket up in Barcelona. I know there's a few familiar names in the squad for Spain from that Pack I Care team. So I think, yeah, let me know who your favourites are and who your dark horses could be as well. I don't think you can class Belgium as a dark horse because they finished second last year. So I don't think they can be a dark horse. I think they'll be up there for sure. Ramadzai going to continue. He needs a response. And it is Fuller this time. More on the offside and punch down for just a single. Plenty of exciting cricket coming up. 5 weeks. Cartomania. Obviously starting a little bit later during the day because we're getting that last game is probably going to be Philly under the lights. So I'm certainly looking forward to that. Flicking the switch to prime time. Just makes it easier for all of our viewers around the world to tune in and watch your favourite nations and countries taking part. Again, that first game as well, the first game of the tournament, Spain versus Austria. What a matchup that will be. I think that's going to set the tone for what could be a really exciting first week. Obviously, ECN well known. Corey taking the lead, the coach for Spain. This is high in the air, and it's going to sail over the infield and race away. The man gives chase, does Sir Malik Kal. However, he's not able to cut this off, and it's another boundary, 4 more, and Falconella races into the 40s. He's now 40 off of 18 deliveries. Giving chase, good chase in the end, but doesn't quite win the race. Well, this has gone high in the air, and could be a chance. Oh dear, it's a big miscommunication. Well, this could be even bigger. Well, I'll tell you what, he's gone. It's all happening here. Falconella thought that this was gone all the way. The 2 fielders didn't. No one went for it. And then if Falconella thought that it had gone all the way for a boundary, he was walking out of his crease because he thought it went all the way. Look at this. So no one goes for the catch. And it's a bit of a lazy throw in. Take a look here. So this is what happened. Falconella holds the pose. He thinks he's got all of it. He races, doesn't even make his ground. And then eventually he has to go. That's incredible here. What scenes on the European Cricket Network. So he will have to go. And while there's asking a question here, is he actually going to be the man who's run out? I think for me he should be. Because he has to be the one to go, surely. There's just a pause here. We're just trying to work out if it should be him. So this is what happens. Hits it in the air. He thinks he's got all of it. He doesn't get all of it, in fact. It doesn't even make the boundary. Lucky to not be caught. And look at this. He just turns around and doesn't make his ground. So he should, for me, he's the man who has to go. And he will. So, oh, hang on a minute. They're still not conclusive here. They're still waiting. Not too sure as to why, because for me that's enough to say that Falconella is the man who's out. So look at this. So that's when it comes down. That ball there flies across your screen. And they throw it in. Look at this. Just had no idea. Look at the celebration from Ramadzai. He knows he's got the man, and he will have to go. So the 5th wicket does fall, and Leisure are 114 for 5. But look at this. So this has gone high in the air, and the 2 men down here normally, it's Faisal Khalik alongside Omir Malik Kal, and they look at each other and go, well, what's happened there? And then look at this. He thinks he's gone all the way. It hasn't. Doesn't make his ground. Finger has to go up. He has to go. So he goes for a well-made 40. But what a moment of pure craziness here. And just to add something to the word, could be an opportunity. And it is. So this time he does take the catch. And it will be Harjot Singh who has to go. No question this time. So 2 in 2. And it's another wicket to go. 6th wicket to fall, 114 for 6. So another wicket goes, 2 in 2. And this wicket's just this over's just taken a bit of a turn here. Still can't believe what we just witnessed. Falconella ending up running out on 40. And he didn't even get the run because he didn't make his ground in the first place. So he will go for 40 off of 19. And then Harjot Singh man on strike. He has to go. 8 off of 8. Good catch from Ovim Malik Kel. Doesn't make a mistake this time. And well, now, well, they're asking who's on strike. Ibrahim Mikel wants to be on strike, but he won't be. So it will be Nishan Singh will be the man who will face this next delivery. Final delivery here in the 8th over. Here we go. Ramadzai to finish off his spell. And this has been launched in the air. Could be another opportunity. This has gone high. And he will take it. Excellent catch in the end from Majid Ali. Well, if there's ever a man you want underneath him, there's 2 of them. And this is going to go a long, long way in terms of the wickets column. And it's the 7th one to fall. Good end to the over. It's a team hat-trick. Not an actual hat-trick, but a team hat-trick nonetheless. And Liege are 114 for 7 after 8 overs. That had snow on it as it made its way back down, re-entering the atmosphere. So that wicket will go as well. So 114 for 7 at the end of the 8th over. And well, it just goes to show one moment of madness can really show that it changes the game. So a good over from Ramadzai, who only goes for 9, but he also picks up, there was 3 wickets in that over. Excellent work from him. So he finishes with figures of 3 for 19 off of his 2 overs. But they're still up and around 140 as a total. 100 going at 14.25 so far. There's 2 overs remaining. So if the bowler who's going to be on now is Rahman, right? And Rahman went for 13 off of his first over. And they'll be thinking if we can keep them anything less than that, then it's a win for Ghent. They need to keep this to as small as possible. They struggled chasing 119, 120 for victory. Rahman here in the 9th over. All happens here in the 9th. And, well, he gets a wicket first up. And, well, the batsman didn't really have much of an idea. He came down, then went back, then went leg side, then went offside. And eventually, look at this. Bit of movement, leg side, offside. And Rahman just says, well, I'm just going to hit the stumps. That's all I'm going to do. And he does it so well. We get to wicket. 8th wicket to fall, 114 for 8. So running risk of being bowled out here, not batting out their overs. So it will be Ibrahim Mikel who has to go. Having a conversation with Majid Ali, talking about what just went on there. I think he was saying, well, I tried to play 4 different shots. None of them worked, so I have to go. And the new man comes out to the crease, batting at number 10. Looks like that's the skipper, Hamza Minhaz. He's coming out and he'll be hoping that he can set the world alight. He's only got 11 deliveries remaining now in this innings. He'll be hoping that he can bat out the 10 overs. I think that's what's crucial. But how many times have we seen a number 10 or a number 11 come out and hit some big runs? I'm sure Liege wouldn't say no to that right now. Minhaz takes a guard. It's a rare occasion as well. Don't usually see guards being taken. Normally just come out and see ball, hit ball. Good start to the over for Rahman, picking up that wicket. But I tell you what, that's excellent death bowling. Well, that could have been close if he didn't make his ground, and eventually they will come through for a single. So it's all happening here. They were thinking of a run. Look at this, right in the block hole. He wants the run, then gets turned back. Direct hit would have been close, probably would have just made his ground. So much so that he will eventually get a single. So it will be off the mark straight away for Hamza Minhaz. Guman Ali, again, 20 off of just 9 in that first over, in that first game. And this is going to start with a good wide Yorker. Starts with just another dot ball, so gets to get off the mark as Guman Ali. That was only his first delivery that he's faced. Look at this one, right on the money, just inside that wide line. Good bowling from Saif Rahman. All happening here. All happens here in the 9th. Down the ground again, pretty much off the toe of the bat. Will eventually be fielded by Ram Faiz, the skipper, and they will come through for just a single. So 1 more to the total. Hamza Minhaz needs to go big here. They need to get a boundary in this over. They can't have an over that doesn't go without a boundary. They're running the risk of it here. And this time he answers my prayers. This is going to be big into the leg side, and it gets even worse for Rahman. It's a no ball for height, and rightly so. It's called, and the skipper, he cashes in. 6 more. I was asking for it, didn't I? I said, well, they can't go with an over that goes boundaryless, and he said, well, okay, Charlie, here you go. I think Rahman also said, well, you're probably right. Let me serve up a bit of a Gondi ball. It goes the distance, but free hit time. This is another full toss. Squirts this away. Will be tough to collect, and it's eventually good work by Siam Malik Kal, and it will just be a single. So good comeback from Rahman. This has just been such an interesting innings. We had a really explosive start. They were 58 for 3 after their 3 overs. Losing wickets as well pretty much consistently. There's a good partnership in between the middle of the innings. So Ali will be on strikes. Last delivery here of the 9th. Oh, that could be close here. This looks like he might be gone, and he's not even waiting around. So another incredible moment here. Well, it was off the... wasn't off the free hit because there was a single there. Look at this one. It was a missed opportunity with a catch. Gets a finger on it. Look at the smirk. He says, look, you're out. I know you are. I've got you. There you go. So another wicket goes. And it's all happening here in match 26 of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium. And at the end of the 9th over, the 9th wicket goes, 124 on the board. It's just incredible. Look at this. He hits it pretty well. Doesn't quite get it in to take the catch. I think the skipper, Minhas, Ali was calling him through, but Minhas was, he knew that he had to go. Well, I tell you what, the last couple of overs have given us some moments of pure brilliance. Maybe not in terms of cricket highlights, but it'll be highlights nonetheless. And those highlights will eventually go out on all of our social media platforms. So do stay up to date with all the latest news. So that's on our Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, and on Josh as well. Also our Telegram channel as well. So go ahead, get involved. Follow us on all of our channels, because especially with the ECC coming up, they are going to really be excelling. Plenty of content to be going out on all of our channels. But last over to come, it's going to be Haroon Sakani on strike. And it will be bowled by Majid Ali, the man who just can't drop a catch at the moment. And even though that we are here for the cricket tournament, there's a multi-sport complex. Look, some interesting badminton being played by a couple of the players. Anyway, back to action. Last overtime. Short and hit into the leg side. Should just be a single. Good work in the end by Siam Malik Kal. Well, I tell you what, this could be close. We're going to go upstairs, make most of the LRS whilst we've got it. Well, I tell you what, the bowler's pretty certain he's got his man here. He's not really racing to get back. Now we realise he's got to get the skates on. Does he get his bat down in time? He doesn't. So he will go. So we won't get any action apart from that in the last over. Excellent work from Siam Malik Kal, the man with the direct hit all the way from deep mid-wicket. And it will be a golden duck for Haroon Sakani. He goes first ball. And Liege will finish 124 all out. Incredible comeback from Ghent there. Look at this. Just darts it in. The bat doesn't get down in time. And the bowler, he knew straight away. Majid Ali, he only has to bowl one delivery in his over. And Liege will finish 124 all out off of 9.1 overs. And there's a stern talking to from Faisal Khaliq there. Part of the leadership team, most likely. Look at this. Excellent work. One stump to aim at from 50 metres out, and he gets it on target. What a throw, but also pretty lazy from Sakani. Doesn't make a conscious effort to get down in time, and it costs him his wicket. So they were looking at a score of around 150, possibly 160 at one point. They were 58 for 3, and they've been dragged to 124 all out. We can take a look at the highlights It was a really good start, wasn't it? 6 into the leg side. Very next ball. That was it. That was the comeback. Shorter outside the off stump, and he had to go. Good catch behind the stumps. Pretty simple. But as I'm going to see, he went 6 off the 2. Both of the openers struggling, really. Miran Massi wasn't able to get a boundary into his name, but the man who did was Umar Bat. He got 6 boundaries in total, 4 6s and 2 4s. There were some serious hits from him, but that wasn't really the start that Sir Malik Kel would have wanted. But eventually got the comeback, and Miran Massi was so furious with himself. Look at that reaction, stumping the ground. So that will mean that we brought Munawat back on into the middle. He had a good start, didn't he? Some lovely shots down the ground, some big shots into the leg side, but that wasn't big enough. He was eventually caught by Majid Ali off the bowling of Faisal Khalik. He went for 11 off 4, but that brought Forcanilla to join Umar Bat, and that was the big partnership, wasn't it? With shots like that down the ground, 1 bounce, 4 more. Just goes to show there is some serious talent here in Belgium. If you didn't know that by Group A, well, Group B will certainly tell you the exact same story. Some big hits all around the ground. This one, well, it wasn't actually an opportunity. There was no bat involved. It was a good attempt. What a catch that was by the skipper, straight to him. And, well, Forcanilla just carried on, really. 40 off of 19 with 2 4s, 4 6s to his name. Well, that was an interesting one, wasn't it? No conclusive evidence to overturn that, so that was just a single. Then that was a big moment, wasn't it? Harjot Singh, he was so confident, Mohinder Deepak Bali, but he ended up taking the ball in front of the stumps, which meant that it was a no ball free hit. That was down the ground. Good catch in the end. But how about this one? That was a big shot into the leg side from Forcanilla. That was one of his 4 maximums. But look at that! One-handed catch from Idris. Exceptional work, even when he's not on the field. We'll be seeing him, of course. Quarterfinals Friday. Mechelen Eagles, they got through, didn't they? They finished top. A bit of a smile. Look at this one. That was a big no ball. Almost hit the helmet as well. No helmet on his head. But that one then raced away. Good stop. One-handed stop from Anna Khan. That meant that it didn't go all the way. And, well, that was an interesting shot, wasn't it? Races away. Good effort, though. Wasn't meant to be, though. Ended up being another boundary. But I'm just waiting until we get to the one big highlight. That was huge, wasn't it? That was massive. Good shot there from Harjot Singh again. Just struggled, didn't he? Just couldn't quite get things going. He ended up getting out for 8 off of 8. And that was a good shot. This was it. This went high in the air. This went seriously high. It had snow on it. Dropped pretty simply. No one went for the catch. He thought it went for a boundary. It didn't. He turns around. Uh-oh, I'm out. See you later. And he eventually was gone. 40 off of 19. 2 4s, 4 6s. Now, very next ball. Harjot Singh going down the ground. This time, picks out Omid Malik Kel. Makes no mistake this time. And then, well, make it 3 from 3. It wasn't a hat-trick. It was a team hat-trick. As Nishan Singh went to go big into the leg side. Had some serious height on this one. And eventually, it was taken again comfortably from Majid Ali. That was, again, really good stuff again. That was Saif Rahman removing Ibrahim Akel. He went for a golden as well. And, well, that was a nice shot into the leg side. And then this one, what about that? To finish off the over. He knew straight away, a little bit of a smirk. And then this time into the leg side. Look at this, lazy running, pretty simple single. No, direct hit, one stump to aim at. Just shows there is some serious talent here. As Liege will finish 124 all out from 9.1 overs. So again, they've got it all to do. 125 for victory if they want to get some points on the board in their first day of Group B action. Well, that's the story, isn't it? 2 batsmen going well, Umar Bat and Hussain Kel for Canilla. 40 off of 19. A big hand after getting a duck in the previous game. He'll be happy with the way things have gone. But again, from a Liege perspective, they were looking at a total around 150, 160. But they were dragged back, mostly in those middle overs. Excellent work, going for just 10 and 10 for the 5th and 6th over. But look at that. That's the story. Ramadzai, 3 for 19 off of his 2 overs was really good. I also thought that Sir Malik Kel, 1 for 19 off of his single over. He won't be happy with the amount of runs he conceded. However, getting that run out towards the end will really help him feel better about himself. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes or so for the response of Ghent. They require 125 runs for victory here in match 26 of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium in Mechelen. You're watching alongside myself, Charlie Hunt, for the European Cricket Network, alongside Vinny Sandu, aka Mr. Maximo. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back on the European Cricket Network.
Hello and welcome back to Belgium. Mr. Maximo back with you here, Vinny Sandu for the European Cricket Network as we head into the second half of the second match of the first day of the second week here in Belgium. We've seen a lot of big hits and destruction of bowling figures, no doubt about that. But in the first innings of this, we saw another reasonable holding job, if you like, by Ghent, the newcomers to the competition, as they were able to restrict Liège to 124 all out. Well, thanks to 3 bizarre runouts in the innings, which I think we'll probably see those 3 strung together on our social media. But it will be 125 for victory. I suppose the concern here is they couldn't quite chase 120 last time. So it's a similar kind of a score. I suppose last time they didn't really get their top order clicking. In fact, no batter in the first match of the day was able to pass 20. And we've already had someone go past that here in the second match with Hussein Kel Fakanula 40 off 19. Also Umer Butt 35 off 14. But yeah, really fell away towards the end. Having said that, slightly above par total on the board. The par here is around about 119 based on what we've seen so far. So time to roll. And it's going to be Ibrahim Kel to open up. And he gets cut away for 6. Well, that's how Belgian ball works. You've seen it now. And Arshad, who was out first ball of innings in the first match, very different this time around as he pumps this one out past Adventure Island. So, what do you think about that? A statement of intent. And that's the thing probably for me. Okay, they made 100 for 9 Ghent in the last game. But you just have a look at their top order. Didn't get much out of them at all. Arshad with the first ball duck. Omid Malik Kel, who looked really good, hit 3 boundaries, but then found a way to get out straight away. Even the captain, Rayhan Fires, 19 at number 3 and 18 from Majid. No one going on with it. Well, going on with it, it's going to be coming our way, and it's going to be caught. And, well, there you go. I have 4 for 4 this year. That's come this way. I'll throw that all the way back to the middle. Has a little bit of a juggle on that one, I'll be honest with you. But, yeah, the umpire will see that was a clean catch. Well, Charlie just popped out for a second, left me on his own. And, well, this one, again, we'll never quite get it on the camera, but got it the second time around. So I think certainly Arshad has announced himself with a couple of 6s straight away. This is how we got in the first innings, but it'll probably bring him another boundary here, and it does. So uppercut away. And so that's now 16 off 3. Belgian ball, baby. This is what we're looking at. And yeah, if you want to know why they didn't get to the 120 last time, like I said, it's because nobody could get to the 20s or above in their top 4. And so, right now, Arshad's looking to do it in pretty quick time. My hands are stinging after that. Probably wasn't prepared, but moving on. Oh, good one though. This time for Ibrahim Kel. Very good reply. You see this one, yeah, certainly angled in, but then I think it might have just hit the seam and gone away from the batter a bit more than what he was expecting. So yeah, this is why Ghent, I don't think they can be judged by their first batting effort there, where they fought all the way through. But I mean, they had 38 off first 2 overs. After that, they couldn't do much. And now he's gone. So Arshad, same old story, isn't it, really, for the top 4 of Ghent. Arshad goes bang, 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 misses one, and then the next one he misses. The stumps are everywhere, and the score is 16 for 1. Well, hello to Mike. Nice to see you popping into the chat. Got to say, spent the first innings just prepping a few things for the European Cricket Championship, and I'm glad that I was watching the game. First ball here first over of the second, because that one probably would have taken me out. Anyway, speaking of taken out, Arshad dined out on the first 3 deliveries. After that, he goes strike 1, strike 2, doesn't get a third chance. Again, not really great shot, considering the one that he hit to the cube was just a good straight bat shot, and that's a similar kind of delivery that he probably could have hit it the same way, but he didn't. And so he's the first victim. Got to say, good stuff by Ibrahim Kel as well, who took a bit of stick in the first innings of the first match as well, when he did get the wicket of Arshad, but then went for 4 consecutive boundaries after that. Went for a few. Anyway, last ball the first over. Fires is happy just to keep it out, and they get what they need off the first. The score is 16 for 1 after 1. Let's have a look at the golden ball count. And we're up to lucky 7. Where's the lucky 7? I mean, it's that kind of a score, isn't it? Round about an average score here. I would say the Goldilocks zone for golden balls here is a bit higher than what we normally say, which is kind of 85 to 105. I'd say here it's probably 110 to 130 probably. I've had to be honest. Anyway, what we haven't seen yet is a man that came into the side and, Charlie mentioned, did play for OSNCC a couple of years ago in the ECS, Faisal Khalik. Of course, it was just a fairly abridged series back then. I think he would have played 4 games because it was just a 10-match series. Mandrake saying there's a lot of playing across on straight back balls. That's true. It just increases your risk, doesn't it? Anyway, Mike, great to see you. Got to admit it was a bit of a juggle catch, but held on in the end without my gloves. Khalik watches the first one go past. And Sakani is the bowler here in the second over. I would like to know, maybe you can tell us, what did you do on your day off? Let us know in the chat. I'm looking at you right now. What'd you get up to on your Sunday? I already mentioned I went for Belgian waffles. More about that in food chat later on. Hit hard and well taken. Well, that's another stinger. And this time it's Munawar that holds on. So Khalik, no good on his return. He goes second ball for a duck, and it's the same old story. We've seen plenty of runs, haven't we, in Belgium, but we've also seen plenty of wickets. And now Liege have 2. Sakani breaks through second ball, and the score 16 for 2. Good catch. I mean, that's flat, it's hard. I can tell you how hard that ball is. I mean, my hands are still ringing, and that was hit probably even harder, and he was closer, Munawar. Yeah, so disappointment for Faisal, as he can't get on the board. This will bring Hamid Malik Kel to the crease. So we saw him opening in the first game, and I thought he looked very, very good. And he's effectively opening here, isn't he? Because they're still well at the start of the power play. But I've got to say, some of the catching here has been excellent. You see it all in European cricket, don't you? The good, the bad, and the ugly. So Sakani will be happy with his work. Now ready to go. And I've got to say, the 3 boundaries I saw this guy hit in the first game just made me feel he was a class player. You see there, it's good technique. Drives, doesn't get all of it. A lot of yelling going on. Well, I'd say he was rushing down the other end there, non-striker. This is the captain fires. It just kind of does enough to get in. It's an interesting one. I think he gets in. Yeah, bounced off the keeper onto the stumps, but I think he's just got the bat down. You see it there. But I mean, if they hit direct, could have been tight. Anyway, Fire survives and faces up. And swings and misses at this one. So yeah, can somebody click? That's the question. In the first innings, we saw Forcanula with 40, and remember 35 for Liege. But nobody has passed 20, like I said, for Ghent this morning. Not that they haven't been capable. Well, another one doesn't quite judge correctly. Attempted pull shot. Turns into a single. So what I should mention, and again, I don't want to foreshadow food chat so much, but it's actually 2 types of Belgian waffle, and one of them is the Liege waffles, which are slightly different than the Brussels waffles. I tried both. Yeah, at Liege, the team out there in yellow. The Liege one's a little bit stickier, and or maybe Munawar's been eating some of those this morning because he certainly had the hands stuck to the ball that time. Yeah, well bowled. Good location. Sakani, very good second over that. After they got away a bit in the first, he gets a wicket, but more importantly, keeps it down, doesn't he? So 18 for 2 after 2 overs. Checking the table here. And now, of course, it is Liege that do get a win in the first match of the day. So they're sitting in third. Ghent and Royal Brussels, the two teams without any wins. And Royal Brussels will stay that way because later on today, we'll see International CC Brussels and Beveren going head-to-head in the other matches. So, yeah, probably nervous times if you're a Royal Brussels supporter. But, yeah, still plenty of cricket to play in Group B. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And joining me in the commentary box once again, returning is Charlie Hunt. Welcome back, Charlie. And, yeah, plenty of action so far in this first 2 overs.
Yeah, saw you in the firing line a little bit. Was a little bit concerned at one moment, but I think you did all right, didn't you?
Rule 1, protect the equipment.
Yeah,
once it's over the equipment, go for the catch.
I found that out the hard
Go for the catch, yeah. I don't know. Andrus, you're a genius if you can go find that one from, was it day 1 or?
I can work it
Or
out.
day 2? When Charlie's laptop almost got hit and he ran away from the ball looking like he'd seen like a team of ghosts.
Yeah, there was a lot of them.
Anyway, well, he's got to get his skates on here. Terrible throw for the bowler. He just can't get hold of this. He had plenty of time. Well, I say terrible throw. It also wasn't great position, was it, for Guman Ali? Let's have a look at this. I mean, it took an age to get going here, Fires. Straight to the fielder. The non-striker ran, sold him up the river. I think he tries to bounce it into him, but it just skips on. And Fires gets super lucky. Super duper lucky.
Survives another day. Does Fies, the captain. Yeah, early wickets again, just being the issue. Batsmen getting in and then getting out, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been the story. Mike Buckland said he had a good weekend watching the AFL in Australia. Finals day and Father's Day. Full toss. I mean, Malek digs it out. I think it was a bit of a mismatch between running speeds between these two. That's one of the issues. Don't spoil me with AFL scores because I am watching it at the moment. Right?
Okay,
just
keep it up to
saying.
date.
Yeah, I was watching a bit of it last night.
Ah.
Finals times, pressure time.
Oh, is it?
In Australian football. Yeah, it's huge. Back at the MCG, no restrictions or anything now.
Nice.
So that's great.
Nice. Guman Ali. And this one hasn't clipped anything through, so
All
we'll
right,
be
what
a
do you
leg
got
side
for me here? Is Andrus come up with the goods here? Or not yet? He's working on it. All right.
Working his magic.
In the AFL, I was watching Melbourne, Sydney. Here we go. This is how not to do it.
Is this bit of oh.
I was just thinking, what are you doing? Don't come this way. Ball's that way.
This time into the leg side.
Anyway,
and this is going to race away.
It was a bit of a stinger that got me with the brand new ball, actually.
Oh, dear. Well,
But,
that might hurt. But I'll tell you what will hurt the figures is this one. 4 more into the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, this wasn't quite off the middle, but they'll take it, won't they, at this stage? Yeah, this is the one that came to me. You don't really see the catch, unfortunately. But I've been
That's
told
not
now
believable.
when you catch it, well, it was quick enough. I got the ball.
Nah.
Unless I had one in my pocket.
Sleight of hand.
Here's one I prepared earlier.
Ali continuing. And gets this one underneath. He's skiddy as Ali. This one again staying under the batter phase. A couple of times we've seen that. Another dot ball.
I was a bit nervous. It popped out, but it popped out just easily
ice
to
cream
take
cone.
it second time. Yeah, it was
Ice cream
an
cone.
ice cream cone. If your ice cream does pop out of your cone, don't try and catch it barehanded because it will also end badly.
That might do your hand a bit of justice if it's
That's all right. No,
it's
I'm
ringing.
alive.
Continuing again, Ali needs to finish this over strong. It's another dot ball. Again, Faiz struggling.
Good news in the chat. They're not spoiling the game for me, but saying they're all good games. And Helix actually telling me they all won. Whatever that means, I'm not sure. I know my team, the West Coast Eagles.
The scores, so they all... Right, okay.
Yeah, they're all good games.
Finishing the over. Down the ground. Has he got all of this? I don't think he has. That's an excellent catch. And the skipper will have to go. Excellent work from Miran Masih. That man, 3-3-3. It's the third wicket to fall at the end of the third. 25 for 3.
Yeah, all the threes. You called it. Into the power play as well. And yeah, that's disappointing really, isn't it? His Fires was a bit lucky to get away with that run out, wasn't he? He just doesn't get all of this. Gives the fielder a look. And yeah, he'll take it easily in the end. So 25 for 3. Who can bat for any length of time? That's the thing. I mean, the pace as well is 25 every 2 overs. That's what they want. So already an over behind in the run rate, basically. But yeah, let's just see how the middle overs develop. Of course, they will have the protection of 5 outfielders from here. A lot of people obviously were watching India-Pakistan yesterday.
Oh, what a game. I didn't watch it, but I've heard.
Yeah.
And I've seen how close it was.
Yes,
Last ball thriller.
I wish they could play more often. That's the thing.
A great matchup. Virat Kohli finally getting a bit of a...
Yeah, cricket mad nations. How many did Kohli get then? 100?
60 odd, I think.
Still hasn't had 100 for a while, eh?
No. Let me check that one.
over 1,000 days.
Yeah,
Apparently.
there you go.
Anyway, Nishan Singh to bowl over number 4.
Driven nicely. Will be a misfield, so they will eventually come through for the single. Again, no surprise, Malik Kell. We've seen him many a time hit some, well, a couple of times. Only faced a few deliveries.
Yeah, Shrug's got a good point. There were 25 in the power play. There were 16 off the first 3 balls and only 9 off the next 15 balls.
Okay.
So it's kind of what happened last time with Ghent as well. They got off to a good start, 38, and then they just kind of hit the wall, didn't they?
Yeah, hit the wall. You know, so yeah, Pakistan won by 5. Kohli was 60 off of 44. There you go.
Not bad. That's a bad day. Doing all right, aren't you?
This time, again, really good delivery from Singh. Right in the block hole. Will just be another single. Manor has been busy, isn't he? Took a really good catch. I was sort of lingering around there, expecting someone to come my way. But that was a good catch in the end. Another stinger.
Yeah. It's good bowling, though. That's the other thing. That'll build pressure.
Yeah, it just goes to show. Couple of wickets can build pressure. Half of an appeal. Just asking the question, maybe. I took it cleanly. Can I get something for it? No. No is the answer. Take another look. Take a look at the replay. Again, another bowler. Well, if that's not clipped anything, the only thing I can think of is it's clipped a leg.
Yeah, I think it did. A little bit of a something as it went past.
Yeah. This has been a good tidy over, though. Only 2 off the first 3. And again, driven well, but good work from Hamza Minhaz, the skipper for Liege, keeping it to yet again another dot ball. This has just been the issue for Ghent this far. Not only that, but also wickets. But dot balls have built up over the last couple of overs.
Yeah, for sure. Got to attack, though. You've got to play Belgian ball if you're going to win games here.
Oh, and I tell you what, that's not going to be a dot ball. That is a lovely shot from Malik Kell. Textbook shot, lofts this over cover, and another boundary. 6 more to the total.
That's my new shot of the day. That was absolutely banged into the net. Look at that. Venture Island, watch out. You're being shelled. And
he's got a ticket.
That is absolutely pounded for 6.
Yeah. They need to come back, though. It's still been a tidy over up until this point. Needs to finish strongly. And this will just be punched down the ground. So he will keep the strike. So that will mean at the end of the 4th, Ghent will finish on 34 for 3.
Yeah, Vinny's out of here. Mr. Maximo alongside me is Charlie Hunt. And look now, we're the same height. Just like that.
Go back.
Too much. There you go.
That's a better view, isn't it? There we go.
There you go. Well, look, hopefully you're enjoying this series as much as we are. I mean, again, it's got to be tough when you've watched 9 other teams come out and absolutely smack it. So I'm flying back here. But yeah, no one's really clicked for them yet. But this guy looks so good to me, Omid Malik Kell. I just think if you look at that square drive to do that, I think he just needs to stick to that game. He got caught in that area before, but I don't think he should put the shot away. I mean, I think it was just one of those ones that he happened to hit it straight to the fielder. I mean, that one he hit miles over the boundary, Charlie.
Well, when you can hit it that far, 9 times out of 10, you need to back yourself. But long way to go. It's going to be Falconella. Manu had an interesting dismissal. Well, I tell you what, that's gone long. Could it be long enough? It is. 6 more to the total. This time, Malik Kell going leg side. And he says, well, anything I can do on the offside, I can do a little bit better on the leg side. 6 more.
Yeah, I'm not counting him out just yet when you see shots like that. So it takes them up to 40. Like I said, the pace is basically 25 per 2 overs. So
yeah,
after 4, they wanted to have been 50. Well, they were 34.
And again, leg side. And taken. That's another stinger. That's a really good catch from Haran Sakani. He took a really good one in the first game. This time, he's down at mid-wicket. And what a catch that is. It's a big wicket to go.
Oh, it's unbelievable catching here. I mean, again, this one's 6 if he misses it. And that is incredibly well done. So, 6 and out situation. Again, every time you think they're getting away, Lee's reeling back in, and often it's been through very, very good fielding.
It's another wicket per over sort of instance, isn't it? It just hasn't gone. Well, that was the 6, and then he went this time. If anything, he got this one cleaner, but didn't get the elevation, and he has to go. So it's another wicket's full, 4 down, 40 for 4. Question here from... I've lost the question now. Where's it gone?
Go on.
It's who is the best fielder in your opinion so far this tournament? I've got an early shout. I'm putting it. It's a man who played for Antwerp.
Okay.
Saw him a lot of time on the leg side. And this This was a Wahidullah Jabbarkout for me.
Yeah, he was one of my calls. Yeah, he was one of my calls. Yeah, he was one of mine. I got to say another one for me is Rajiv Sharma from 12 Stars. I thought he was brilliant
Bullet arm as well.
Another shout, just based on what I've seen so far, is actually Omid Malik Kel. I thought he was brilliant, apart from one that he left for his teammate.
Continuing here. Big swipe into the leg side. Should just be a single.
You've got a lot to choose from, is my point. I mean, again, this is not an easy ground to field on.
No.
They make it look easier than it is. I would love to see the best fielders in the world trying to field on some of these European grounds this summer.
John T. Rhodes?
Yeah.
Could struggle. Never know.
Yeah, I mean, they might. They might be able to do a good job. I just think I'd like to see it. Because it is not as easy as it looks.
No, for sure. Well, I'll tell you what, this could be another opportunity. And it is taken. It's another catch for that man, for Hadan Sakani. This time was a little bit easier, bit more lofted, bit more elevation from the batsman. And he gets this one all wrong on Majid Ali. He has to go, and it's the 5th wicket to full Ghent, 41 for 5.
Yeah, well, Tufel right on cue, asking who's the best fielder in this tournament. Well, I've got to say, Sakani is just auditioning with a couple of pretty good catches. I mean, that one's more regulation, but the wicket's falling once again. I mean, yeah, they're going at more than 1 wicket and over, which is concerning to say the least.
That's just been the issue, hasn't it, for them? But there's a bit of beard chat or lack of.
Yeah, I noticed that. I wasn't going to announce it. When you said there was a question in the chat, I thought that's what you were going to talk about.
And then Chucks, no, it was Helix. Charlie, I hate to say it, but you and Rico need a box to stand on to be. I'm not that much shorter than you. I'm not far.
No, you're not. Just
Not
it's all
terrible.
angles. The camera
angles.
can lie. You know, that's all I'll say.
I'm blaming Andres.
Yeah.
I'm blaming.
Maybe they've got some sort of filter they can put on you if you want. They're very good with the technology, these guys.
Very clever. Very, very clever. But the new man, Mahinda Dibakbali, he's got to go, isn't he? He's got to stay. Needs to stick around with Rahman. These two have got to be the two men to do it.
Yeah, I can
see. 2 deliveries left.
I mean, Malik Kel, again, impressed me, but just couldn't go on with it. That has been the story so far for Ghent. Had a question in the chat from Mohammed Razin. Where is Rico for? Well, Rico, we actually saw him on Peacock Friday, didn't we? Send in a nice one with his dogs, Luna and Bambi, on the beach in Spain. He's got 2 weeks off. And, of course, he'll be in Khartoum for the ECC starting next week.
Been a good over thus far for Falconilla. 2 wickets from it. That'll be the 8th run off it, just a single down the ground.
I'm not tall either. I'm probably average size. I'm about 6 foot.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Hang on. 6 foot is not average height. It's not.
Is that above? For Australia?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, actually.
What do you want to base this off? What country would we base this off?
Okay, hold on. Let's talk about this in a second. At the end of this over.
Dragged leg side will just be a single. Should just be a single.
I feel about average, but that might be average of people that play sport in my country.
True.
And so at the end of the 5th over, the score 43 for 5. Let's see if they can mount something. Yeah, but this is a bit of a thing. And I know in online dating these days, don't ask me how I know that. But, the average for a man is actually 5'8", which is about 173. So, just saying. And in some countries, it's quite a lot less.
That's in gender. So that's mixing the two genders together. So the average height. So the average height for males, 5'10". Okay. And for women, 5'2".
Is it?
Yeah, that's what it says. That's quite high. That's quite a tall nation.
That's Australian, 179 centimeters.
I don't know.
No. Go worldwide.
Anyway, this time, just again, another single. Singles are not what they need. They need a cute couple boundaries here.
Your first time Googling, is it? Come on.
No, we know it's not. I was born into Google, if anything.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, okay.
All right, I'm going to look around the world.
All right. Yeah, look around the world. Okay, so the average
170.
American is 176 centimeters.
I think I'm about 170-ish.
Okay.
Something around there.
That's good. You might still be growing. Who knows?
I hope so. Seeing continuing. And again, this time isn't going to be a run. Could be a run out, though. It won't be. It's shinned away. I don't know. I don't know.
So the average height of a man, it ranges from the smallest average is in the Timor-Leste in Southeast Asia, which is basically about 160 centimeters.
Right. This is just chipped up. Bit of a 9-9. Should just be another single.
And in the Netherlands, it's actually 6 foot, which is 183.
I visited Amsterdam in April. I felt very small. Very small.
They're big there.
They're very tall. Oh, dear.
Well,
Singh.
Hard to get a worldwide average.
Good over so far. Oh, this is...
Oh.
What's happened here? Has he hit this so hard that it's sort of just hit him and then...
Bounced off him and bounced up, and he didn't know where it was. Everyone else was trying to describe it to him.
Low full toss. It's a missed
catch.
catch.
It's gone wrist, shoulder up, and everyone was trying to yell, catch it, and he said, catch what? And I suppose he saves a run. I don't think that's too much.
It's a
too
full
much
toss that was
solace to him
missed out
right
though.
now.
I think Keanu's got it pretty much dead on.
Yeah, Keanu's good at researching.
And again, straight back at him. This time he does take it cleanly. Pretty calm, cool as a cucumber.
Nishan Singh's not falling for that one. He's just quietly going about his business. And the keeper, I don't want him to throw. He said, nah.
No, it's mine now. I'm not getting rid of it.
Got a job to do. Hit a ball.
Keanu's pretty much bang on, I think. Around 5'8", I think.
Okay.
I'll take that. It's not terrible. Seen worse. Another full toss. This time hits this better down the ground. And again, Manawat will just keep it to yet again another single. So really good over for Singh with only 3 off it. 3 singles. And at the end of the 6th, 46 for 5.
Yeah, so slightly longer break as well coming up after this game. Although we've taken a bit of extra time today, so it won't be that long. It'll probably be about half an hour between this game and the next.
Eat your food. Yeah, lunch is going to be interesting today, and I'm looking forward to it. Could be close, never know. Could be interesting, see what it is. Still badminton going on.
Yeah.
Nice warm-up for the for the next teams. There is ICCB and Beveren are coming up later on this afternoon. So plenty of cricket.
Man, they both played great, didn't they, on the weekend?
They did indeed. What a good. Well, this has gone high in the air. It's gone long, has it? Manawa's underneath it, and he's taken it comfortably. Really good work. He knew where the rope was. He knew where the boundary was. He knew he needed to keep it in play. And Rahman, it's another wicket to go. He goes. Good catch in the end. And now 46 for 6.
Yeah, a bit concerning, isn't it, at the moment? They just cannot take a trick. Yeah, again, against not the start they would have wanted to their tournament. They're just falling off the pace. None of their batters have all shown an ability, but just they haven't done it for long enough, have they? And they have got themselves into a hole I don't think they're going to dig their way out of here in match 26. And the score now 46 for 6.
Yeah, this is just looking like it's going to be too much, isn't it? It was around a similar total to what was in that first game. However, just lost 2 early wickets, too many. And it's now up at 20.6 and over.
Good trivia in here. And Helix says, you do know you shrink the older you get.
You're joking.
That's actually true.
You're joking.
But that's after a certain point. I think it's when you get above a certain age.
I thought that was common knowledge, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But then the other thing is, I think we talked about last week, you're actually taller when you sleep.
Yep. No, that was my rant. That was my useless fact.
Yeah.
I remember
That's pretty useless.
That's very useless. Not awake when you're asleep. Continuing here. Just takes on the arm. Could be close to the direct hit. And this time, Sir Malik Kel will survive. Good work in the end. Good bit of backing up by Hadoon Sadkani. Off the splice of the bat. Direct hit. I think he would have been gone. Take a look here. Yeah, nowhere near. Not even a chance.
Yeah, it's not even close. But that maybe is the difference. There were a couple of, what's the word? I won't say fluky, but a couple of weird run-outs in there.
Down the ground. Will drop short. It's well adjusted from Manawat. He's been busy out here so far. Keeps it to just yet again another single. But he's been out there for a while. Still only faced 4 deliveries though. Yeah, look at that one. That was a big Tortuga. He adjusted well.
Yeah, well, they're doing all right at the moment, aren't they?
And again, splice of the bat. Luckily so for Malik Kel. Will just be yet again another single. Can't do it in singles. They need boundaries. Just looking like this is going to get too big for them now.
Yeah, it's looking that way. The old one hat on forward, one hat on backwards has been a bit of a trend I've seen catching on.
Well, it's sunny, it's hot, I can tell you that. It's getting warm.
Covers all angles, I suppose.
Getting warm. Down the track. And a good delivery from Forcanilla, who's just been, well, he's on his way to a man of the match performance at the moment. Only got a single delivery left in his spell, but he's currently 3 for 12 off 1.5. So, last delivery here in the 7th. Could do with the boundary if you're a Ghent fan.
To say the least.
And it's again dragged leg side. Has he split the field? I don't think he has. Good work again by Medan Masih. Man with 2 hats because he's so good. And it will be another single. So at the end of the 7th, brings a 50 up, 50 for 6. And they just need a big over, don't they? But this is what's coming up next.
Yeah, this is what's coming up next. It's International CC Brussels versus Beveren. This will start in around about 40 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Got some news for you from the toss. A bit of a surprising one. Beveren and won the toss, elected to bowl first. Still just working on getting the final teams. I'm pretty sure we'll have it for you shortly. And I know Ashikula Saeed comes back into the lineup for Beveren after he missed the second game. But missing a couple as well, Beveren. Maybe that's why they just want to have a look at how many they're chasing. But they're going to have to deal with Sundaram and Teepi from International CC Brussels, who were so good. And along with players like Barry, Rajasthekar Kohli as well. They had a very good start to their tournament. So stay tuned for that one coming up this afternoon.
Sakhani into the action, and this looks like it will be a boundary. Well, they know what they need to deal with now. Deepak Balai getting in on the action. He needs a few more, though. Doesn't quite find the middle of the bat, but it's 4 nonetheless. 4 to the total. Yeah,
consolation runs here. That wasn't a bad shot at all through the line. I want to say Kitty is in the chat as well from Virginia in the USA. Hope you're enjoying it, Kitty.
Good to see you, Kitty.
Kitty's a lovely viewer.
Kitty was watching quite a lot of the Portugal series.
Yeah, it's a good time zone for her.
Yeah, exactly.
Series. That's when I first ran into Kitty back. I don't know, would have been last year sometimes.
She was watching with the kids as well. Got to say hello to her children. That was always nice.
Always welcome here. That's why our community's growing. I think it's very positive.
Sakhani continuing here into the 8th. Splice of the bat.
Got to say Sakhani's been good. I know he went for that boundary, but when you think about the way this game started with the bang, 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 okay, then the wicket, but then Sakhani came and he held them to just 2 in the second over and picked up another wicket. I think he's been a very, very good player.
Yeah, well, look at that at this point. Double of where they were at the moment. 110 takes on 55 exactly. So,
yeah,
interesting point there.
Halfway there, living on a prayer. Not too much time to do it.
Oh, this could be close into the pad. Big step across. They will come through for a leg bye.
I don't know if there's any bat in this or not. Might have been a double noise. No signal from the umpire. Apart from that, I reckon this is pretty close. Look, even though he takes a skip out, just the line of it.
Oh, that looks interesting.
He's hit it. I mean, there's no signal, so it's given runs. I think it's a tough one to give it when it's this far from the stumps. I suppose maybe you're guessing a bit, but the line looked good, didn't it?
I don't know.
1 run given. I heard a double noise. Give him the benefit.
Well, this could be another maximum, and I think it will be. And there is a crowd catch eventually. And it will be another 6 runs. Bali getting in on the actions. And there he is.
Yeah, loving it, aren't they? And Beveren, they're about ready to go for the top of the table clash this afternoon. Early days, of course, in Group B. But, I mean, everyone's getting a catch. I got a catch. He gets a catch. Fielder's getting plenty of catches as well.
Where's mine? Sakhani again. Fuller. This time doesn't get underneath.
Have you taken a catch while you're commentating or not?
No. No.
In Portugal, any chance? What was your position like there?
There wasn't an opportunity, but there was once where it came right at me. It was like,
what did you do?
I protected equipment.
Yeah, okay, good.
Protected equipment and then evaded.
Yeah, okay.
Realised there was no issue.
I didn't have many. I had one up when I was in the 3rd story last year in
in
Bulgaria.
I remember you showing me
but
that.
I've had a bit of an epidemic of them recently.
And again, wild swing. Doesn't get anything on it. Will just be another single to end the over. So 8 overs gone. 64 for 6 on the board. Yeah, no, you've had a few.
So I'm trying to say worse. There was one where Corey had an over off. We had a youngster who was a child of one of the kids playing, young Kirby, in Italy. And one got drilled about as flat as you can. And, of course, I think he was 9 or 10. He was just this height. And I took one right in front of his...
Was he taller than me?
Yeah, about your height. But Corey then tried to say that he was trying to save the kid, when really the replay showed he was eating watermelon in the background.
See, that's the thing here.
So there was
you can't lie because there's cameras everywhere.
People that want cameras on us all the time, I've got to say, I'm against that.
I'm so against
Sometimes,
it.
that's all right. Sometimes.
So against it.
Then, what else? I had another one which came right from above the crossbar. A bit like the one that hit your
That's
table.
the worst one.
When they go above the crossbar of the cube, you can't see it. Anyway, all happens in the 9th. What's going to happen here?
Well, this is going to run away. It's going to be a boundary. Not the most convincing of shots from Malikal, but he gets it away. Not the start for Ibrahimikal, but it's 4 more.
Yeah, throws the bat at it, gets plenty on it. If it goes 2, that man probably caught. If it goes around him, it's 4. So it's simple as that. We've seen a lot of runs go in that area.
The The one man I do feel sorry for is Andres, because he obviously has in his box, he has that angle, he has comms cams at his disposal whenever necessary.
Yeah.
So he does have to.
He has to use his power. He has to use his power wisely and use it for good. So Kitty's off to work. Kitty, hope you have a great day at work. Hopefully we'll see you again soon in the ECN universe. Oh, another one. Charlie, how good are these guys? That's another laser beam that's being caught. And, well, they just do it so easy, don't they? So, again, not the start of the series they wanted. And another flat hit. I mean, this hits so hard, but he takes it on the run, if you don't mind. First class stuff, really. Gent now 68 for 7.
Yeah, really good catch. Just coming to an end this game, isn't it, slowly? But by the way, we somehow missed this. About an over ago, you went for half of Living on a Prayer.
Yeah, good song.
Yeah, but I don't know if that was really... I don't know. It's an interesting reference.
It rhymes?
Does it?
Rhyming's good. People like rhyming.
Perfect, and you didn't know it?
You'll learn that.
Over time, will I?
Do a decent acoustic Living on a Prayer and Piano at Rome Airport was a bit of a showstopper.
There's an airport in Brussels. There's an airport. There's a piano in the airport.
I hope so, because we're there.
I don't know how we get out.
Well, I know we're going there at 3 in the morning. If you want, we'll leave at 2 in the morning, and I'll give you a 1-hour concert.
That's so early.
Does that sound like a good idea?
That's really early.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, things just winding down here.
Yeah, it's slowly coming to an end, isn't it? Just hasn't been the day for Gent. Again, missing a couple of players. Ali Raza is a big miss, I think, really. I know you're a huge fan of him.
Oh, yeah. I'm not the only one. Just watch him bat in the ECC.
There you go.
68 for 7. New batter coming in now is Jamali.
Oh, he's got a slower ball, full delivery, and he's pounced. And he has picked that like a glove. It's going to go all the way, 6 more.
That's how you do it. Why not? And just absolutely picks this up from about middle stump. And once again, we see a tail ender. Well, I mean, how long would it be if you, again, before you start throwing some of these lower order guys up?
Yeah, big shot. Really good shot. So, needs a comeback, though. Doesn't really want to let this over get away from him.
Speaking of the crowd catches, though, this is probably a funny thing. I've actually lost count of how many I've taken now in the last
that's just shoving
month
off
or two.
now.
Yeah.
That's just shoving
Certainly
off.
Corey didn't have a great run of it. Did he?
Steps away. Could be an opportunity. And it's been put down.
Jinxed him.
Yeah, being put down, so it'll be another single. Jamali moves to 7.
Yeah,
no. So I have a question for you, which I will ask you now because we've got time.
Great time to ask a question. Go for it.
Best, funniest moment in the Ice Cube this year? Best one.
Oh, funniest moment in the art. Do you mean that something that happens in the cube?
Yes.
So not like you're commentating about something that happened out there?
No, funniest thing in the cube.
Funniest thing in the cube.
You've got a bit of time to think, so
okay.
I'll give you to the end of this over to think.
Right.
You've got 2 deliveries.
I appreciate that.
Have a think.
Question without notice.
Exactly. Because it all happens here in the night. Well, this has gone high. Could be long. Don't think it has got the legs, though. And it will be another catch. And it's that man again, Manoa. It's been busy. Has Zulkarnain Manoa. And he takes this one very cleanly. And luckily, well, there's a few points into the man who just put a catch down. And it doesn't cost him too much. Another one goes. 8th to go. 75 for 8.
Yeah, Liege all smiles. And they'll become one of, I reckon, only about 9 or 10 teams that have been bowled out before their 10 overs, but still won the game. It's happened a bit more recently, which tells me that maybe this kind of Belgium approach and similar, where teams are going hard and sometimes lose all 10 wickets just inside the 10, but they would rather do that than just eke out singles when they're 8 or 9 down to about at the 10 overs. They're gambling and they're getting more. I mean, 124 is a pretty good score to be bowled out for. Okay, probably just a general one. I think it's funny any time the cube blows away unexpectedly. so probably we turned up to Brescia on day 2, and sometimes the ground there was so hard we couldn't really nail it in.
Yeah.
So the cube was approximately, I'd say probably 100 metres away, hanging off a fence.
Oh, right. That's
I'll see if I can find that. So that's probably cube related. That's probably something pretty funny.
You look for that.
Yeah, had to laugh.
Khan on strike. And he won't get any runs because it will clatter into the middle stump. We saw it in the first game that he was always going to try and go for the big swing into the leg side. Goes for it again, gets this one all wrong. He has to go for a golden quacker. 9 wickets down now. And at the end of the 9th over, again, 75 for 9.
We still got one to go, don't we? Well, this reminds me of actually something that I meant to tell you in the first innings. I don't know who it was. I'm not going to name and shame them. But there was a 12th man coming on for some reason. And you know what I found out the reason was?
Why?
That the ball got hit down to fine leg, ended up in the pond, and the fielder accidentally fell in the pond.
No, you're joking.
Chasing
no,
it.
What, today?
And was too wet to continue.
Today?
To this
You're joking.
In the first innings of this game. Come back to that in a second. Because it's ICCB who will be batting first against Beveren. That's why you say at the end of these games, folks, you get the real goss. Beveren won the toss and they elected to bowl first. And I think, they're missing a couple, including Khalid Mardi. ICCB, Sundaram and TP put on 80 in the power play, the biggest ever power play we've seen in ECS cricket. So watch out as we'll see plenty of superstars this afternoon. And Kuxar listed up with Zakil. So
okay, that's really looking forward to the
So
next
this
two games,
is what
but
happened in the first innings. And tell me in the chat if you're still with us, because I might have to mention this next game. There was a fielder that the ball went near the pond. He fell in the pond, and it's a proper pond as well. It's not a puddle. All right,
anyway,
9 out now.
Last over. Good start from Manaway. He's been really good in the field. He's going to get a bowl.
Completely wet in his uniform. They decided it was okay for him to be replaced on the field. Has that ever happened before in cricket? You tell me. Alex Carey fell in a swimming pool in
where was the ground you had
tour?
a swimming pool just behind you? Was it Hungary?
Oh yeah, the bikini end.
Yeah, the bikini. Manawar again. Oh, this time pushing a bit of wheels through it. Direct hit. Eventually a pretty easy single.
No look late cut. What do you think about this shot?
It's a no look.
No look late cut. Jamali is coming back at him. He looks one way, hits another.
Keeps his eye on the balls. It's good.
Well,
trust me.
Not so sure.
Trust me.
I was tracking the pupils.
Okay.
Anyway, here's the Ramadzai.
This one just missing the
I mean, we're pretty close to seeing 20 wickets in a game here, which I think we've only seen 3 times before. So, I remember the first time was in Stockholm, Sweden last year.
So this is in general history.
It was 68-64 game.
Wow.
But this is a game that actually has had over 200 runs, but we still might see 20 wickets.
There you go.
Don't know though.
Definitely, if you're a fan of runs, you're in the right place. Belgium ball, baby. Hasn't quite come off again though, as they're struggling here in the last over. And this is in the air, won't fall to a man, so it will just be another single. Miramasi almost getting that one wrong.
Shrugs mentioned something as well.
What's
I was going to mention as well. The ICCB, they've got Partik coming in. He just has one name.
One name wonder.
One name wonder. You see a few of those around. We had Amandeep in Portugal. Partik is making his first appearance. So he must be good if you've just got one name, is what he's saying.
I remember, do you remember JJ Okocha?
Yeah.
So good they named him twice.
Yeah, player so nice they named him twice.
I don't think it's because it was nice. I think it's because he was really good at football.
He plays so nice. They named him twice.
No, I don't like that.
But we've had a few of those.
So
here's the last ball of the match.
High in the air. Could be an opportunity. It's got snow on it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and he's taken it. What a catch. What a way to bowl them all out. And they will finish 77 all out. What a catch from that man on my butt.
Yeah, it was a good catch because he had to turn and go with the flight in the end, didn't he? And yeah, so he just kind of gets this all wrong. So we do see 20 wickets fall for, I think it's just the 3rd time ever in ECN cricket. And yeah, well, they're all back slaps, and why not for Leash, who now recovered a 2-2. Again, find themselves in a hole, the same kind of hole that Royal Brussels are in. But really, the men in yellow, they are the dominant team. Twice they were sent in, twice they put enough on the board to keep Ghent out. They shut the gate and they take 4 points away. Coming up next, it's coming in about 25 minutes time. ICCB versus Beveren. Now expect fireworks in that one. 2 teams that set this ground alight on Saturday. And everyone's a bargain. Everyone's just 1 point at the moment in fantasy cricket. So get involved. Let's go to the highlights. And we're chasing a similar kind of a target. I thought there was a bit more hope for them this time, especially where we saw Ashad go 6-6-4. This is the one that ended up with me in the cube. But even though he was looking good, look at that seam on the new ball. But then he found himself in a bit of bother after this 4. 16 off the first 3 balls, and he just tried something that wasn't really on, didn't he? And after that, we saw some really good catches taken. A couple of stingers, like you said, Charlie. And once again, Liege, they had enough on the board to defend.
Just goes to show that they back themselves in the field to defend anything. Again, questions will be asked of Ghent, especially of the skipper, Ryan Faes, for going ahead, bowling first, and then backing themselves to chase. But I don't mind, but it's just not come off for them today. And they will eventually come to a demise, as they will lose by 47 runs here in game number 26. But there were still some excellent cricket shots, don't get me wrong. That was one of the best ones there from Malik Kell, who I think is still a talented batsman, but it's just not quite come off for him here. And
Yeah.
take a look at this. That was a really good catch. That man, he was busy, was Hanan Sakani. This time, this one was a little bit easier, a bit more elevated, and takes it again. So 2 and 2 for him. And well, this one was down the ground, and that one went seriously high. It was a really good catch. Manoa, again, excellent down the ground, portraying and really looking after that boundary, keeping it down to a minimum and taking catches when given the opportunity. But yeah, the issue for Ghent was just wickets, wasn't it? Being 3 wickets down once again after that 3-over period, and then eventually up at the 5th, losing their 5th wicket in 5 overs, and then after that it was just wicket after wicket after wicket. Losing 3 in the 9th as well, that didn't help, but the game was almost gone at that point. But to be fair to Leeds, credit where credit's due. They bowled well, didn't they? Put it in the block hole, asked questions, and any opportunities that were given to them, they were taken. Apart from that one was one of a few that weren't taken, but very next ball, they got the single, and a wicket was to go, as it was yet again another catch. Manoa this time coming into the frame, and then very next up, that was a wild swing from Anad Khan. And Ghent, just struggled, haven't they? Just haven't been able to really fire things going and really get things up and running. But what a catch to end the game. Umar Bat on the final delivery. So we will see, I think Vinny mentioned it's the 3rd time that we've seen both teams 20 wickets all out.
Yeah, so not something you see very often, but we saw lots of action. And so we saw Belgian ball attempted a little bit, and sometimes just didn't come off, particularly for Ghent. I mean, once again, you see 3 reach 16. Their highest score of the morning, I think, was 19. So they just had a case that no one could go on with it. And 3 stuck in the not-so-sweet 16s. I've got to say the catching was pretty good as well. And Manoa took 3 catches himself and also chipped in with a wicket in that innings. And really, also pretty disciplined in the 10 overs. They only gave away 1 single wide. So that just tells me that they're not giving too many away for free. Looking at the bowling, we're 4 for 27. Ibrahim Kelp steals the figures in the end. He was expensive early, but it came back very, very well. Remember, his first 3 balls went for 16. So after that, he took 4 for 11. Apart from that, 3 for 13 laid on by Falconulla, who also kept things really tight. Singles for Sarkani, Guman Ali and Munawa. So a lot of good performance for Liege this morning. I'm looking forward to seeing them, of course, throughout the rest of their group stage. Again, we'll see them every day from here on in until Thursday. They'll have to pick up the pace, and particularly they'll have to find someone that can make a score with the bat if they're going to be competitive in this series. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in 20 minutes, and when we do, it will be the 3rd match of the day. ICCB have been sent in against Beveren, and don't forget ICCB, they're a team coming off the highest power play we've ever seen in ECS cricket, so a bit of a risk to send them in, but let's see how that works out when we return for more cricket. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo here with Charlie Hunt, and we'll be back shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Belgium. We're halfway through day 7 here. Sun's out, a lot of heat in the air, a lot of heat out in the middle as well. We've seen some big bombs this morning, haven't we already? And I think we're just getting started because these two teams this afternoon, they can really pack a punch. I think we're going to see plenty more Belgium ball before this day is over. So now we will see match 27, the third match of today, between International CC Brussels and Beveren. Well, I know a lot of hype about these two teams after their performances on Saturday. Let's see what happens at the coin toss, because Stefan Gooch is out in the middle with the two captains.
Beveren to call. Heads the call. It is heads. Okay, good luck guys, have a great game.
Thank you guys.
All the best.
Good luck. Thank you.
All the best. Cheers.
So it is Beveren that win the toss, and a bit of a surprise for me, they've elected to bowl. Well, that's 3 teams winning tosses today, and 3 times they've elected to bowl. So yeah, I'm not so sure about that, but I think it might be to do with a couple of players out, including Khalid Ahmadi, who we know is a very important player for Beveren. And look, Beveren, they do get their wish to chase. Beveren will see them at the ECL next year as T20 domestic champions this year in Belgium. So get used to them, we'll be seeing a lot more of them. One guy we haven't seen a lot of so far in this tournament is Saber Zakil, who missed out with just 6 and a golden duck on Saturday. I'm sure that he wants to get some runs. He's a very, very fluent player. Look forward to watching him bat, no doubt about that. But ICCB, well, they had a very, very good start to their series. In fact, they set the all-time ECS power play record with 80 in the power play first up on Saturday morning. It was absolutely crazy stuff, 38 off the first over, and it's a bit of a risk, if you ask me, getting their openers out there first up. They'll be hoping to do something similar here at the start of match 27. So strap yourselves in. I think this is going to be kaboom time as we go back to the Ice Cube Charlie Hunt. I'm sure he can't wait either. As I tell you the news from the toss here, Beveren, well, they've sent in ICCB after the toss. Let's see how that works out. Over to you, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Vinny. I certainly can't wait, and I'm very much looking forward to this matchup. We're going back-to-back with these two teams. It will be Beveren taking on ICCB. What a game this is going to be. Top of the table clash, of course, after both of these teams taking 2 victories from their first 2 games back on Saturday. Feels like a long time ago, but that's where we are here in Mechelen. A very warm welcome to everybody tuning in around the world here on the European Cricket Network. And that's where we are. As I mentioned, both of these two teams taking victories from their first 2 games. And of course, a man who only goes by one name, Partik. That's going to be interesting. See if he's going to live up to the expectations of men with one name. And of course, looking forward to the likes of Golly as well. I think he's going to be crucial with both bat and ball, of course. And then looking at Beveren as well. I think there's a few names missing out, but of course, well, Mansour Mahboobi had a pretty good time of it, as did Hakim Kaksad as well. So plenty of big names in both lineups, names that we've seen plenty of times here on the ECN. And there you go, that's the bat versus ball. The supercomputer has got the expected score. Look at that, average runs for ICCB, 155, but Beveren not so far behind on 145. So this could just be a very interesting game as well. One of the O's has got to go, as eventually one of these two teams will be taking a loss here in the first game of the afternoon. We've had 2 exciting matches 25 and 26 were really important to see how Ghent got on. It just didn't quite come off for them this morning, but again, they will be back later on tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing them again, but I'm also looking forward to seeing this as we get to see these 2 games unfold. No surprise at the top of the order for the ICCB will be Sai TP alongside Anand Sundaram, and why not? They put on the record-breaking highest power play in ECS history just on Saturday. TP going big, 60-odd runs off of just 19 deliveries. Certainly was incredible to watch. I'm looking forward to this game. We're just waiting for the clock to tick over to the hour mark, but thank you for choosing the European Cricket Network to tune into on this lovely Monday afternoon. Whether it's on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in India and the subcontinent, a very good afternoon to you. Hope you're all well, and hope you're looking forward to it, and hope you're as excited as I am for these 2 games between ICCB and Beveren. Beveren, of course, will go on to represent Belgium in the ECL next year. But again, also Beveren, the previous winners of the last ECS here in Belgium. That was 2020, so 2 years ago. And it will be Ashikullah Saeed. He will be getting us underway. Saeed here for Beveren in match 27. Well, this has clipped something. I tell you what, it's an excellent catch from Zabir Sakil, the man with the gloves on today for Beveren CC. Look at this one. Goes right through the leg, steps right across. Somehow misses the stump, somehow misses pad and everything. So starts off with a dot ball. Excellent start for Saeed. And yeah, Saeed TP, the man on strike. I think this is going to be a really, really big matchup, these two. Currently sat first and second respectively. Big into the leg side, and this is going to go a long way. That is out of here. See you later. And TP using the extra pace of Saeed, and that's gone a long, long way. 6 more. What a way to get off the mark, and what a way to bring the first runs on the board. 6 into the leg side. That could be into that pond over on that left side. Well, well, well. If there was ever a man who was going to do it, it was going to be Saeed TP. You've seen him do it already here on the European Cricket Network. Looking to go again here. Well, there you go. As Shahidullah Othmanzai was just saying what he would have done there. You saw on camera there. So he's going to want a response after being dispatched for 6. Goes shorter, and TP unable to lift this over the infield. Good comeback, just a dot ball. This is just proving to be interesting. I am so excited for this game. It's been a pleasure to bring you the coverage so far here in Mechelen, the Vibro Cricket Ground. It's been a host to some big hitting, some incredible catches, and some exceptional bowling as well. All 3 elements have been on fine display. Big step across, that movement away, just proving to be enough for Saeed. Gets it across TP. Look at this one. Comes in and then comes away. Excellent delivery. A man who we've seen represent VOC Rotterdam, of course, as well. He's also played for Punjab Rotterdam as well, so alongside Belgium, of course, as well. So a very experienced campaigner when it comes to T10 cricket. He is a big asset for Beveren. Got 2 deliveries left in his first over. And again, TP trying to go into that leg side. I don't mind that. There isn't much protection out there. Look at this big step across. He's covering all 3 stumps, so he really is becoming suspect if he gets thrown a very full Yorker straight delivery. Been a good comeback from Ashikullah Saeed. Getting dispatched for that 1 maximum into that onside. Needs to finish off strongly here. It will be TP to face the final delivery of the first over. Big into the leg side. Hasn't quite got all of this. There is a man out there, but it won't matter. It will sail over his head. Not even Jabbar Japarkel can keep this one in the play. And it's another 6 runs, and it's that man again, Saeed TP. And that one, he just has to watch sail over his head, and that will bring us to the end of the first over. 12 for none. Can welcome Vinny Sandhu back to the commentary box.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Well, what do you see when fire meets fire? And I'm guessing some kind of explosion. We saw 2 of them in that first over from TP. 4 dot balls as well. Having a look at the top performers of both teams so far. Of course, it's just off a couple of games, but TP and Sundaram, the openers, really did a number on Royal Brussels on Saturday morning, didn't they? Especially early on. For Beveren, again, we've seen them kind of share it a bit more, I suppose. They were in a bit of trouble, actually, when they were dug out by Othmanzai on Saturday afternoon. But yeah, a few people missing, including him. And nice to see Ashikullah Saeed back into the lineup. Though he does go the journey a couple of times in that first over. Here we go with the second over now. There's Dilna Angar into the side. Starts with a wide. But yeah, Sundaram, his first opportunity. And yeah, these 2 were incredible on Saturday morning, weren't they? They were just almost racing each other at one point, and we just had the fastest start to a game we've ever seen, basically, in ECS cricket.
It was just incredible to watch. I think that was kind of what sort of settled it for us, that Belgian ball was really the way.
I mean, the first over went for 38, to give you an idea of how things were going. Short, asking for trouble. And if you ask for trouble here in Mechelen, you're going to find it. Sandarum gets off the mark. That one was Gundy, wasn't it, really? Again, the angle was all wrong. It was too short. And he put it away with a minimum of fuss.
Yeah, no, he's not going to miss out, especially a man of Sunderum's calibre. But yeah, no, going back to that really was incredible from ICCB, wasn't it? At the end of their first 3 overs, they were 80 for none.
Yeah.
80 for none. Not only was it the highest runs in the power play, but to do it for an unbroken first wicket partnership.
And first knock of the series as well, you know. And this time, it's not quite there to hit, but I'll show you it. TP's pretty keen to get down there. Backs up well and hustles through for a single. Bat onto pad there from Sandarum.
He was set off. There was no stopping him, was there? He was off like a freight train. Yeah, TP 12 off 6, strike at 200 so far. But yeah, that was, I mean, in that first 3 overs, there was so many boundaries.
Yeah, also they were aided by the fact there were a few gifts in there as well from the bowlers. I don't think they executed their skills very well. Royal Brussels. A bit short again. This time he tries the straight pull. Might have found trouble. In fact, he's been dropped. It was more of a top edge than anything. And yet, the fielder goes back. And, well, now this would have been run out. Sandarum gets in a bit of a mix-up there. So TP gets lucky, and so does Sandarum. Both openers survive. In the end, it's just a long single.
Yeah, he was furious with himself, was the fielder. Watch this. Serious reaction. Puts it down. Flings out, falls over, flings out in anger. And then eventually... Well, he would have been gone there, but that survives another day.
Now, red dot ball as well. So, I mean, bowling has been inconsistent so far. I mean, Anga's first couple were no good. That one's pretty well located. But, yeah, let's just see who wins the battle of these two teams in both star-studded. Beffron missing a couple, but they also have a couple of very, very good players. They've got Saber Zakil behind the stumps today, actually, for Beffron. Once again, it's much better location.
I'm just struggling with anything that's wide outside the off stump. Not quite getting those feet moving, getting the head towards the ball. Yeah, no, this is a tough one to call, isn't it? Because both teams they're in fine form, both 2 from 2, and it's just proving to just showcase the skill here in Belgium.
Goes over the offside this time, and this one will be. It's touch and go, probably 4, I think. We'll have a look at it on the replay, but Sandarum, again, just has a free and easy swing at this. It kind of opens the face of the bat a little bit as well. How far does this go? Looks like it's heading for 4. Yep, 4 runs. Yep. So still, that'll be the end of the over. And it's 23 for no loss after 2. Well, no, not quite after 2. Well, actually.
Maybe.
I've got that after 2. What's going on here?
Oh, dear.
But we'll work it out.
Yeah, we'll get that. I think
that is the end of the over. Yep. I'll just wait the score to catch up to me. Not often I'm ahead of the game, but yeah, 23 for no loss after 2. Probably gives us a chance, Charlie, to look at the table. And I suppose the big winners this morning were Liege, who get back to 50-50 record after losing their first 2 games on Saturday to Beveren. Some tight contests in there, but now they've got a pretty healthy net run rate as well, almost a full point above 0. So we have 3 teams all on 2 wins, of course. One of these 2, or maybe both, will pull ahead of Liege this afternoon. Let's see what happens as Ashikula Saeed comes back to bowl over number 3. Slightly slower ball this time. Hit pretty confidently down the ground this before. So, yeah, well picked by TP. You see, that's the kind of rolling leg cutter there. Just runs his fingers down the side of the ball, the left-hand side of the ball. But that one didn't stay on the field for much longer. 4 more.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a terrible Yorker. It was a slower ball, of course. But it was well picked by TP. And, well, he certainly is seeing it pretty well at the moment, isn't he? He's currently now 17 off of just 8 deliveries. And, oh, I think we're just struggling to get that back. But we have eventually got that ball back. Yeah, we're struggling for balls, but we got a delivery at the weekend, didn't we?
Yeah.
Got delivery, so
we
were struggling
we're
at one
okay
point
for now. Didn't know we need to have more towels to dry off people that got stuck in the pond. We'll have to talk about that in case you missed that at the end of the last game.
Dear.
Anyway, here's Ashikula.
Continuing here. Bit of foot movement. Oh, wow, that would have been an incredible catch. He did well to get a hand on this one. The outstretched left hand of Saeed. Look at this one, full toss. Does well, keeps
it was
it
going to
down.
stick or it wasn't it? But Ashikula, I suppose he potentially saves 4 there with that left hand. So, yeah, there was an incident this morning where one of the players went to go fetch a ball that had gone near the pond, I think over the fine leg boundary, accidentally fell in, had to be replaced for a couple of overs while he dried himself out.
Only on the
Another
European
ECN first.
I'm trying to think of where ponds in Europe. I'm trying to think of
This
grounds.
is a proper pond as well. Anyway, here we go. Round the wicket now. He's going to try this to TP, who just blasts him straight. Jeez, he's been so good in Group B so far. Maximo takes him up into the 20s. Change of angle. No change of approach from TP. He goes down the ground. Bang, 6 runs.
Yeah, and it's again, when you're sitting deep in the crease, a fuller delivery, you can just give yourself more time to really get underneath it, and that's exactly what he does there. Not only does he get power, but he gets elevation. It just means it sails over, and 6 more. TP, fine form so far.
I think you've changed the angle there to TP, but what you really need to change is your length. I think that kind of length, he's been really confident driving it up and out of the ground. So you got to either get fuller or shorter. I'd kind of gravitate towards full and straight. Yorker, genuine Yorker. Don't think we've seen them put away. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to go full, go actually full, not just foolish like that. Like there, low full toss, but he just overcooks it. And that shows there's no margin for error. So he goes for that kind of delivery, but turns into full toss. And yeah, look, he's so confident. He gets a good kind of stride in a sense with that left leg. Gets out of the way a little bit. And so 4 runs back to back. And right now, there's TP, who is it's hit the Monday in the same fashion that he was treating his Saturday, really.
Monday, fun day, Saturday, Saturday. It's just not much he can't do at the moment. Everything's coming off. Everything's finding that middle of the bat. 2 overs left, 2 deliveries left in the over.
Oh, now he's gone, and it's a full toss that undoes him, and maybe a slight change of pace from Ashikula. But TP, well, this was one of the easier ones, really. I suppose what he does do is he does keep it full and straight, even though it's a bit fuller than I think he wanted it, but it must have been a slight slower ball. Just looking at the hand here. Yeah, maybe slightly, but I just think it's also an error from TP, who hits across the straight one. So handy play to have back in the shed. He'll go for a brisk 27, and the first wicket falls. The score now 37 for 1.
Yeah, it just looked like it dipped on him ever so slightly. Just got a little bit small on him, which is interesting, isn't it? Because he normally backs himself, but I think he's just missed it here, to be honest with you. Just swings a little bit too hard.
Look where he's trying to hit that, and it definitely dips below his bat. That was the problem.
Yeah.
It wasn't so much playing the wrong line, but it dips below where he thought it was going to be. Ashikula, finally, after all of that, has something to show for it. He's got 1 for 26. 1 ball left in his spell.
Yeah, no, needs to finish off well. He'll want to finish off well as well. He knows that he's probably one of the most talented bowlers in Belgium. So
yeah, Gunga Barry is the number 3. And he'll be wanting to keep things going about the same pace, facing up for 1 ball to Ashikula, who gets him just prodding away. That'll be the end of the power play. In the end, I think honours even after that one. 37 for 1 after 3 overs.
yeah, no, good end to the power play for Saeed. He gets that wicket, and then we'll concede just top ball there. So really good end to the power play, but interesting, only 1 wicket gone, and I think that is key. I know I've said it over and over again, but if you can keep wickets down to it as a batting side after 3 overs, then it just gives you the license to maybe go for a few deliveries that you originally wouldn't have planned to do so.
Yeah, that's true. Although it's hard to really get inside these guys' heads, isn't it?
Sure.
I mean, we've seen kind of unprecedented attacking approach, even for ECN cricket here in Belgium. And that's what Belgian ball's all about. And Sundaram, who only faced 5 balls in the power play, had a bit of the FOMO.
That was Saeed's first wicket in the tournament as well.
Yeah,
So
we only played the 1 game on Saturday, right? Now it starts with a wide. Yeah, he played the first one, didn't play the second. So yeah, his 4th over, last ball of his 4th over of the tournament. Gets a wicket, won't be his last though. I mean, he's a good player.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Wears his heart in his sleeve as well.
Hakim Kakzad is the leading wicket taker alongside Shokrullah Shazad for Beveren so far. Both in the team at the moment.
Bowling out the openers here. Ungar in the 4th. It's a little bit short, and it's blasted square of the wicket. Maximo Sundaram. He might have lost his opening partner, but he hasn't lost any of his flair, as this one just a little bit short, turns on it, and, well, smokes that one out of the ground.
How many times have we seen short balls being given the treatment? Every single time that a bowler tries to drop one in short. I just don't think it's quick enough. Don't get me wrong, they're not slow. They are not slow bowlers. But I just don't think they're pushing it enough for pace. It just sits up.
A slow ball. This is a little bit fuller. And, well, it's definitely 4. Just have a look here. Kaksa runs out of real estate pretty quickly here. He gathers it and he can't get rid of it. I think he's trying to get rid of it, but it gets stuck in his hands. Look, about here. And he's still juggling it. And then he knows it's bounced before it gets to him. So that's why it's not going to be 6. So have a look one more time. He actually doesn't have it anymore. So he actually fumbles it. See, bounces. And then he juggles it. Anyway, guess what? It might work out. The keeper's after. He's got to go a long way. Oh, can't quite get there. It's Zakil who's got the gloves on. And now it would have been a run out of the bowler's end. Oh, I love this cricket. And Sundaram gets lucky maybe twice. That one was really high. And they're still getting over the last one, which was pretty unique. He wanted to throw it away. Then he realised he didn't have it anymore.
Yeah, but look at this one. I like this from the keeper. He set off early. Yeah. He was going. There was no one else under it. I like that. He's the man with the gloves.
If he got a full dive on there, he might have surprised himself.
Probably doesn't want to dive on this outfield.
Maybe. Yeah, now just nudges it away.
Yeah, good comeback eventually.
The one over the boundary was, the more I was thinking of it, it was a funny one because he wants to release it, but he fumbles it just before he jumps over the boundary.
And that's why.
So then he can't touch it anymore. So he just has to kind of watch it.
Oh dear.
Okay.
That's something that's really developed though the last couple of years is boundary fielding, isn't it? Not just in European cricket, but in cricket in general.
Boundary. I mean, fields have got smaller in general, and also bats have got bigger. See,
it's there. Look.
It's not clean the first time. Well, this is pretty clean, though, from the batter. Barry gets off the mark the Belgian way. Maximo! And it also brings up the 50 for ICCB here in the 4th over.
Yeah, no surprise that they've done it pretty early on in their innings. And they do it really nicely. Nice shot into the leg side. Again, down the ground. It's just showing. Well, that was a slot ball, wasn't it? That was really, really much, pretty much just a slot delivery from Angar.
And Angar had problems with this early, remember, with the angle in as well, which kind of goes into that wheelhouse. Hey, 143, 144 pace at the moment.
Yeah, this is decent so far. So yeah, 143 at the moment is what they're on par for at the moment. Par score 120, of course.
Well, Ashkul Asaid got a wicket with the last ball of his spell. Let's see if Angar can do the same. Well, maybe. In fact, he will. So straight down the throat of Hakeem Kaksa. This time, he's the right side of the border. And so both opening bowlers do take a wicket off their last delivery. And so that's 2 down now. And so once again, we see another 6 and out situation. The score at the end of 4 is 55 for 2.
Yeah. Interesting power play and an interesting 4th over as well. We can welcome you back to the Ice Cube here in Belgium.
Welcome. It's not too cold though at the moment, is it? It's going to be the hottest day I think we've probably had since we've been here. Yep, 31 degrees. Are some concerns for later in the week that maybe a bit of rain might be around. Hopefully we can just keep pushing that back. It's already been pushed back a little bit, and we don't mind if it comes after the end of the tournament. Of course, Frederic Constant, they know when it's time. They're all about time. Check them out as well on the internet. Frederic Constant from Geneva, who are official timekeepers, who we will see. Obviously, with a leading role in the ECC. We know how important time is. And right here, not too much time to muck about if you're batting. It's all action all the time. And it will be Abdul Rashid now, who's going to bowl over number 5.
Bit of spin coming into the attack now. Bit of leg spin. Good start. Good start. Right on the money straight away is the bowler, Abdul Rashid. Course.
Shrug saying that Syed took a wicket with his penultimate ball. It's not how I remember it. To the score, yeah, he's exactly right. Thank you, Shrug.
That's very rare you get something wrong. But Shrug's always keeping it
Shrug is all over it.
Oh,
I mean, we've got a perfect department here. Shrug's like the proofreader. You got Keanu, who's like the researcher. Like if you ask Keanu anything, he'll have an answer within about 2 minutes.
Oh dear, it's so true.
Yeah, he's brilliant.
So true. No, huge thanks everyone for contributing over the last few days. It's been brilliant.
We appreciate it. And this next one is just down for no run this time. Abdul Rashid Karim.
Of course, game number 4 coming up. We tend to get a little, have a little bit of fun in game 4.
A little bit.
Always good fun, good times. Always good times on comms though.
Always is with you. This will be one, I think. Just one. Yeah.
That was nice.
Yeah, we've had a good time.
Yeah, it has been really good.
I'd say it'd be a bromance, but I mean we're a long way apart to be bros, aren't we? No comment?
Saying anything? No.
I did like the bit where you said a lot of people think they'd like to see you pair up with Corey, and I put a quick kibosh on that one.
That would turn down straight away.
I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. This is into the gap, and this is probably going to be 4 it is. So goalie gets off the mark, and this is the way they play, isn't it? Not many getting off the mark with singles this innings. Again, it's a pretty confident drive, and that's a pretty safe shot as well in the circumstances. Through the line of the ball. Cuatro caradas más.
Good Spanish. Very good Spanish.
I do like Spanish. I'm still working my vocabulary. And I have been, well, I'm going to be there for 10 weeks before the end of the year, so got to get up to speed. That's pretty well bowled as well by Abdul. Just pushes this through. Yeah, so, I mean, how did you develop your Spanish skills? I mean, obviously.
I lived there for 11 years.
But did you have any kind of formal training, or you just kind of picked it up?
We learned it every day at school.
Yeah.
Every single day had to have a lesson.
Yeah.
Had to take it with GCSEs and stuff like that. So.
Yeah. Oh, gets a bit lucky. Finds the fielder. He's perfectly placed for a French cut, which you don't often see.
Yeah, very rare. Yeah, no, I just picked it up.
I love Spanish as a language, though. I think I find it fairly natural anyway, compared to some others. Anyway, takes us to the end of the 5th over here. ICCB just being pegged back a bit with those 2 wickets. The score at the end of the 5th is 61 for 2.
Yeah, no, Spanish was picked it up at school. Spoke to all of my Spanish mates in Spanish, and yeah, that was it. That was really just sort of picked it up, and then lost it a little bit over the last couple of years, obviously because I've been back in the UK and stuff. Spanish
is one language that I've heard it spoken so fast that it sounds like one of those auctioneers sometimes, and I've heard, especially sometimes you get the girls, they talk at such a level. Yeah, sounded like bullets coming out of a machine gun. This one off the pad. Oh, best fielding position ever, isn't it, at the moment? That's 2 balls gone straight to him in that position. Not another dot ball to start the new over number 6 now.
Good fielding position. I saw that a lot in Portugal, actually. It was a bit of a backstop.
Yeah.
Because it's such a short boundary, for sure, obviously. Yeah, there was a bit of a backstop, especially on the leg side more than anything. I think because the pitch in Portugal was a little, like to misbehave every now and then.
Short, and he's beaten for pace this time. Well, the fielder gets a chance to be a hero, and he drops it. So, look who it is, this Anga, who was there a second ago. And then, nice little softball pitch in, but he had an opportunity to remove goalie, and he doesn't take it. Goalie dropped on 5.
Big opportunity to get a very crucial batsman in this lineup out early in his innings, and they haven't taken it. So, this is going to be interesting to see just how expensive it's going to be. Only time will tell.
Hello to Abu, who's watching in the chat. See a wide down leg side. Tell you what, same as Akil. A lot of chat about him, of course, with the bat. He missed out on. He's a good runner as well. He missed out with the bat 6 and a golden duck on Saturday. Although got a pretty good ball from Adan Razak. But I mean, he's one guy. I think a lot of people are looking forward to seeing when he gets in full flow and doing a pretty handy job with the gloves.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys are all-round players.
Yeah,
I mean,
100%.
He's also a decent. Hello, I'm here. Thanks, Andrews. I don't think people want to see me, though. See Charlie taking a seat on the job again. Anyway.
You can't.
We already had this request for us to be on the cameras at all time. Andrews taking a bit more seriously. Well, Andrews, just blink twice if you're falling asleep on the buttons, okay? Yeah. I think we should get a camera in Andrews's trailer.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you think that'd be a good idea?
Direct to cam.
So we have a button that we can see what Andrews is doing. I love that guy. Anyway, back to the action. This is Shazad. This is down leg side. It's called wide. Yeah, I don't think there's anything on it. Yeah, so Andrews is pushing the buttons for us. And that's why it's all so smooth and error-free.
I don't know if that's.
I think it misses leg. If it misses the line of leg stump, this would be called a wide. Even though it's a decent bounce up, but you kind of got the responsibility to get over the stumps. Yeah. So. Oh yeah. We're back again. That's
I was just saying,
giant
I'm still
hand.
here.
Do you want to be my hands?
No.
Have you seen those ones? Those sketch comedy shows where someone's behind. Whose line is it anyway? Reality TV at its best. Anyway, this one is going to be away from the fielder, and it's going to be 4. So again, the angling not really working for the bowlers. Shakrullah Shirzad. See, once again, just gets a little bit too straight. So the ball is probably hitting middle stump, but with that angle in, so many batters are good at turning and getting it into that quarter of the field.
Yeah, really good shot. Again, turning it just round the corner, getting enough on it. Does well. Keeps it away from the fielder, only just though. Shrug, I say, did Charlie start the age-related shrinking early? That's where I am. That's why.
Anyway, back to the action. Better delivery. This one, see, it kind of induces that shot, but it's actually not that straight at all. It's probably 2 stumps outside off, and maybe even just leaves him a little bit off the pitch.
Good delivery. Very good delivery. Keeping him quiet after that boundary. This is all he needs to do. Good comeback.
Unless the guy's blasting you through point all the time, I think you don't want to get too greedy and attack the stumps too much. I think you're seeing what happens when they try that line. So yeah, that probably tram line to halfway between the tram line and the off stump. That's the channel I'd be concentrating on.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is up and it's going to be dropped again. Wow, this is Abdul Rashid who will put it down. Again, that's 2 catches dropped so far off the bat of Golly, who had a life on 5. And now he survives another scare on 11.
Yeah, just a bit of a lapse in concentration. He was late to see it off the bat, so he didn't quite pick it up early. So it will be a dropped catch. So at the end of the 6th, ICCB are 70 for 2. And,
retain the strike now, Golly. We'll move to 12.
There's a lot of discussion in the field.
Yeah,
I can hear it. There's a lot of not so happy customers.
I mean, it's hard if people. No one drops catches on purpose. You know, so it's a tough one. So it's I don't really know what to say to them except to try and be positive. I don't think yelling at people if they drop catches is probably going to be that helpful. Oh no, this will be a no ball, and it'll probably get over for at least 4. It will be 4 pitches just inside. So well, it hasn't been a very good 30 seconds for Abdul Rashid, put it that way. He dropped the catch, and then this one, chest high, and Rajasthekar Golly, again, he's cashing in the gifts, isn't he? Takes a boundary, and now he'll be facing a free hit.
Yeah, this is a free hit time. Could be big, this single delivery. And that was interesting, because Sabir Sakil having a conversation with Abdul Rashid. Just saying, come on, relax, you can do it. Let the ball do the work.
This one's better length, so he can't do too much with the free hit. So yeah, be just happy they avoided that. I mean, Beverin, of course, very good batting line, even though they're missing a couple today, but still. Yes, this is a better ball. Fielder, he's going to have to go right back, and he will. Well, that's great catching, really. Mohamed Noman is the man at long off who takes the catch. And I thought he just took a step in there for a second, but he quickly corrected, and I was worried that the momentum would take him back over the line. But we've seen some great catches taken in this position, Charlie, and that was no exception. It'll be a 3rd wicket. Sundaram doesn't get any of Golly's luck. He's gone for 21. The score, 76 for 3.
Yeah, that's a big wicket to go. Is Sundaram. He goes 21 off of just 13 deliveries. So he was looking to try and accelerate. However, now he has to make the long walk back to
Got a bit of an idea, right? Because Mandrake mentioned as well, why don't we do a lurker call out? Because we got this guy lurking. He's a lurker over here. So while we're doing that, I'm going to do it myself.
Go on then.
Come at us, come at us, come at us, come at us. If you are lurking, if you are watching and you don't normally jump in the chat, or even if you do, you can drop us a message. Let us know where you're watching from. Just like our lurker commentator who, yeah, too busy to get in the camera shot when it comes on. Anyway, Andrus is stitched up good there. Yeah, it's not making a specious 2. Hit the stumps, he was gone by a mile. Now they might get 3, but they don't want it. Too risky. And so, yeah, that was a certain opportunity. And guess what? It's that man. Again, I think Golly could have been run out there, but he probably feels completely immune at the moment.
You're really not trying to do me any favours, but scranning the old, chucking the old camera on.
That's Andrus. I just thought it was a nice chance to do a lurker call out because
okay.
You're lurking down there, aren't you?
You're lurking.
Are you working while lurking?
Always.
This one almost hits his non-striker. And, well, where's this gone? Well, it's gone for 4 eventually. You decide when. And Satman Kaksar as well. Well, he hasn't had too much fun staying the right side of the white powder so far. and it will end up as 4 runs.
Yeah, no, just doesn't get there. Look, he gets a foot there, but I think it would have been 4 anyway because his back foot was touching the line.
Yeah,
so
maybe. But to remove all doubt, there it was. I have a feeling it might have been all right.
I don't think it was. But then again, what do I know? Not a lot at this point.
Bottom Shetty's out there. 2 and a 4 to start off. And now he might go even more. He goes 2, 4, 6, pick up sticks, Maximo. What a good shot that is, out of the ground.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. Slot delivery, pounces on a fuller ball. And this is going to go a long, long way. And look at that. Massive from that man, Pontham Shetty. 2, 4, 6. Brilliant, brilliant hitting so far. Single delivery left in the over. Japadka this time. This time will just be a single. So 2, 4, 6, no 8. Be interesting if we got an 8 there. It's just a single to end the 7th over. And ICCB are 89 for 3.
Yeah, so you can see that 7 days to go of action until the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. We'll see it for just the 2nd time ever, and I'm looking forward to that. 21 countries will be going head-to-head. It will start almost exactly a week's time right here on the European Cricket Network.
He's lurking.
Ah, what have you done to me? What have you done to me?
You knew that was going to happen,
That's a proper
surely.
stitch-up, wasn't it?
You knew that was going to happen.
Got my good side.
That's your good side.
Yeah. Anyway, the end, Jabba Kale was the man actually bowling. Then he takes 1 for 25 off 2. Now we'll see Shakrullah Sherazad is coming back for over number 8.
Got a long, long run up. Through the legs, and will just be a single clattered into the pads eventually for just 1 run. Yeah, he's got good set of wheels as this man. As currently, he's a good first over, really, wasn't it, from him? It's interesting to see. He's coming on again here in the 8th over. Just the 9 off of his first over for Shazad. Again, 3 wickets in the on Saturday's play over the 2 games. And yet again, this is it could be an appeal, and is. So he will have to go. And Golly at this time, well, his run luck's out no further. He goes for 17. And ICCB, it's the 4th wicket to fall, 90 for 4.
His run certainly does luck out. A little edge behind the wicket, and Zakil, yeah, takes a pretty good catch low down there. You see him stay down with it, bend the knees. Must have been a little bit of a feather on it. So Golly had some moments on the way, didn't he? But he has to go for 17. And the score now is 90 for 4.
Yeah, wickets tumbling at the right moment for Beveren so far. Again, we said this at the start, didn't we? This is going to be a really good game. Really tight match in 27 and 28 here for the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium. It just goes to show. I think it's going to come true, isn't it? 90 for 4 with 2.4 overs remaining.
I feel like they don't quite have enough at the moment, hey. But I mean, it can change. Depends how the big fish bat for Beveren at the top of the order. But they got a lot of other fish that can bite you as well.
Plenty of fish in the sea. I wonder if there were fishes in the pond that we lost the man to earlier. That's always an interesting question. So this is a big time now for both teams. Beveren need to keep on top of them here. Need to keep building pressure. Whereas if you're ICCB, need a flourish of boundaries right now. Well, this could be another opportunity, and is straight back to him. Doesn't really get much easier than that. And that will be his 5th wicket in the tournament so far. Shakrullah Shazad picks up his 2nd of the game. And another wicket falls ICB, 90 for 5. And this will be another opportunity. It's yet again 2 and 2. So we will go ahead and have another opportunity at a hat-trick. There you go. You can tell him there. I've got a 3rd on the way. I'm feeling it. So another wicket goes, and Shazad, he's got an opportunity to get a hat-trick and get his name on the Hall of Fame.
I feel like the next one's not that far away, hey? We've been waiting a while, unfortunately. Konduru will be waiting a while to get another bat as he goes without scoring. And so, yeah, 90 for 5. And we're looking for hat-trick number 25. Could this be the moment?
It would be nice, wouldn't it? That last one was Manpreet Sandhu just under a week ago now on the European Cricket Network. And I tell you what, for a man who runs in pure pure power, 100% effort from Shot Gorilla Shazad. There you go, that's him. That's the man. 32. Well, we could take the first number. We wouldn't mind a hat trick now, would we? The man who will be facing it is going to be Krishnan. Got an opportunity here. We've seen different approaches to these hat trick balls. Some players have gone ahead and tried to take them on. Some players just blocked them out, but it's a hat trick opportunity. And they're appealing because I think it's hit the pad and it's on a hat trick ball.
It's a proper hat trick appeal as well, isn't it?
That wasn't hitting anything. I think he might have hit it with the bat instead.
Yeah, that's what you got to do though. You got to appeal because it's a hat trick.
Yeah, no, for sure. Just struggling there. So, but again, excellent over so far. 2 wickets in it at the moment. 2 remaining in the over. This time, well, he was looking as if he was going to try leg side, but Krishnan opens up the offside. Lovely shot, slaps it, and it goes for another boundary. 4 more to the total.
Yeah, weight's going one way, ball's going the other. It doesn't matter. He just kind of cuts it late. So yeah, they're going to need a couple of good overs here. I think you've got someone like Zakil. I know we keep going on about him, but he was just that good for Belgium in ECC last year. And you just feel he doesn't want to miss out again. But Shazad, it's been pretty good for the most part, 2 for 14 off his almost 2 overs. Let's see if he can close out here in the 8th on to Krishnan. Shortish again, doesn't really get up, so it'll be a dot to finish the 8th. 94 for 5 with 2 overs remaining. Yeah. Hey, lurkers, I'm just going to
we had that. Forgot we had that.
Yeah, I know. We're going to have a look.
There's a couple in there, I know that.
Yeah, there's a few under there. I know that Selvakumar Murugasamy popped in. I'm always happy to see him in the chat as well. He's had a few technical difficulties getting the chat back up. Oh, but here, Andrus has come. My mouse was out of batteries. Look at him. He's come to the party with some double A's. So maybe I'll hold out in the lurker call out shout outs for another minute. How about that?
Okay.
How good are you opening battery packets? Because I'm not very good.
Pass it in.
Yeah. How do you do that?
I don't know, Vic. I'm a child.
Sort of Latvian brand. There we go.
Oh, he's got it.
It's just good old force.
Struggling for battery, are you?
Anyway, I've got 3 batteries to sell because I only need the one.
Oh, do you?
It's because
don't tell everyone. They'll all want one.
That's why. Yeah. There we go. Andrus in my ear said he wants in on the cut. There we go. Back to work. Now I can talk about the
there we go.
The lurkers. I think I mentioned that Selva was in there. You can see that Joy is in there as well. Here we go. The Jabba Jabba Kel. Pretty good ball first up. Gets past the edge. Yeah, Keanu saying it'd be hard for the Belgium selectors choosing a team because of all this. Yes, correct. Selva Kumar saying any review system in the ECC for ball tracking. Not currently. Again, just don't quite have that capability yet. If you're going to use technology, it has to be super accurate. You can't just be guessing. I don't think we're at that particular stage with that yet, Silver, but thanks for asking about that. This one bites back and just late cart, throw at them, and then now they should get an overthrow, even though it might be another run opportunity. Now, who's going to stop this? Well, you'd probably go 3. Any advances? Well, they've gone for 3. What became 1 became 3 every time I guess they took the attacking option to try and get the run out and direct hit probably went out. Zakil's trying to settle everyone down. Well, just have a look at this one. First one, yeah, I think it would have been in anyway. Zakil has words, and then at the other end, the same thing. And then I thought, lucky Zakil was there, might have had even more. Well, we had a 7 not that long ago. It might have been in Bologna.
Oh, yes.
But yeah, we only ever had 2 genuine 7s. Edged and gone. So, well, it works out. As batters obviously maybe a little bit tired from running and end up just with the regulation nick behind. Zakil holds on to the catch, and more conversations I'm sure will ensue. But you can see again, tried this a few times. And Krishnan falling one way, the ball goes the other, this time not near the middle. Well done by Zakil. Had to deal with a slightly awkward height there. So as that is, it will be the 6th wicket to fall now. Score is 97 for 6 with 9 balls remaining.
Yeah, not long to go, and this total is looking a little bit lackluster, really, from ICCB. currently going at around about 114, 115. We've already seen a score in that area as well. So just goes to show you take wickets at the right time, makes life 10 times harder for the batting side, and that's certainly what it is at the moment. 97 for 6, and the new man in, he's got a big job to do here.
Yeah, Sundori also piped in during the lurker call out. Hello to Sultan D1 Ali. And thanks for sorting that out. It's just a bit of a mix-up at the ground, but it's all sorted. Sultan, good to hear you in the chat. Now this is going to be 4 runs. So Diore, the captain, gets off the mark with the 4. So again, similar kind of a shot. Seems to be a tactic. So these balls are straight over middle stump. You can either get across and try and hit him to fine leg, or you can back away and try and cut them. I think that's the harder option, but it's been done pretty well a few times. Diore gets that one away for the first runs of his innings.
Executed it pretty well, to be fair to him. Again, not the easiest of shots, as you just said, but still 4 nonetheless, as Diore, the skipper, gets off the mark pretty nicely there, doesn't he?
Yeah, sure does. Question from Shrug where the pond was. I think it was a fine leg pond.
Was it?
Behind the bushes there. That claimed the fielder this morning. Again, similar kind of a length. I think he's got a bit more pace here, Jabbar Jabbarkul. So he's pretty confident he can get away with bowling this length, especially to the lower order, who are just struggling a little bit with the shorter stuff.
I want to test your social media knowledge. Have you heard of an app called Be Real?
Rings a bell, but let's just say no.
Okay. Well, it's basically you take a photo, a selfie, and it takes a photo of what your other camera's seeing as well.
Okay, I
it's
didn't
quite a
know
nice
that.
Concept.
Okay. Last ball for Jabbarkul. He'll only get the 1, and he only needs the 1 here to get rid of Diore. There goes 4 dotting out. It's a little chop on. So the wickets keep falling. That's 9 overs down now. ICCB have just lost their way in this first innings. The score now 101 for 7.
Yep, good end to the over, and a really good end to that first over for Jabbarkul. He takes 2 wickets from it, finishes with a good bit of bowling, 2 for 7.
Bowls with a good bit of steam, doesn't he, actually?
Yeah, good bit of pace, good wheels, good rhythm through the crease.
All right, what do you got for me then?
So Be Real. So we'll take. What we'll do is we'll do this, and then I'll send it through to us. We'll get it on for the next inning so we can show it.
All right.
We'll talk about this, though.
Yeah,
this
let's
is still
talk about this, because I'm getting a lot of questions about what we're up to for the rest of the year. Now, I've already mentioned we'll be in Spain for 5 weeks for the ECC, which includes the FanCode ECT10 Spain on the weekends. So you'll get to see 30 teams in total over that period in Spain. It's going to be crazy. But then we'll have a week in Croatia, as the ECS will resume on the 17th of October. Then we'll have 2 weeks in Malta and 5 weeks in Spain. And so it's going to be a really exciting finish to the year. 11th of December we should finish, and look, we may even start something like, I think it might be the 29th of January, so maybe about 7 weeks off.
Nice.
Still to be confirmed. Anyway, here we go with the last over. Kaksa ambles in, he bowls, and he gets hit out of the ground. Maximo! Well, maybe an issue here with the management of the bowlers here, I've got to say, because the way they've done it is they bowled 4 bowlers out in the first 8 overs. Then Jabbarkul looked really good, but he'll only get the 1 over, and so Kaksa's forced to take the 10th, and it doesn't start well for him. Pothamchetty takes him deep. Here's the next ball, and, well, maybe he sneaks in. And, okay, so we're going to do this. We're going to do a selfie here. Let's look at this wide
you
call.
want to do this standing up as well? Okay.
Oh, that's a wide.
Right, so we'll do it now, shall we? So it's a selfie like this. Ready?
All right.
And then you take that one there.
All right. This is hit away, and it's going to be hit really well. Well, Pothamchetty says, if I'm not getting the wides, I'm going to make my own runs, and he certainly does. This is just in the slot, really. And I like the way he's put that well over extra cover. It's gone miles over the boundary, 6 runs.
Yeah, that's a really nice shot. Stand and deliver stuff from Pothamchetty, who's just raced along quietly to 29 off of 10 now, just doing his own little thing. There you go. So I'm going to show you it here. There you go.
So is it taken at the exact same time, or like a couple of seconds after?
Little interval, so I get a nice little view of what it is. So what we'll do is I'll screenshot that. I'll send it to Andrew. We'll get it up for the viewers in the next inning. So come back if you want to see.
Sounds good. Plan B. What's it called?
Be Real.
Yeah, that's what I meant. All right. It's cool. Love technology. Yeah, well, I mean, as long as it's useful, I suppose. Serves the purpose.
Oh, dear.
Like it. 113. Heading for that par of 119, maybe? Well, not going to get there with this shot. They get 1. They may think of 2 here. to try and keep the strike. Probably should have tried. Well, he might be gone here just for no particular reason. Let's have a look. No, I don't think he is.
Yeah, this one.
Finishes the one, and then
He's safe. He's safe.
bowler had his back to
Only
the plate.
just, though.
Yeah, but that's one they probably got to go from the get-go. Potom Shetty. Oh, well, Partik's got one name, so maybe he can hit the ball a long way. He'll get one chance. His first ball of the series coming up. Gets a fair bit of this. Partik almost runs into his batting partner. They'll probably try for two. Good throw to Zakil. Should be gone by heaps. And it is. So Partik, a golden one for him. And they'll finish 115 for 8. ICCB, I mean, yeah, they would have wanted a few more than that, although it is kind of parish kind of a score. Will it be good enough against Beveren? I mean, time will tell, but I think that Beveren, after sending an ICCB, they'll be pretty happy to chase a score around about that. But they're still, obviously going to have to get the runs.
Yeah, no, this game isn't over yet. I think it's an interesting one. We can go ahead and take a look at the highlights of these first innings here. And, well, what an electric start, wasn't it, for ICCB? And it was that man once again at the top of the order. It was Sai Tipi, 27 off of only 12 deliveries, which was really crucial to getting them off to a good start. He was joined, of course, alongside by Anand Sundaram, who also went pretty well, but there were some really big shots. 3 sixes, 2 fours for Sai Tipi. Also, there was a little bit of a misfield and a couple of drop catches for Beveren, so not quite the day out in the field that they would have expected from themselves, and it's not the standards that they've held themselves up to. But again, also, there was some really big hitting, and that was a lovely shot this time along the ground. Sai Tipi just showing what class he has. That was a bit of a missed opportunity, but it didn't cost him too much. No, it cost them this one. This was down the ground. That was 6. That was huge. And, well, next up, this time, full toss. Still gets the treatment. And look at this one. That was, again, that one. Still a full toss, but missing the straight one. And he had to go, which meant that Barry joined Sundaram, who carried on exactly where TP left off. He went 21 off of 13 deliveries, 3 fours and a single maximum to his name, striking at 161. Again, just doing a pretty good job. Well, that was an interesting moment for Hakeem Kagzad. He had 2 of those crazy moments, but unfortunately, he wasn't quite able to collect that one cleanly, and ended up being a boundary as well. But again, really, for ICCB, they just lost wickets at the wrong time, and middle order did go ahead and contribute. There were contributions from Golly and from Anridu Pothanshetty, who finishes 30 off of 12 for not out as well. So unbeaten for him. And then this was a big moment. Keeper wanted to take it, but he left it to Dildarangar, who just couldn't really collect that one cleanly. And eventually, it was another boundary. And we take a look here. There were some lovely shots, don't get me wrong. There was also another drop catch. Once again, this time it was Jabarkal out in the deep. Well, this one doesn't matter where you go, because that was 1 bounce, 4 more. Again, leg spin was interesting. It was an interesting move to play to have Hikmat Jabarkal. But I thought he didn't bowl terribly. He bowled 2 overs, 1 for 25. Again, couple of no ball there in his spell as well. That was it there. Look, he got a foot on it, then tried to keep it himself in play, and the ball just followed him. And unfortunately, it was another boundary. But again, towards the back end of the innings, there were some big shots from that man, Pothanshetty, 30 off of 12. Really good from him. 3 sixes, 1 4. That was a good catch, caught behind. I thought he kept pretty well, actually. Did Zabid Zakel. I also thought that there were some really good spells of bowling from multiple players. 2 wickets apiece for Shazad and Jabarkal. Jabarkal only getting 1 wicket due to, I think, what most likely could be called a mistake. He ended up with 2 for 7 off of his single over. Then also, Shokulullah Shazad, he added 2 more to his tally for the tournament so far. 2 for 14 off of his 2 overs as well. That was, again, an excellent catch for the keeper. And that was the wicket. 1 of 2 for Jabarkal, and then this one raced away yet again into the offside for another boundary. But then, next up, he had to go eventually, didn't he? And Diorde, he went the skipper. That one flew a long way. That was 6 more to the total. And yeah, it just goes to show that there were elements, both positive and negative, for both teams in that inning. So ICCB will end on 115 for 8 off of their 10 overs, setting 116 for victory for Beveren here in match 27. Take a look at the scorecard for the batting side. ICCB again starting well, 27 and 21 respectively for TP and Sundaram. Again, 27 off of 12 deliveries is exceptional hitting from TP. We come to expect it from him now, really. But again, well supported by Golly and Pothanshetty. And then sort of the lower middle order was a little bit lackluster. 0-4-4-1. And then obviously that one was a run out off that final delivery. So they will finish on 115, going at 11.5 and over. And there we go. There really was wickets for everyone apart from Hakim Kagsar, who bowled the final over. Jabberkel, 2 for him, 2 for Shazad as well. But Shazad 2 for 14 off of 2. And Jabberkel 2 for 7 off of his single over. And then wickets apiece for Saeed, Angad and Jabberkel. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes, bang on the hour. So do return as we will see Beveren with their response to ICCB as you're watching Match 27 here at the Vryburg Cricket Ground here in Mechelen on the European Cricket Network. Welcome back to a warm, sunny Mechelen here in Belgium for the second half of match 27, as Beveren will be looking to chase 116 for victory here in match 27 of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium. And I'm certainly looking forward to this chase. I think it's set up to be a nail-biting chase, as the openers for Beveren will be looking to get themselves off to a fun and electric start. Thank you ever so much for tuning in here on the European Cricket Network, whether it do be on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or on FanCode in India. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much for choosing us here on a very lovely Monday afternoon. And it will be Srikanth Mandapati is going to get us underway. And it will be Mandapati here in match 27 for the second innings. Starts with a good delivery. Right in on the money. Good start from Mandapati there. A huge thanks to everyone for tuning in. If you are watching on YouTube, get involved in the live chat. We had a lurkers call out earlier. I know that Game 4 is obviously coming up. There'll be some interesting conversation in that game for sure. Down the ground for Karim. And he'll also get the first boundary. So this time it's Fuller. And it goes the distance. 4 more to the total. And what a way to get off the mark. 4 runs. Good start for Abdul Rashid Karim there. He's joined by Hakim Kaksar. And Dapati getting a boundary off of his second delivery. Well, this could be another one, and it will be. This time it's shorter and swatted into the leg side. And this is going to be another boundary. Well, I've located Vinny. He's enjoying a bit of the sun there, and he's got a good view of a lovely shot there. 4 more. There he is. He's having a conversation. I think he's got a microphone there, so he's doing something interesting. And you might want to go off that because he's undoing his shirt. So that might not be something we want to see. But anyway, it's been a pleasure to be alongside Vinny for this tournament. This time goes offside and goes for the ground route level. And this is a lovely shot from, again, Karim. And this is another boundary. This time it's 4 through the covers. That's a lovely shot from Karim, who's now 12 off of just 4 deliveries. And again, already this total is looking to be a little bit lackluster, it has to be said. This is a big, big, big game. This will set us up, of course, for match 28, which follows this game here on the European Cricket Network to finish off a lovely Monday afternoon. Slower ball and picked and punished into the offside. Splits the field once more. And it will be another boundary. Karim is setting the world alight here. And it's 4 more. And it's again off his bat. 4 runs to the total. Oh, he did everything. Went back, went forward, then went back again. That just shows that's a man who's in form and has got class running through his veins. Because he's got so much time. In fact, he's got enough time at the crease that he can go forward, back, and then back. Well, backwards, forwards, and then backwards again. Just shows. Just needs to finish this strongly. A boundary could mean it goes supersonic. He will be trying to keep this to a minimum, but what a start this has been for Karim. And it will go magical because this is lofted. This time again into the offside. Gets down on one knee and goes boom, 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 baby. 6 more. Belgian ball at its finest. And what an end to the first over with 22 off it. 22 for none. Again, just shows how much time he has at the middle. He's got so much time when he's facing a delivery. Mandapati isn't slow. But there you go. European cricket here on the European Cricket Network. We are now 8 matches without a golden ball. Starting to get a rash. Need one back. I'm getting withdrawal symptoms. And just showing that the last one we had was last Friday, of course. And it was Mechelen Eagles against Ostend CC, which was of dead rubber, don't get me wrong. The game was dead. The game didn't really mean a lot. It was They hadn't done enough to be even with a chance at that point. However, when first took on 5th in the standings, it still led to a golden ball. So it just shows how close everything is here. This one will be a rare single as Barry gets into the attack and starts with a single down the ground. Continuing here, Barry. Fuller, bit of a full toss, clipped off the legs once again. That's all Cuxard has to do. Get Kareem on strike, he'll do the rest. And this will be another boundary, and there he is. And he's lost a sticker there as well. It's gone, and it's going to be another boundary, 4 more. Picks it up, he found it eventually. What a shot, though, again from Abdul Rashid Kareem, who is just looking in fine form. What a find for Beveren. He's now 26 off of just 7. And he lets this one through. I think he was charging, already knew that he was in a wrong position, and when you're hitting him as well as he is, you know that you don't need to try and hit every single ball, because realistically, next ball comes, you're going to try and go for it once more. So a really good start to the innings for Kareem. 26 off 8. This time he does chase the wider delivery, and it will just be a single. So brings Cuxard on strike. Just faced the one delivery so far. Temperature is certainly rising now here in Mechelen. Down the ground, hasn't quite got all of this, but it will be over the man. There's a man at mid-off, he's not able to cut that off, and it will be another boundary. This time Cuxard getting his account open. 4 more to the total. Full toss from Barry. Not where it needs to be. Does make it a full toss, but it would have been a lower full toss, but still gets the treatment. Can he finish off the over strongly? No, he can't. It's in the slot. This has gone high. Has it got the legs to go all the way? It does. And it will be another maximum. What a way to end the over. Well, there he is, Mr. Maximo himself. And, well, he's had a look at that one, and that's certainly got his seal of approval. 6 more. And that will be the end of the second. So Beveren already a big chunk into this total. They finish on 38 for none after 2. So this will now be a big over. They will want to keep this down to a minimum to finish off the power play strong, will ICCB, if they're going to have any chance of defending a low total. Well, there you go. That's the story so far. So Liège obviously playing their second allotment of games this morning. They are 2-2 from 4. So 2 wins, 2 losses from their 4 games. They are now sat in 3rd position. These 2 teams here, they are battling it at the top of the table. A victory for each team would put them at the top of the table. It is ICCB who are currently sat there at the moment due to their better net run rate. But obviously a loss here would mean they would drop to 2nd, replaced by Beveren. And we're going to see. This is off the pad, and well, foot fielding. Sometimes it looks good, sometimes it comes off, but this time Partik can't quite cut this off, and the skipper, Diori, he goes for 4 first up. Interesting, as it was off the legs of Kareem, and it has been given as 4 runs. So off the bat, runs away, and it's more runs to Kareem. He's looking to get this done in quick style. Yet again clipped, however, straight to Krishnan, and it's a very rare dot ball. We've only had, that's only the 3rd dot ball we've had now. And I just look back into what we've had so far. We have faced a total of 14 deliveries. This will be the 15th. And this is down the ground. And this will be 1 bounce, 4 more. Yet again, Kareem taking the game away from ICCB. And this is down the ground flat, 1 bounce, 4 more. So in 15 deliveries, there have been 10 boundaries. That is incredible hitting from mostly from Abdul Rashid Kareem. He's now 35 off of 12. Kaksad has had 2 boundaries himself as well. But look at that partnership. 46 off of 15. Incredible hitting. This time, straight to Rajasekhar Goli. And it will be a very rare dot ball. Well, Vinny, if you're going to want to get any of this game live on air, you're going to have to come back quick because it could be over before you even blink. Well, that's a big wicket. That just changes the game now, and they needed that. Boy, oh boy, did ICCB need that. And it's the first wicket to go, and it is the in batsman of Abdul Rashid Kareem. He goes for 35 off of 14 deliveries. Beveren, 46 for 1. So that's a big, big wicket in this game. As he goes, just means there's now a couple of questions being asked. As we'll see other batsmen, they will be relied on. Obviously, no Tarek out in the squad this time around. So he's a big, big miss in terms of the batting outfit of Beveren. But he's been replaced by Abdul Rashid, who's done pretty well. Abdul Rashid Kareem kept it pretty much up with the rate. But the new man, Saber Sakil, he's got to carry on where he left off. A single delivery hit left in the over. Full toss driven, man there. He gets it on the full, and I think he's done well because he has kept it to what will just be a single. So Zakil will get off the mark, but it won't be for what he was expecting. It will just be 1 run. And at the end of the power play after 3, Beveren 47 for 1. So 47 for 1 after 3. At this stage, ICCB were 37 for 1. So they're 10 runs behind, 10 runs ahead, I should say. And we can take a look here. Look at this, where the power plays were. Yeah, no, it was a quieter power play for ICCB. They were also just the 1 wicket down as well. But they did lose a wicket in the 4th as well, right at the end, off the bowling of Dildar Angad. But it's going to be... It's interesting now. We're going to see Goli is going to come into the attack. Bit of field adjusting, making sure that everyone's in the right place. Don't want to have wrong fielders in wrong positions. We do see nowadays in the modern game especially, many players are specialists in certain areas of the field. Think of like Chris Jordan at mid-off, for example, is a serious one for me. This one jags in, and there's no one at extra cover, so this will just be a single to deep cover. Zakil gets another single, brings Kaksad back on strike. He's only faced 3 deliveries. He's been there since the start, but he has only faced those 3 single deliveries. So he is the in batsman, essentially. He's been there longer. And he lets this one flow through, and it is called a wide. Take a look at this one again. Good call. Long way outside. No real arguments from Goli there. This time it's a slower ball. Rolls his fingers down the side of the ball. And that's unfortunate. It goes through the Ori, the skipper. And it will be another boundary. 4 more to the total. Take them however they come. This time it goes through the fielder. So things going from bad to worse for ICCB. And the skipper, a rare mistake. Down the ground again. Could be an opportunity. And it's taken. So wickets falling at the right time at the moment for ICCB. Dragging themselves back into the game. Good catch by Konduru. And another wicket goes. This time it's the skipper, Hakeem Kaksad, and he has to go for 15. Beveren, 53 for 2. So it is a big wicket. They were just waiting there. Not too sure as to what they were waiting for, just making sure that it was safe and it was fine, and he was certainly well within the limits of the game. So he has to go for 15, 53 for 2. And well, this is we spoke about it a little bit earlier, but this is what we got up to earlier on. In fact, there you go. There it is. That's what we had. That was our little moment in the comms box. That's the image there. Get both of an angle, both of what we were doing and what we see. Gives you a little opportunity to take a look at what we were doing. Nice little image, great little lap. And in fact, talking about it, the man can join me back in the commentary box here. Vinny Sandy joins me again as this one is shorter.
That's beautiful memories, though. That's very clever. I like that.
Like the app.
A bit of two-way action. Yeah, why not? This one just comes back a bit off the pitch. Yeah, probably does just enough. Anyway, how about this for a start?
This has been electric. Oh, and add that to the addition. We'll be dragged into the leg side. We'll just be a single.
Yeah, and so Altman's eye. I see. We're just having a chat to the Beveran guys. I think they seem quite flexible in their batting order. A lot of people say, hey, the batting order doesn't look like what we thought it would. The reason is they kind of just go with whoever they're feeling. And Ottman's eye is certainly one of those players, especially how he played so well on Saturday. Anyway, here's Zakil on 2. He's just a little bit itchy to get going, isn't he? Anyway, it will be the end of the over. 4 overs down, 54 for 2. Hope you're very, very well, wherever you're watching from around the world. It's great that you are joining us here on a Monday. Hope you had a great day off. We talked a bit about our day off. Had the Belgian waffles, which I might show you in Game 4 in time for food chat.
Yeah, well.
I think, what did you order last night? I ran into you and you were picking up some food. What was it?
I ordered McDonald's.
Yep, okay.
I ordered McDonald's. But again,
just putting it out there. What's your go-to at McDonald's? I mean, they're not giving us any money, but maybe they will if...
Big Mac was what I went for.
Big Mac?
Went for a Big Mac. That was all that was available to pay. I like to change it up every now and then. But I tell you what, just in case you missed it, this is what we did in that first innings.
Yeah, so that's us.
Yeah, that's what we see when we're here.
Your head's looking a bit big in that one, isn't it? Just saying.
It's all about angles. We've learnt this now.
And that's what we're looking at. That's really cool.
Yeah,
I like what you're talking about. All right, this is a full toss now to start the over. This is into the gap. It's going to be 4. Bit of a foot fielding attempt, a foot fielding fail. Beveran, with this start, it's hard to see them slowing down. Against Oppensai. He's a player in form, isn't he? And he gets a boundary to start the over.
Yeah, no, certainly does. Again, help the proceedings. They're already halfway through, right into the thick of it now. Bang on half where they need to be. And again, just needs to take a couple of wickets in succession here. So, Kiani, just asking what app that was. I'm going to drop that in the chat for you. There you go. Continuing here. Potham Shetty, this time squirts away, offside, and it will be another boundary, back-to-back. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get there. Was that man, Sai Tipi, and it's another boundary.
Yeah, I felt this total might be a bit thin on the ground, and so far, it's proving to be the case, isn't it?
Yeah, this total below par, really, isn't it? Only just, though, if we're going off averages.
Keanu's mentioned, again, we're not sponsored by any of these companies, so I'm not going to say them.
Plenty other food
but
outlets.
What I will say is what Keanu's put in the chat, that's my go-to.
Okay.
Occasionally I'd host events, there'd be nothing else open, so it'd be like 1 in the morning, drive through. That's my go-to.
Yep, for sure.
Eat that while you're driving a car. It's pretty good as well. Anyway, it's in the air, and the fielder just out of his grasp has to go find it now. They're all after it. Nobody's getting it. Sid was on a wild chase there, and it results in yet another boundary. Add 4 to the total.
Yeah, this is, again, not in the most convincing of fashions, but it's still 4 more. Evades the outstretched hand of the skipper, Diore, who had an interesting time of it down at long on. But another 4 to the total. Darksight saying, your face looks innocent. My face, that is.
Well, obviously, he's talking about your face. Wouldn't be my face.
Yeah,
He also thinks Keanu knows the result of this game. Do you, Keanu?
Really?
You save us a lot of time. Keanu, speak up if you know.
From the future. I'm watching an interesting series about that.
Do you know something that I think's hilarious? When people say things like, I'll just say it, when they say that certain matches, not necessarily ours, but sometimes ours, are scripted and stuff. Who's writing the scripts? You wouldn't be able to script this stuff.
They should be paid a lot of money.
Come on. Give it a rest. Wide. But yeah, I mean, So here, guys, here's the script we want you to follow. We would like 2 people to leave the ball going between them, but then the batter to not know what's happening and then get run out. And then we'd like the ball drilled back at the bowler and then bounce off his hands and then run the guy at the bowler's end. And then we want a direct hit from 50 metres away from side on. Yep, thanks very much. Yeah, get a life, those people, honestly. These guys, tell you what, it's a big deal for them to play ECS, so I'm glad they're enjoying it. Go on.
Do you know something I don't? Is that what
I'm just saying, sometimes people say things that as if it's all contrived. Like Keanu doesn't know the result because nobody does. Right?
Why doesn't Keanu know? Why not?
No, he might have
Come
a feeling.
on, Keanu.
But I mean, it's happening in real time. That's the beauty of live sport.
Live sports, baby. Belgian ball, baby.
Hashtag Belgian ball. Beveren.
Get it trending.
Beveren's the bells of the Belgian ball. In the air. Does it have enough? Well, just Maximo. Zakil still hasn't hit his straps. And maybe he's a bit lucky to get away with this one. It was down towards the bottom of the bat. Again, that's the wrists. He's so good at uncorking those wrists and just gets it over Sundaram for 6.
Powerful, powerful man at the crease at the moment. All of these top 4 have been pretty powerful. They've hit some long balls, and that one, so add them to the list. That was a long shot.
Yeah, he's going to keep backing himself. He hasn't been on yet. Just wait till he is. Yeah, slower ball. I like that bowling, though. I like that they're not letting him settle. He's just going to joggle one here. And he'll have the strike. That's the end of the 5th over. Halfway point in the chase. 75 for 2.
Keanu's saying that he needs a crystal ball to look into the future. I'm watching a really good series at the moment about that, actually. Manifest. Have you heard of it?
No.
So
what are you watching it on?
Netflix.
Okay.
But also, there are other streaming services and platforms available all to your discretion.
Yeah, not getting any money out of Netflix either. Still waiting.
It's about how...
At least give me my $14.99 back because I mentioned
it's going up as well, by the way.
Yeah,
yep. So, yeah, no, so it's about a flight from Jamaica.
Did hear about this one, I think.
That gets stuck in time and they come back, they land eventually 5.5 years later.
Yeah. Well,
this could be close.
Surely not. He's not boneheaded enough to get out this way, is he, Zakil? Let's have a look. Tell you what, he had a long way to come back, though. Oh, he's all right, isn't he?
You sure?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Are you positive?
One more time, Andrews. Let's have a look.
I don't think it's close. He's on the line. It's the difference of 1 frame yet again.
I don't think there's a money shot you can hang him on here. Like there, the ball is almost hit and he's on the line.
That's
and there
dislodged.
He's in.
He's in.
Yeah.
But again, I tell you what, Andrews is doing a great job in the.
So he gets out like that.
Box.
Where's Saber going? He thinks he might be out. He's a pessimist. I think he's setting his expectations low. Okay, I'll come back. It better be that way than the other way. Whew.
Quick little fist bump back into the usual state of play. So what's that now? 41 off of 29. So again, it's been a pretty lackluster affair really from ICCB. They've put an effort in there, don't get me wrong, they're still putting a shift in there.
Yeah, for sure. Still want to know what Dark Sight thinks when he says that your face looks innocent. I suppose. Yeah.
What have I done?
Probably not enough, I guess, if that's your face looking innocent. But anyways, a kill.
Dark horse.
Again, you know what? He just needs to take a chill pill here. So as a kill.
For sure.
I mean, think about it. I mean, there's a lot of hype about him. It's been the best part of a year since we've seen him on ECN. And he's just a bit eager, I think, to impress too early. You just need to play his game and relax a bit. Easier said than done. Well, that'll help. Well, it won't help because he missed it. It's a big slow ball gone wrong. Turns into a beamer. And now free hit coming up.
Yeah, big time, big opportunity. Did you see Abdul Rashid Kaleem at the top of the order? See how well he went first up?
Yeah.
Some big hitting. I know we saw you were a bit busy. Doing some
6, a field of 1.
Doing some stuff.
Chatting to the Beveren guys because they'll be at the ECL next year.
Of course.
So I just had a bit of a chat with them. Free hit. Well, what a great catch that's not going to be out. And they probably could have run here because he threw it so high. And they're all chasing it.
Well, I tell you what, that's got to be one of the best caught and bowls I think I'll ever see.
Golly gosh. Have a look at this. He smacked this. And, yeah.
It's evasive action.
Yeah, why wouldn't you be happy? Then I think the keeper, Gunnar, is like, hey, I need that back. Edge and gone. Once again, just trying to overswing, isn't he? So just out of sorts at the moment. Sabo Zakil doesn't get out in single digits, and he still hasn't in the series. He's a 3rd wicket to fall. 76 for 3. And what I will say, clever bowling. He basically got him twice there, but yeah, took the pace off the ball again, induced the overswing. And yeah, the third wicket, a big one, the wicket of Zakil for 9.
Yeah, just picking up wickets at the right time at the moment. ICC beat. And again, you just don't know. Sometimes a wicket can get you back into the game. This one, right on the money. It's a slot ball, but he's, again, as you said, he just looks like he's a bit too keen, trying to overhit everything and missing out completely.
Yeah. And if you go back and look at some footage of him last year playing for Belgium, there wasn't a sloggy aftertaste to his batting. It was very technically correct.
Yeah. Was it? Through the offside mostly
Through
as well?
the offside a lot of the time.
That's when you know
these wrists snapping through the ball. A bit like that one he got over long off.
Yeah, yeah.
But just got over. But, yeah, just off the middle of the bat instead. Anyway, look, he's still got time to turn it around. I suppose you'd rather have a lean trot at the start of a series than the end. And their team's going okay. So, here we go. And it's going to be Mansoor Mahbub, who is going to be the number 5. He was giving me, while I was over there, some expert coaching in how to pronounce his name. So, Mansoor.
Mahbub.
Hope you have a good one. Yeah, Mahbub. And, well, credit to Rajaseka Goli. Got him twice. One of them would count. And now, there's a new batter to deal with. He decides to try and hit it into a separate postcode and misses.
Dangerous game that Beveren are playing. This game's not over. They've still got they've still got 40 runs to go ahead and chase off here. You know, they're just trying to swing for everything. And my question is just, you know, don't overhit yourself out of the game, because dot balls are crucial. They get 5 more here, then it's a completely different game. Well,
now he's gone.
That will certainly help.
That slow ball's come out again. Mahbub goes for a second ball duck, and Goli turns it on. 3 for 8 here, bowling his team back into contention, and Beveren have the staggers. 76 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, look at that proper slower ball off cutter from Goli, and he gets his 3rd in the over. Wow, that's just incredible, really, isn't it? 3rd for him, and clatters into the stumps, and Mansoor Mahbub, he has to go for a bit of a duck, really, bit of a quacker, and it's 76 for 4.
Yeah. Again, just didn't pick the pace. Wanted to go hard. Went a bit too hard, didn't he? So, yeah, let's have a look. So, now it's up to 10 and over required again. So, I'm just asking questions.
Get in there.
Still think it'll be tough, but
get in there.
Yeah, we've got a game on our hands here.
Keanu asking. This is a good one.
Yeah.
I was running. We see a lot of catches being usual way to get batsmen out. But has there been any matches where teams were all out by being bowled out only?
Short answer, no. Slightly longer answer.
No but.
Is that the most bold dismissals we had in one innings, I think it was in Malta, there we go, is 8.
Okay.
There you go.
You cracking the numbers again?
It was in Malta in 2021. There were 8 bold dismissals in a match. That's quite a lot.
That is a lot, to be fair.
That is a lot.
That's,
to see 8 wickets in an innings.
Hey, 80%.
Yeah. Very good. Very good.
It's quite quick for me, if anything.
That was all right. I mean, that's assuming that 10 wickets fell. I can't quite remember. I think they were bowled out. All right, here we go. Anger's back. It's drilled. This could be another one, you know. And it is. So how about that? Another first ball, and now Ottman's eye is gone. There's 2 new fresh batters at the crease, and Beveren falling apart in the middle overs. 76 for 5.
This is not over yet. That target of 116 is looking a little bit bigger now that they've lost some very big wickets in quick succession. That's now a total of, what's that? That's 7 wickets that have fallen. I'm looking at the complete wrong time there. Ignore me. That's a lot of wickets. That's 4 wickets now to go in the last 6 deliveries. So, again, excruciating pain for Beveren. 76 for 5 now. And, well, the man who comes out to the crease has really just got to stick around now. Need to keep things going and try and get over this total.
Yeah, so, I mean, it was a good result, wasn't it, to get rid of Ottman's eye as well, because he was just steadying things. Now, I was going to say 50-50 game. I still think, 10 and over.
I still think it's still
This is Belgian ball, so I'm just a bit inexperienced with Belgian ball. So, maybe someone's just going to come out and finish this in 2 overs, but it should be interesting. And Beveren is looking a little bit suspect for the first time here. They're missing a few. He just leans on this for a single. New batter out there. Mohamed Noman took a very good catch in the first innings.
I was just asking Andreas if he has a tingle. He says no.
Okay.
No, nothing yet, which is fair enough because I think this game is still in Bevran's hands. I think a sensible head will just make this a little bit easier. But I think, again, a perfect man to be out there at the moment in the middle is Ashikul Saeed, such a veteran in the game of T10 cricket. He was there right at the start in ECR 19. So if he's going to get there, he's going to need to stay there for a while. And he does start off with the dot ball.
Yeah, that'll do. That'll help as well. Just what's that required run rate climbing a little bit here?
Yeah, need just one big over changes it for Bevran. Again, if you're the batting team, you don't want it to go all the way to the last, but you still back yourself.
It goes up this and skies it. Well, good luck with this. It's got a mile high and it's caught. Well, they can't go wrong at the moment, ICCB. And it's Ashikul Saeed who's going to have to go now. So, again, not the result he wanted. And the collapse is on 77 for 6. It's walking 6, and Ashikul has to go walking.
Yeah, gets this one all wrong. Well, talk about the commentator's curse. I said he's going to be the sensible head that Bevran needs. Boy, oh boy, was I wrong. So he goes for a duck. And again, 77 for 6. Only 4 wickets away from victory now.
Well, Tala Vijay saying, no idea why they try and hit every ball. And please just play sensible cricket. Well, good luck with that, Tala. This is Belgium ball. And, yeah, anything can happen at any time. And that's what we're seeing here. Don't count out of this either yet. Although all the momentum with ICCB at this stage.
Hashtag Belgium ball. I reckon if we ask everyone to just tweet hashtag Belgium ball, we can get it trending.
We can take it off.
We can get it trending, I reckon. Get it to take lift off. You never know. You never know. Well, Mandrake is putting /entertainment, of course, on Belgian ball. You never know. Well, I tell you what, if anyone's watching from the Belgian Federation, I'd get a trademark on that pretty quickly. But no, this is just proving to be an interesting chase. You never know. I always say that the lower totals often cause the most or ask the most questions of a batting team. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. We're seeing a really talented, star-studded lineup just crumble under a bit of pressure here. And again, well, this time swings and swings hard. Prays that it falls safely, and it will. But it will be another boundary. 3 of them couldn't quite cut this off. And it goes all the way for yet again 4 more.
Yeah, take that. So, swings himself almost off his feet. Don't count them out of this yet. It does seem this control of this match has been tilted slightly towards ICCB. 3 of them, 3 Musketeers chase that one down. But Shazad, he gets a wicket first ball. And yeah, the game's very much alive, especially if it's under 2 a ball.
Yeah, this is looking interesting. I think this is a big ball. It's either a wicket or a 6. Well, it's neither. They clatter into the stumps. A run out is still possible. And eventually, it is just a single. So 1 run to end the 7th over. And after 7, Bevran 82 for 6. Look at this. Interesting idea. It's a bit further away than I think you thought. There you go. Well, Mandrake is saying that we'll try and get it trending week 3 of the ECC. I think that's probably a good shout.
Okay.
But obviously, these 2 teams will meet again in match 28, won't they, Vinny?
Yeah, well, looking forward to it too. Bevran, they've won the toss. This time, they don't want to chase. They want to bat first. I got to say, I think they should have probably done that the first time. In hindsight's 2020. Oh, they haven't lost this one yet, have they? And just look at that. We've got Zakil listed at the top. Wonder if they'll throw Ottman's eye up there again. I mean, don't see why not. Did a pretty good job. You got Shazad, who's listed at 11. He's coming in a lot higher. Look, so they can all bat. They'll shuffle the deck. Sundaram and TP, again, they'll open the innings for ICCB. I think they're very much the key to their batting innings. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, this is a big over, isn't it, here in the 8th? We always say it happens in the 9th, but this is a crucial turning point in the game now. Skipper. And this one, it looks like it's not going to be called on field. It'll be interesting to take another look. It was full. It was high. Yeah. Just below.
Yeah, I mean, you actually see it go past his hip.
I'm not sure. This is difficult.
It's like, what do you consider waist? Now, it's probably just below his waist. Oh, I don't know. That's one I probably would like to see called. It was dropping, though. And, yeah, because it was so close, they're going to leave it with the on-field call. Fair enough.
Yeah, good call, really. Again, I have to say, the umpires have been incredible here in Belgium. Still continuing in fine form.
goes after this. And I think about 2 here. No, they won't. I'll just be happy with the 1. Shazad moves on to 6.
Look at that. ICCB at this stage were 90 for 3.
Yeah.
Beveren 83 for 6. So that just shows this game has ebbed and flowed for both teams. So this is again, this is the big over. Not a wicket was lost this stage in the previous innings.
This one, no bat on it at all. Likes it. I don't know why. Looks like we're going a mile down leg side here for me.
Such a delayed response as well. Look at this. So it goes into the leg side.
A bit closer than I thought.
Oh, I tell you
It's
what.
going up, and he's a long way
Look
down.
At this. Look at this. About 5 seconds later. Hello?
Yeah.
Is it me you're looking for?
I'd like to reserve my right to appeal. You can appeal right up until the ball's in play for the next ball, until the guy starts running in. Yeah.
Okay.
Give you some bizarre circumstance, actually. It's happened a couple of times. Clunked. Not going too far. It's just be 1. So it used to be you could literally... well, you still can. You can appeal. So even if it's overs called, that doesn't mean you can't appeal anymore. You can appeal up until the time the new over starts with the bowler starting their runner.
Okay.
Rare, but can happen.
Okay, that's interesting.
But now, at the end of the day, a call of time means you can't appeal anymore. And I'll tell you why that rule came in. Because I think it was in the 1890s in an English game. Some of the players and the umpire were having a couple of beverages after a day's play, and the umpire said to the bowler, you know, there was no appeal in that last ball of the day, and I think it was out LBW. But nobody appealed, so I couldn't give it out. And then the start of the next day, they all get out there, the batter's padded up, goes out there.
Appealed.
And then they say play, and before they go in, they go, how's that? And the umpire's like, that's out. Now in the air, this isn't travelling either. Should be a simple catch, and it will be. So, runs on the board once again look like they're standing up here. Shazad made it to 6, but he'll go no further. He's the 7th wicket to fall. Diore, the captain, grabs the 2nd wicket, and the score now 84 for 7. Well, if Beveren can get up here, they need a hero. They need one fast.
Yeah, this is just showing how close these two teams are. Both batting teams have, or batting units of these two teams have struggled. So now what's that? 84 for 7. And that's now 32 off of 13. So this needs to really be a maximum if we're going to get close and stay within the reach here.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't put it past somebody to come up with a magical over in the 9th. You say it all happens in the 9th often. But yeah. You see that Sharkat saying that Beveren playing a bit like the West Indies here. Hello to Pratik Hardikar as well. The cheering's working. Go, Captain Diore.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Sharkat's in. Hello, Sharkat. Hope you're well. To anyone I might have missed. It's a bit of a busy time at the moment. I'm trying to keep my head in the chat as much as I can. I've got the ECC just 7 days away now.
7 days. Not long to go.
Nice
7 wickets on the board.
Nice ball for Diore. Nice as smacked. And that'll be for, well, Exhibit A. Belgian ball is alive and well. Jabakel comes out and he smacks a 4. Maybe just keeps him alive for now. 28 required off the last 2. 8 overs down. It's 88 for 7.
I said they needed a maximum off that last ball, but he didn't quite get that. He got a 4. So
not bad.
What's that? 28 off of 12.
Yeah, 28 off 12.
So 14 and over.
14 and over was the average on Saturday. Look, the
nice.
thing is, they got 7 wickets down, but if you just look at that first ball, there's no reason to say they can't do it.
No,
So,
for sure, 100%. This is it's now or never. It's do or die.
you're pretty good on social media. Keanu's got a bit of a tip for you. When the ECC is on, we should get the hashtag ECN and hashtag ECC for people to use while the ECC is on, so it can get trending over social media.
Very good idea.
Get it on.
A lot of
Hashtag
eyes.
ECC22. Yeah, 130 to 140 million viewers projected.
I reckon there'll be more.
Well, it's only growing, isn't it?
Exactly. It's only going to be more and more and more. Well, Manny knows more and more and more. It's going to be Potham Shetty. He's going to take the 9th over. Well, it always happens in the 9th.
Always happens in the 9th, and they need something to happen quickly. I mean, Noman's a good cricketer. He's been pretty quiet so far. He's got 2 off 3, but one thing for me, only 3 sixes in this whole innings. And, well, this one should probably be out as well, and it is. So, the outside edge of Noman can't do anything either. That one was up into no man's land and ends up coming down in the fielder's hands. And Yeah, no problem there. So the night starts with a dream for ICCB, who've really got Bevan on the ropes now to score 88 for 8.
This is proving to be an interesting battle here, Vinny. I'm getting a feeling. I know, obviously, it's only 2 wickets away now, but I'm still getting that feeling.
88 for 9, and then somebody comes out and number 11 hits 28 off the last over. Is that what you're feeling? Oh, okay. Well, it's an ambitious shout by everyone.
Hey, comes out of nowhere. Always
Can't see it
shock
happening
you.
here. I mean, look, if there's a country that this could turn into a golden ball, I think we're in it. But let's see. Looks like they were rock, paper, scissoring for the strike, but that's not exactly how it works when you
Imagine if it was.
when you're 8 down.
Imagine if it was, by the way.
Imagine that.
Hey, so Keanu's getting it started. I've got it in there as well. I've dropped it in there. Hashtag ECC22.
Yep.
I'm running
That's
it.
it.
We're
Hashtag
running it.
ECC22.
Run it back.
I mean, we're going to have a lot of moments. They're going to go around the world, no doubt about it. I mean,
Mhm.
still to get the full list of broadcasters, but I'll be working on that. Got a meeting a bit later today about it as well. So,
I have a meeting as well.
do you?
Yeah.
You got meetings with?
Can't tell you.
Here
Can't
we
tell
go.
you.
That's how it starts.
Complaining about you.
Anyway, all right, here we go. Night started with a wicket, and next one will just loop past the bowler. Not really a chance for 2. I think he gets back here. So yeah, that's the other thing here. You can't really afford a run out, can you? Pushing for extra runs because you've only got 2 wickets in hand. You see, think it's about it, but he didn't get more than 2 metres and was still almost run out. Yeah, he gets down back, no problem.
He's safe. He's safe.
Yep. Anyway, what does that make it? 27 off 10. What can you possibly get off the last? Like 18?
Yeah, we've seen well, we've seen 38 off.
Yeah,
of
but I mean, just with 8 down,
Yeah.
still affects my judgment a bit. Yeah, not going to get any closer with that. Jabba, I mean, he hit a really good boundary first ball just with a cricket shot, but now they have put the deep cover back, so maybe that's changed the zone he's tried to hit that.
Yeah, does affect the batsman's mentality.
I think at this stage, I don't care where the fielders are. I'm just going to try and, if it's to hit over cover, I'm going to try and hit it over the outfielder for 6. I don't think I'm going to change the shots I'm playing at this stage of the innings. That's exactly what he does. Guess what? He'll probably be caught at deep cover, and he is. So there you go. He went for it, and that's 9 out now. ICCB just 1 wicket away from victory. They've done really well to hang on here in the face of some very stiff opposition. That was well taken out there as well. It looked like Sai Tipi that takes the catch. So another wicket for Potham Shetty. He's been excellent here under pressure. The score now 89 for 9.
Yeah, that's a big wicket. It's the penultimate wicket to fall, and it's that man who takes it. Sai Tipi again. And I'll tell you what, this could be one of the a very low defence here. What's the?
Well, we had 94 defended early in the week. Don't forget that was in match 2. It was Antwerp who were able to defend that on the opening morning. But yeah, since then, I don't think we've seen a double-digit score defended. And this isn't a double-digit score either. It's 115, but still, any chance?
Good effort.
27 off 8. Again, I'll say, if there's a country where a team can win from here, I think we're there, but he hasn't bothered to take the sunglasses off the head here either, which is an interesting option for number 11.
Love it. I love it. It's Belgian ball, baby. Here we go.
Oh, this is almost the end of the game. And now the number 11 sends back Jamakel, who's at the other end.
Dildar Angard. Could that be a name that we will remember forever for greatness? Only time will tell.
Italy. So Tassin Mustafa, remember the name. So, after he won a game for Bologna. Well bowled. Just what you want. Potham Shetty comes up with the goods in the 9th. And could be an upset on the cards here in ICCB. Although, I mean, is it an upset when a team hasn't lost yet? In this ECS anyway. At the end of 9 overs, the score is 89 for 9. And still ICCB just 1 potential delivery away from victory.
This is going to be interesting, isn't it? Because 2 quick boundaries changes the game. If they can go boom, boom off the first 2 deliveries of the final over, that gets them right back into it. They really need to go back to back with boundaries here. One of them at least needs to be a 6. If they're both 6s, then it's a good place to be. But yeah, this has got to be a big over. 27 off of just 6. So 26 for a golden ball, 27 for victory.
You still feeling it?
No.
Andrus has also said he's given up.
No.
You guys, you're like, You're like puppies
I'm young. Just
running
get
around.
excited.
How was Wakas Raja turned up with his dog, Danny?
Oh, what a cute dog.
Fantastic dog. Anyway, last overtime. And Mandapati will close things out. Now, I suppose you want that 10th wicket so you finish with a bit of a flourish. But again, they'll have to chase ICCB in the next game because Beverin, they won their toss and they're going to bat first. So Beverin, at least for them, I suppose they come out and they can bat straight away, try and exercise the demons. And well, it's going to be all over now. Mandapati finishes things off, and he does it in the best way possible. International CC Brussels keep their undefeated streak alive in this ECS, and they bowl out Beverin for 89. What a performance that is. And the men in royal blue, they are feeling very happy after that. The final score here is International CC Brussels 115, Beverin 89.
Yeah, ICC Brussels will take the victory by 26 runs here in match 27. Not due to a lack of trying, though, from Beverin. They had a really good start, 22 off of that first over with only a 1-dot ball. But look how much this means to them. Well, they've got half the job done this afternoon, Vinny, haven't they? They will be coming back in match 28, won't they?
Yeah, well, at 76 for 2 with Zakil there, you felt that they are cruising. Zakil and Otmanzai both at the crease. They ended up losing their last 8 wickets for just 13 runs. So what a collapse, and that's what we love about this cricket. Beverin, they wouldn't have loved it. They'll want to come back, and they will want to make a statement in the last game of the day, which is coming your way in approximately 15 minutes' time. And like I said, they will be batting first. Maybe they'll stick with Otmanzai at the top. We'll have to see. You never quite know who they're going to send out, but you know they're going to be playing shots. As for International CC Brussels, well, Sundaram and TP at the top of the order have a big responsibility, don't they? But I got to say, I was really impressed with Podam Shetty that game. I thought he brought a lot to the table, and yeah, looking forward to seeing him again. It was Mandapati, though, that finished things off. But well before that, it was a very different game as Beverin came out. They came out swinging, no doubt about it, in pursuit of this target of 116. And well, it was quite a turnaround for Mandapati, wasn't it? Because he did finish with that wicket, but earlier on in the first overs, it was 5 consecutive boundaries that would start this innings with a bang. In fact, the first over was a magical 22.
Yeah, it's a big, big over, and that was when you just thought that might have already taken the game away. It was a low total of 116 on the board for ICCB to defend. It was that over, really. And again, well, no one else outscored him. It was Abdul Rashid Kareem who finished 35 off of just 14 deliveries with that over. Dot 4-4-4-4-6. Incredible hitting, but it carried on into that third over as well, 16 off it. But then after that, it was the first wicket to fall, and then, well, they never really looked to getting back into it, really. There were wickets tumbling, and most of the time there were two in and over. There were 3 instances where there were 2 wickets to fall in just the 1 over, in the 6th, the 7th, and in the 9th. That just shows that the middle order didn't quite come off for Beverin, I should say. ICCB, they will be happy, won't they? They know that they were a little bit lackluster with the bat in hand. They know that. They're aware of that. But to be able to come back with such confidence and bowl with such fierce venom in their veins, and they were excellent in the field as well. Not many being put down. That was a tough opportunity. That was a half chance, but you can't ask for much of that. But again, well, that was the only bit of village moment from Diore, the skipper for ICCB. And well, there you go. There were just catches taken left, right and centre. It was not easy, that is for sure. And well, that one, didn't quite know what he was going to do with it until he got there. Again, there were some really nice shots from Beverin, don't get me wrong, and they're going to need to come back strongly as they will be setting a target first up in match 28.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I mean, part of the skill in this tournament is you have to be able to put things behind you. So, I mean, Zakil, they looked at that stage that they were cruising to victory, but then he survived that tight back stumping appeal. I think he was just home, but he wouldn't survive a lot longer, even though he got caught and bowled off a free hit. The very next ball, this would be the start of the end, really. Zakil, the first of 8 wickets to fall for just 13 runs. And really, after that, they started falling like flies. And just like that, Beverin, they were nowhere in this chase.
Yeah, no, they just fell a little bit lackluster, really, from the middle order, wasn't it? I mean, you take a look at the scorecard. I have a look now. After Otmanzai got out, there was scores of none, 2, 6, 4, 1, none. So that just shows that after the man coming in at number 4 was gone, just was a lack of application from everyone. Just coming out trying to hit the ball too hard, trying to swing for everything, and that was really their demise, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is Belgian ball for you, though. You know, when it works, it looks great, but when it goes bad, it looks pretty ugly, and that's just kind of the way it worked out for Beveren. And, yeah, every time they were able to get one away, they seemed to get out straight after. Like I said, only 13 runs while they lost the last 8 wickets. The catching was pretty good as well for the most part. That was a nice one from TP, who I'm sure we'll see do a bit more with the bat this afternoon. And that was the one that finished it all off. Mandapati, well, his fortunes changed a lot in the face of the 9 overs between his first over and his last. And you can see, not the greenest field that you'll ever see at the moment. And it's not due to the very little rain that's been received in this area and the water restrictions. But, well, have a look at that. We had Abdul Rashid at the top with 35 off 14 and Kaksar with 15. Otmanzar with 14. Zakir with 9. But then not a lot else as the batters were quickly turned around. And again, look, pretty disciplined bowling from both teams, really. I think just the 2 wide and 1 no ball shows me that they're not giving too many away for free. As far as the bowling went, well, see everyone getting in with the wickets. And in fact, it was 3 for 8 for Goalie, the best of the bowlers. He was excellent, wasn't he? But Diore, the captain, with 2 for 15, 2 for 22 for Barry. The same figures for Podam Shetty. And 1 for Mandapati. The last one was the sweetest one, wasn't it? Because Beveren, they were knocked over from the team you will see in next year's ECL. Well, they fall to their first defeat in this ECS. We'll be back shortly in around about 10 minutes. It'll be the last match of the day, and it will be Beveren with a point to prove. They'll be batting first, hoping to put a big score on the board. And I'll be right here to take you through it. Charlie Hunt as well. Hopefully we'll see you shortly for the final match and the final innings coming up of this day. It is day 7 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Belgium. Well, this pond has claimed quite a few Kookaburra cricket balls. It's also claimed a fielder this morning. I tell you what, I don't really want to go in there, that's for sure, but I do want to go out to the middle because match 28 is on the way. The return clash between International CC Brussels and Beveren. I can tell you Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, is with two teams for the coin toss.
Okay, ICCB to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's tails. Okay, good luck guys. All the best.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good game.
So the news from the middle is that Beveren, for the second time in a row, they've won the toss. And in match 28, they're actually going to bat first. So slight change of tactics from them. We saw them fielding first in the first game. We saw how that worked out for them. But I do see why you'd want to bat first with some of the players at their disposal. One thing I've really liked here in Belgium is not just the ECC players that we've seen. It's actually a whole bunch of other players that we've seen kind of making this competition so strong. And you can see why the international players are really prepared for that next level up when you've got such competitive cricket all the time. So let's get ready to see what happens here in match 28 as Beveren. They've won the toss. They're going to bat first. Over to you, Charlie Hunt, for the last time of the day in the Ice Cube. Let's get ready for the last match.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Don't get stuck in the bog out there, mate. Welcome back to the Ice Cube here in Mechelen, here in Belgium. What a game we just had. That was really interesting to see how ICCB took victory over Beveren, who scored a very, very low 89. They were bowled out in the 10th over, so they fell short of 26 runs. But they go again, and these two will meet again. Beveren will be batting first once more, so they will be looking to go ahead and try and get a few more runs than they did last time around. Again, well, there was a big improvement for Abdul Rashid, obviously coming into the squad. He was really good at the top of the innings. But again, also with the ball in hand for ICCB, Potham Shetty was really, really promising, as was Mandapati as well. I think ICCB were just the overall better team in that last game, but I think Beveren will be coming out to try and get a little bit of revenge. Well, that's what the Bat versus Ball was saying. Expected score only at 103 for ICC, 120 for Beveren. Look at that, 145 and 145 for Beveren, and that really, well, if we're going off the last game, that really isn't quite right. But Supercomputer isn't always right. Human error still involved. But we'll be able to take another look at these two teams as they battle it out once again. A victory here for Beveren will tie things up at the top of the table, so it will come down to net run rate to see who will go ahead and remain on the top of the table. But a victory for ICCB will make it 2 from 2 this afternoon and will really allow them to maintain their position at the top of the standings here in Belgium. And well, what a first week of cricket we had last time around, and this time we got off to a very interesting, bit of a different start as well. Bat not being as destructive as last time around. I'm not too upset about that. Got some lower scoring, closer games, which is always good to see, but we've always seen 9 times out of 10 that the game will go into that last over of the second innings. So only time will tell, but thank you ever so much for choosing the European Cricket Network to tune into here on this lovely Monday afternoon. It's about 30 degrees bang on here in Mechelen, which is always nice to see. Nice and warm, thread of rain throughout the next few days after tomorrow, which is never nice to see, but hopefully it stays away and we get a full tournament down in play. And it is going to be Mandapati. He's going to open the bowling for ICCB here in match 28. Certainly looking forward to that one for this game here. It's just set up to be a crucial game after last time. Obviously Beveren electing to bat, so changing it up after we saw 3 tosses in the row being chosen to go ahead and field first, bowl first, and 3 times out of 3 it's not come off or paid off whatsoever. So Beveren going back to what works best and what has been proven to work best. They will be batting and looking to set a pretty decent total, and then they'll be trying to get ICC Brussels out pretty cheaply in their innings, as the clock will soon tick over to the hour mark. And it will be Mandapati here to get us underway in match 28. This is a big swing, and it'll start with an unconvincing boundary, this time off the inside edge of Abdul Rashid, and races away for 2 the total. No, not even Vivek Bangaram Dadi was able to quite cut that one off, making his way into the squad here. But again, a really good performance with ball in hand from ICCB in that first game of the afternoon. They'll be looking to certainly replicate things here as they look to restrict Beveren to a small total. Yorks himself here. Was thinking of a single, but won't get it. Good comeback from Mandapati. Will just be a dot ball, but a good afternoon to everyone. I can see Helix is in there, Mandrake, Archie, Stephen as well. I am as well. Good to see you. But no, Vinny mentioned it. It's game 4 of the afternoon. Get those random questions in. Let's have it. Let's be having ya. This is straight back at him. Wow, I thought he took an absolute blinder. Saw one off of a free hit last game, but that one looks as if it stung a little bit. Look at this one. Fires this back right at him. Just sticks a hand up. Almost sticks. But this time it's yet again another dot ball. I think that one's really left a mark on his hand. He's blowing on it to try and make it better. Look at him here. He's even rubbing on his calf. I don't know how much difference that. It might need a bit of the old magic spray here. He's in a bit of pain. Probably trying to get a bit of sensation back in there as well. It might have gone a bit numb. This is a really good fuller delivery, wide Yorker. This is elements that we've seen come into the game, haven't we? The sort of delivery that you'd expect to be normally seen at the death of an innings. We're seeing it in the first over. Mandapati with a prime example of how to execute the wider Yorker. We'll try to repeat this one, but this will be driven into the offside. Good work by Sundaram, and it will just be a single. Brings Kaksad to face the final delivery. Same opening partnership for Beveren, but they'll be hoping that Abdul Rashid can go one better than last time and possibly look to build on what was a very promising opening spell with the bat in hand in that previous game in match 27. What a tournament the FanCode European Cricket Series has been here in Belgium so far. Obviously, we concluded Group A last Friday. Got Group B underway on the Saturday. Continuing here. Big swing down the ground, and what a way to open the account. This time opening the maximum account, of course, and this is 6 down the ground, 6 runs. And Hakim Kaksad, Belgian ball baby, gets off the mark with a 6. And that is going to be a 6 to end the first over, 11 for none. Good time to remind you that we have switched flicked the switch to prime time. ECC will be under lights, of course, in Khartoum in just a week's time. So that first match will be 9:30 GMT, 11:30 Central European time, 3 o'clock if you're in India. So just going to show, well, that last game, match 5, starting at 5:30 GMT, 7:30 Central European time, and 11 o'clock in India. Just showing that will be the first game where the lights will take full effect. Certainly looking forward to seeing Khartoum under lights. It's a beautiful location to showcase international cricket. That's where we're going to be. Again, we'll wait for Vinny to join us back in the ice cube to get those random questions underway. Plenty coming through. Do keep them coming through, but it's going to be Barry to take the second over, and once again slapped back at him hard yet again. There's almost a couple of chuckles that ring around the ground. Look at this one this time, not on the forward. Into the right hand, and Kiani saying that's 4:30 AM in Australia for the last match. Just rearrange your sleeping schedule, Kiani. You'll be okay. Offside, crunched hard. It's a one-way ticket to Adventure Island for Kareem. What a shot into the offside. 4 more. Look at this. Gives himself so much time, and again, I picked it out in the first game between these two teams. He is a man who has so much time at the crease. He can go forward, backward, readjust, and then punish into the offside. This time he goes leg side, and it will be enough once more. Add that to the total. A huge shot into the onside now, and this time it's 6 of the best. Really gets that bottom hand involved in the shot there. Not quite the start Barry would have wanted. Needs a response now, though. This time, once again, goes leg side, and that's going to go a long, long way. Housy's there. Housy's getting on the action, and add that to the total. 6 more. Slot ball gets punished from Barry. And Kareem, Abdul Rashid Kareem, the dream. Getting going here. 21 off of just 9 now. Offside this time, and again, shot from Kareem. This time, finds the gap, and a man like this is really capable of taking a game from you so far, so early on. And this is going to be another boundary. Look at this one, plays it late. And the skipper, Diore, just has to watch that one, and he knows he's going to have to chase that. That's about 150 meters raced along on this outfield. It's gone another way, 4 runs. Appreciate your kind words, Archie. Very kind of you. Thank you ever so much. Loving my time here in Belgium. We've had all elements. We've had wind, rain, sun. Finishing the over here, Barry. Down the ground, he hits this well. We'll take some cutting off. And he won't do it. It will be 4. And well, it wasn't due to a lack of trying from Anand Sundaram. He got his body behind it. Still took a bit of a Tortuga away from him. Then he couldn't quite adjust himself. Tortuga's off of the midriff. Look at this one, races away. He gets the splits in, but his back foot was on the line when he made contact, and then he still spills that. So another 4 to the total. Big over, 24 from it at the end of the second, 35 for none. So that's the updated standings there. And look at that, 6 points on the board now for ICCB. Just shows what one victory can do. And a man who knows a lot about winning cricket games, Vinny Sandhu, comes back into the icebox.
I'm glad to say that's probably true. What I will say is Beveren, they dropped from 2nd to 3rd, and Liege, by doing nothing last game, they climbed from 3rd to 2nd because Beveren's net run rate took a bit of a hit, and so it dipped below that of Liege, who also are on 4 points, and so things will stay that way unless Beveren can turn things around here. He's over number 3.
Into the leg side yet again, and he's just having the time of his life out there. This time it's the skipper getting involved, Kakzar, and this has gone a long way. Yeah. 6 more.
That's the pond territory. See you got the little gazebo there under that? That's where you got the pond.
So that's where you were.
Yeah, that's where I was for the intro.
That's where you've just joined me from.
There was some chat about me doing the intro from in the pond, but after looking at the water, let's just say I'm glad I wasn't the one that fell in there earlier today.
Big swing, doesn't quite get the connection. Get your swim trunks on, mate.
What are the random questions coming in yet? A lot about you being a puppy. That's all I'm seeing so far.
I don't know where that's gone.
I heard you talking about the fact that it is pretty late last game. Well, that's true. I mean, it'll start in Australia. It will start, I think.
4:30 for Keanu.
Yeah, 5:30 start with the first game PM in Perth, and 7:30 in. Well, never mind that. It's all over for Kakzar. So, big one, and then knocked over by the bowler, Amantapati. Well, that's the way he finished the last game, and he's starting this one almost as well. And that's the first wicket of match 28.
Yeah, good time to get it as well. These two were just looking like they were getting into the stride of things. So the first wicket will fall, 41 on the board. Yet again, opening partnership worth 40-odd, 41 for 1 after the 2.2 overs.
Yep, that'll do. So it breaks a fast-paced opening partnership. It's been about 2 a ball pace so far. But yeah, that's the way it rolls, isn't it, when you're playing Belgian ball? It's not for the faint of heart.
Now, Vinny, we normally go off and on a couple of tangents in Game 4, but I feel like this could be a game where we might need to stay on it a little bit.
Cube might be under attack as well. Well, great question in the chat from Mandrake. Hashtag RQ. In fact, by the typing out the whole thing, no worries, Mandrake. Says, is Magic Spray Mary back at Cartmut for the ECC? Well, I would hope so. I don't know, confirmed. But did you know that since she was just randomly assigned to the cricket, she has been playing women's cricket at Costa del Sol, and she loves it.
That's incredible.
Not joking. So, yeah, she really got into the spirit of things. So, yeah, let's hope that Magic Spray Mary makes another appearance. Hopefully we don't need her too much on the field, but maybe we'll get Rico to interview you. Actually, you could interview in Spanish if you were there. You're not going to be there, so plan B. Oh, another one. 2 in a row. Amanda Party goes slow ball, and it's another golden duck for Zakil, who just cannot get anything going as the slow ball straight away. And just like that, Mandapati's on a hat-trick. Key player gone.
Yeah, that's a big, big wicket, and you can always rely on Mandapati, can't you? He is just the inevitable man for ICCB. Another wicket falls, 41 for 2 now.
again, it's just not himself, is he? Because, yeah, I don't care who you are. You're a human being. And when you haven't put a score on the board yet, you got to start just kind of being a bit jumpy, especially early. You need to maybe get away with that one, but he doesn't. So, wow, ICCB starting very well. And we'll be adding Mandapati to that list.
We've had so many opportunities, haven't we? How many 2-in-2s have we had? But, well, if it was ever a man to do so, it's going to be Mandapati, isn't it? He has been so crucial for ICCB. And he is going to be so keen to get this third now. Yeah. He knows it's there. He knows it's up for the grabs.
Well, Zakil now has gone 6-0-9-0.
Oh, dear.
Yikes.
It's not great.
But, I mean,
that's the joys of cricket.
I'd be scared if I was facing him next, put it that way.
That's true.
Anyway, here we go. Charlie, hat trick number 25, potentially. Oh, look, keeping number 25 on screen. Is that a sign?
You never know.
It's a sign. Here we go.
Otmanzai is the man on strike. And this is going to race away. Belgium ball, baby. Hat-trick ball on the line. He turns around and goes, nah, not for me. 4 runs.
How many hat-trick balls have gone for 4 or 6? That's what I want to know.
Oh, incredible
that
stat
is
if you can get that. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, so Magic Spray Merrick, she'll be back. Maybe we can see how our cricket skills are going.
Get her in the nets.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
There's some really good things with women's cricket down there.
There is actually.
Yeah.
Well, of course, Spain played their first international women's game.
Yes, of course.
In France.
Yep.
In France.
They had a tournament there for girls and women as well. Mixture of hardball and softball there over the summer.
Got a bit of information actually on the captain for Spanish women's cricket. Come back to that again. This is the last ball of the third over. Driven nicely, and it will be another boundary. So even though there was 2 wickets in the over, we also get 2 fours back to back. Boom, boom, baby. And it's Otmanzai who gets them 4 more to the total, and it will be 49 for 2 at the end of the third.
Yeah, well, we didn't see hat trick number 25, but the 25 is what Mandapati goes for in the end. So, yeah, 49 for 2 after the power play. Probably advantage Beveren. I know it's crazy to say that, but they are going 16 and over. And that's assuming they don't collapse and run out of resources the way they did in the last game. So who is the Spanish captain? Is it Elspeth?
Elspeth Fowler, yeah. Elspeth Fowler, of course. She was the highest run scorer in that tournament in France.
Good player.
Yeah, she plays men's cricket for La Manga Torrevieja CC.
Yeah.
So she was really crucial at the start of our season. Really had a good go of it as well with the bat a couple of times. But she got invited to, unfortunately wasn't able to, but she got invited to one of the fair breaks.
Is that right?
Fair break. She doesn't want many people knowing that, but unfortunately it's me on air, so this time Diori starts, will just be a single bit.
That's good. We all learned something. We know not to tell you our secrets either. I think he's just blurted it out.
Hey, I don't think she'll be listening.
Hello, Elspeth, if you're watching. Well, someone will clip this in and we'll send it to her.
Probably.
Elspeth is someone. I think she'd make a great guest commentator, actually, Elspeth. I know she speaks very well. Yeah,
she's very well spoken. Very, very well spoken in both Spanish and English, of course. This time, Otmanzai. Oh, yet again, the bowler in the firing line. This time, we've seen 2 stingers already.
If there was ever a tournament where I'd say bowlers should wear helmets, I think this is the one. Because quite a few have been in the firing line. This is just a low full toss. He went down. Luckily, the ball went up.
Get some more questions in, though. Get them coming in. Trying to hit way too big as Kareem. Kareem's the key hit for Beveren. If they can rely on him for some runs in this innings, then they could get up to a very, very large total.
Yeah,
get those questions in.
Give us the RQs.
The RQs. I like that. I like that a lot. Down the ground, hit powerfully and hit well, and it will be another boundary. Well, if you're in the scorer's tent, Mike's there. Mike, look out, buddy. That's going to be another 6 more.
Michael Gunatilaka is in there. Yeah, the tents have been under attack, haven't they? Whoa!
Oh, he's put it down.
Wow. That was old hard hands Harry there from Mike, wasn't it?
On camera as well.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to come back to bite him. Continuing hit. This time, offside, bit of touch, doesn't quite go for the big shot, and we'll rotate the strike, just another single.
Yeah, I'm a bit nervous now. I'm on a bit of a streak. I think I'm about a streak of about 6.
I've not had anything on camera.
Yeah.
Mostly because I'm always in here, to be fair.
Yeah.
Not being able to get away.
Oh, the one that came in here, you ran away
you
from.
got out the way of, yeah. That's what it is. Last delivery of the over, pushed into the leg side. Should just be a single. Well, and it is. Good collection from Konduru. So, 58 for 2 at the end of the 4th.
Yeah, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Charlie Hunt. And we're here for the European Cricket Network. This is the summer of Charlie. Also, the summer of Belgium at the moment. You know why? Food chat. This is what I went to get when I was in Brussels yesterday morning. First time I can get a proper breakfast because we're starting so early. So on the left is Brussels waffles, and they're like squarer. You can see they're a bit more regularly shaped. Liège waffles are on the right, and they kind of go over the side of the mould, and there's a bit more sugar in them, and they're a bit stickier. And so I basically got two the same, and I ate the Brussels, then I ate the Liège.
And?
Some people will say they like one or the other better. I probably think I just like the Brussels better because it was a bit lighter. But also, I ate that first, and I was already pretty full by the time I started the Liège ones. So maybe next week I'll have the Liège ones first and then the Brussels ones. But how good did they look?
They look very nice. I'll tell you what does look good. This shot, but it could be an opportunity. And it is, and it's taken. That's really good work from Gotti. Can't keep that man out of the game either. ICCB, they are everywhere. And it's the 3rd wicket to fall. Wow. And this is now 59 for 3.
Having a very good afternoon, aren't they, here? And you see Barry comes out first ball. Otman Zai, so often he's hit those out of the ground, but this is down towards the bottom of the bat. A good catch taken down there by Rajaseka Goli. He's been excellent in the field and with the ball this afternoon for ICCB. So looking down at the bottom of the bat, that's exactly where the ball hit that time. And that will be a wicket. Another wicket now, 59 for 3.
Yeah, no, let's get some of those random questions in.
Stephen
Come on,
Kelt's got one. Stephen Kelt watching
from
the Netherlands. When did the term pace off become a mainstream part of cricket lexicon? I'd say like 10 years ago, like particularly when 2020 came in more. So I'd say around about, we used to just say slower ball.
Yeah.
Or sometimes pace off might refer to a bowler, like just a non-fast bowler.
No.
So, no, you say, no, okay, we're going to take the pace off now. We're going to go to a spinner.
That.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but, okay.
So, I'm going to go and say 2010.
Is that what you're saying?
It'll become a regular part. I'm not saying it was never said before then. I'm saying people say it quite often now.
Okay.
What are you were 8 years old, 2010. You don't remember. What do you think it was? Last Thursday.
Continuing here, Barry. Driven well. Tries to get a foot on this one. I'm glad he didn't because that could have been an ankle breaker.
Yeah, there's a bit of left foot yellow about that, wasn't that? You Twister fans at home. But like it was just one.
What's it lost?
I'd like to see, we were talking about random sports the other day. I'd love to see the World Cup of Twister. Imagine the athletes they'd have in that can just contort themselves. You can have all these like Cirque du Soleil people and stuff in it.
No, for sure. Barry again. Fuller and down the ground, opportunity taken, and it's the big wicket of Abdul Rashid Kareem, again getting a start, yet again unable to convert, and it's the 2nd wicket of the over. Bevrin, 60 for 4.
I'm going to say credit to Goli here as well, because this one is about knee high, and by the time it gets to him, so you see he just bends his knees nicely. He's got a really good pair of hands, catching so well. And Abdul Rashid is the next man to go. Well, I think Mandrake asked a question. Don't know how random it is. He says, are we seeing another collapse? I've got to say, after that, yeah, we are. And, yeah, the score after that is going to be 60 for 4. But remember, they were kind of cruising, weren't they? But they were none for 41. So 41 without loss. They've lost 4 for 19 here. They lost wickets on 41, 41, 59 and 60. Oh, so can anyone come and stop the run here for Bevrin?
Yeah, they need someone to come out and play a bit of a sensible hand here. Maybe just bat out if one batsman bats for the next 6 overs and then everyone else bats around, and that might be an opportunity. But I've got a question, Vinny. Now, obviously,
it better be random.
It is random cricket. It is what
I'll allow it.
ECC coming up.
Yeah,
correct. You've got your cricket gear. I know you do. You have your kit. Your kit bag's with you.
I brought a skeleton.
You brought something. This is driven nicely. There's a man out there on the offside boundary, so it will just be a single.
I did some shopping when I was in Australia, yep.
Okay, so you've got your kit bag, and you're talking about playing some games against touring sides, what have you.
Yeah.
What's the opportunity? Because I know last year in the East, was it in the ECL or ECC, GoPros were used.
Yeah.
At one point. What's the opportunity of sticking one on you? Answer that after this one.
Do you really want to see what I've seen today?
This time, this goes big into the offside. And this time it's Mahboub who gets in on the action. And it goes a long way. 6 more runs.
Mansour Mahboub launches one out of the ground. And it might be Mahboub. The way he hit that one has Look at that. That's what he meant the first time. Went for a duck in the first game. Wasn't going to make the same mistake again. Maybe he's the man that can turn it on. Certainly can hit a long ball. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I get to face Cameron and I'll just put a GoPro on my shoe and you can watch it get smashed.
I'd love to see that. I would pay to watch that.
Probably one of my, certain balls stick out in a year. Or like across many years.
Last ball here in the over. Bit of a nothing drive from Mahboub, and it will finish with a dot ball. So at the end of the fifth halfway stage, bang on par, 67-4.
Yeah, coming up tomorrow, more cricket action. You guessed it. And Beveren, well, they better sort themselves out because they've got Royal Brussels in the morning. Royal Brussels coming off a couple of days off, basically, and they are going to go into that game with, I think, their crosshairs on Beveren, especially with Beveren slightly undermanned. So, yeah, look forward to that again, 6:30 a.m. tomorrow. And GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe and noon in India. Halfway point here, 67-4. Absolutely no extras by mentioning it. We'll probably see one this over. Yeah, so probably one of my favourite balls was, my favourite overs, Tobias Visse of Netherlands fame. Was playing for RBS Krijnhout and was facing Cameron.
Golly
over.
Into the attack, starts well, full delivery, push down the ground, should just be a one.
And he banged him like 6-6-4, and we're talking big hits. But then Visse played probably the worst shot of the year, I think, only because I know he tries things, but he went all the way out to the offside tram line, tried to ramp it, and his stumps were just blown up.
Oh dear. Well, tell you what could go blow up as this is into the leg side. Well done. Well, I'll tell him, I have to actually take a little look at that one because he had to check, and he looked closer than originally thought. But this
right in front of the batting team as well, so I don't think you're going to get away with this one.
Take a look here. Does his foot touch any part of the line?
It's fine okay here, there. But these subsequent steps.
Oh, I'll tell you what, you have to run it another frame. That looks fine to me.
He's all right.
Keeps that heel in the air, doesn't he?
Next one. Yep. Does he step again? I think he's just all right there.
He's okay. We'll just be a single then.
The camera actually does make it look closer than it actually is when you're that far away.
That one was a bit close, but okay.
Yeah. But that's just the foreshortening of the lens. That's what anyone will tell you.
Fair enough. Shorter delivery, and it just gets big on him, but he manages to get a little bit of bat on this, and it will race away. Bounces over the head of Vivek there, and it's going to be another boundary, 4 more.
Yeah, that'll do. Again, using the pace of the ball, fine leg up in the circle. It's always going to run away for 4, and it does.
Yeah. There's a question in there, which I'm just asking tomorrow. Is rain day? Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. I think we didn't have any rain forecast now until about
Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, Thursday, Friday.
But again, it could just get pushed back.
Hopefully it gets pushed back again. Hopefully. Yeah, we hope so.
Down the ground, hit well. No one's going to cut that off. That's going to be another boundary. No man this time, and it's 4 more. He races into double digits. 4 carreras.
Yeah, that'll do. And you can see just bang, bang, cross the boundary line. And so yeah, Beveren, they're going to swing the way out of trouble.
It's interesting position this game is now, because it's 77 for 4. 2 deliveries left here. Continuing here is Golly. And this time misses out on a bit of a wider delivery. Dot ball though. Yeah, this is an interesting position to be in. So, okay. Stephen saying last random question. All this talk of Belgian ball. Have you heard of Belgian new beat?
Okay, I do not know. Belgian new beat.
Okay,
sounds funky.
I don't know what it is.
Tell me more.
I'm going to try and find out. Golly's going to finish his over though before I do that. And it will be dug through for eventually just a single. So 6 overs gone. 78 for 4 on the board. Interesting position at the moment. But that's a good question though. So Belgian new beat. Wonder what it's going to come up with.
Okay, so get your Googling happening here.
I'm trying to.
When do you get it?
Electronic dance music genre that fused elements of new wave, high NRG, and EBM, acid house, and hip hop.
Cool. Sounds funky. Is it something? Would I have to have a fair few energy drinks to get into this?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
All right. That is random.
Very, very
Didn't
random.
know about
Thanks,
it.
Stephen.
Anything else Belgian that we don't really know about?
Ooh. Shall I have a look at?
Okay, one of the things that I love. Do you know about the statues? The little kid statues in Brussels?
No.
Well, this is what it's called. So I'm just going to say it. They're called the mannequin piece. Manning and piss. Do you know why?
No.
P-I-S.
Yeah, obviously.
It's like a little little boy that's a fountain, if you know what I'm saying.
Okay. Driven hard off the back foot, but that's really good fielding from the Ore.
And he's filling up the fountain using, you know, what nature gave him. Are you with me?
Yeah.
It's called the mannequin piece. And there's actually 3 or 4 of them, and they actually dress them up in different costumes. Like it was the beer festival on Sunday.
Yes.
And so it's like a little kind of
partake
beer uniform. That's a separate story, but I'll tell you more about that in a second. Yeah, that's a bit of an add-on to my waffle story. But I'll wait for this ball from Potom Shetty.
Driven for just a single.
So I went to Brussels. I caught the train. And
you ventured out.
Yeah, I did. And no one else was that keen because he wanted to stay closer to home. That's fine. It wasn't too bad. It was about a half-an-hour journey. And, yeah, I got there and I said, look, probably need to get a day off the beers because, you know, being Belgium. Oh, hello.
Oh, what a shot. That is incredible. Great innovation from the man. Gets down on one knee. He gets followed as well, but he's got the sense of mind to adjust himself, and he flicks this round the corner. 4 more. Yeah,
well, the question was actually in the chat, with bowlers trying to bowl wide Yorkers all the time, what's the one way you can deal with it? And this is actually one way, if you can pull this off. But, I mean, it's easier said than done. And the other thing is, if it's straight, you find yourself in a lot of trouble because normally you're premeditating to play that shot. So you've got to be pretty short. You got to be pretty sure it's going to be full and wide like that.
We saw Harrington was really good at the sort of wider on the offside more than anything.
We'll see him in the morning against Beverin though. Get a chance.
Potom Shetty again, and this time it's in the offside. Well, they will give chase on the boundary. However, won't be able to cut that off, and it will be another boundary. So 4 more to the total. Back-to-back boundaries.
Belgian ball, baby. And another one just leans on it. Proper cricket shot, this one.
Nice shot. Nice textbook shot.
There I got to the waffles. It was like I think it's called Grand Palace in
yeah, because you were saying you offered about people joining.
Yeah, I knew that no one would. No one was getting up that early. I was up pretty early. My body clock's switched on to being early. So I left at about 9 o'clock and got there, you know, probably 9:30, 9:45.
That one does everything. Mix up here, close. Eventually makes his ground. The man is crucial. He's 20 off of 10 now.
Here's what happens. The place doesn't open until 10. I'm a bit early. The first thing I see, he's fine here. I'll reserve my judgment for a second.
I think he is fine. He was down on the ground. He's fine.
First thing I see, Belgium International Beer Festival starting at 12 o'clock. Oh no.
12 o'clock?
12 noon.
That's 5 o'clock somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah, it started at 12 noon, went till like 8 p.m. It'd been going for 3 days, mind you.
Okay, last delivery, last ball of the over. Slower ball. Has it been picked? It has. Has it been picked well enough? It has. Yeah. 6 more. Good end to the over. No, man, he's looking like the man to really take Beverin into a good place here. 6 more.
Good shot, isn't it? He goes up and gets just enough in the middle to get that over the boundary. End of the 7th over as well. So, yeah, we're seeing a lot of action. That's what we've come to expect here in Belgium. The score 94 for 4 after 7. Tell us what's coming up tomorrow. Of course, we do have the ECC. Well, that's not tomorrow. That'll be in a week's time. And the ECC will be here before we know it. And look, we talked a bit about Netherlands just then. How about Netherlands, Denmark, Sweden, Hungary, Finland? A bit of a northern flavour to Group B, Charlie.
Yeah, that could be an interesting one. But back to live action. Full toss. Gone big. That is out of here. See you later. New balls, please. Lovely shot this time from Mansour Mahboub. Out of focus because that's gone so far. We'll take a look at another one of that one. 6 more.
That's the way they roll here. The 100's up. So despite losing those wickets, they lost like lots of 2 really quickly, didn't they? But now they built another partnership. Already, this partnership is worth 40. Oof. And they haven't been there that long. I reckon they've been there for 16 balls.
Is that it?
Yeah, so this is what we've come to expect. And look, despite ICCB having some highlights in this innings, they're going to be chasing a fairly decent total here.
Yeah, this is building up now. Look at that current run rate, going at just under 140 for their 10 overs. So they'll be happy, I think, with around 125, 130 on the board from this position. Still got wickets in hand, which is crucial. They haven't consecutively lost wickets, which is really crucial for them. So Golly continuing again, needs a response. Slower delivery, and will just be a single into the offside. Yeah, do let me. This is going to be interesting. I keep saying it, but if they can get up to 140, it could be a big chase I think ICCB have got the talent. We know they do to chase a total like that. A lot of talk about the ECC as well. This time doesn't quite get on this one. Bit of a cloth into the offside, and it's just going to be another single. My man, he's been destructive, hasn't he? Moves on to 27 off of 12. Needs him to go in there. A lot of talk about the Italian side, of course. They are a very talented cricketing nation. Of course, a nation we saw quite a lot over our little summer adventure in Italy.
We had plenty of practice.
Another full toss and another 6. Well, don't bowl there, especially to Mahbub. He's in fine form. He moves into 20s, and that's 6 more.
In baseball, this is what we call a no-doubter, because that one was no doubt that was going to be out of the ground. It was a kind of a baseball kind of swing, isn't it? He really turned on that one, smacked it out of here. Score continues to climb.
Yeah, 108 for 4 on the board now. 22 off of 8 for Mahbub. And this is a key to deliveries. Golly needs to try and keep them as quiet as possible. Beveren needs to really counter attack, get a counter punch in now. Goes for it on the drive, and will just be a single. Good rotating the strike. Good cricket hit from Beveren so far.
He's banged him so far. 23 off 9. So yeah, that was my Belgian story. My Brussels story from yesterday. That I decided I had a lot of work to do, and I knew if I was still there for an hour or two of that beer festival, I probably wasn't going to have a very productive day yesterday.
No.
Just prepping a few things for ECC, so I got back on the train.
Last delivery, and he does keep it quiet. So 1 run off of the last 2 deliveries in the over, and they will finish on 109 for 4 after 8 overs.
Yeah, so a couple of overs to go. Still on that kind of high 130s pace, I suppose. But yeah, still to see exactly how close I'll get to that. I'm sure maybe a few twists and turns that are left. Anyway, Shrug says, favourite waffle topping. And this is what I had yesterday, okay? I'll tell you what was on it.
I saw it earlier.
Yeah, you saw it. So I had cooked strawberries. That cooked strawberries. Cooked strawberries. I had chocolate. They didn't have vanilla ice cream. They were out of vanilla ice cream, believe it or not.
No way.
Wide.
Leg side wide.
And yeah, I got to say the crushed hazelnuts were a pretty good.
There you go. That's what
thing.
you
And it was like a kind of biscuit ice cream.
How much
Doesn't
was it?
look like it. How much were they? I think to eat in. Oh, let me think.
Have a think. Have a think.
I'm going to take the whiskies off them.
All right, down the ground. Hasn't quite got all of this, and it won't even be a catchable opportunity.
I think they were about €9 each, which is actually pretty reasonable.
Not bad.
It's about 15 Australian dollars, probably.
That's
Not
not
even
bad.
13, 14 Australian dollars
What, €9 per waffle?
per waffle.
So
And then
18
of course,
for those 2.
I ate 2, yeah.
Gets it out again, and this time has to put a little bit more effort into it. But this is a quality cricket shot yet again. It's Mohamed Noman, who's just come out of nowhere, really, for Beveren. And this is going to be another boundary. He moves into the 30s.
What I like about this shot is he sets up to ramp, and then it's slower than he thinks. So he's like, you know what, I'm just going to swing at it. And, yeah, gets himself in a position, but he actually has his head pretty still. And he's able to scoop that round the corner for 4 runs. Yeah, let us know your favourite waffle toppings.
Let us know your favourite dessert.
I mean, I never knew that there were 2 types of Belgian waffle.
Neither did I.
That's news to me. This is culture in the first degree.
Learn something new every day. Needs a response. Down the ground this time. There's a man out there. We'll collect it. Just going to be another single.
So I think he's all right. He's been a pretty reliable player, hasn't he, Sid? And he's just trying to keep things quiet in the 9th. Will he succeed?
Into the pads. It isn't given. Oh dear, well hang on a minute, could be buzzers.
Well, I mean, Andrus gave this out in the box straight away. Unless there's some bat in this, which there might have been. I don't see a signal. Oh, I mean, well, I know he's stepping forward. That's not missing anything though. Andrus, I think.
Oh, look at that, there was a
Yeah.
flinch, there was a flinch.
Maybe the appeal didn't convince him.
Well, I tell you what, this has gone high in the air. Another opportunity. No, it won't be. It sails over the head of Sundaram, and it's another 6 more runs.
Yeah, so Mahbub will survive, but it's his partner that will thrive with a big 6 over long off. So, yeah, nothing really working for ICCB. Again, look, the umpires get to see it once. I thought if he'd signalled runs there, he's off the hook. Because, okay, must have been an edge. But looking at that, hit him in line. Was it missing? Don't think so. But I mean, that's what I mean. They only get one look at it. It's fair enough. They've done a good job.
This time, yet again, into the leg side. We've seen plenty of runs. That's 12 runs now for Noman into that leg side region. And this time, it's the more conventional flick of the pads. 4 more.
Yeah, so that's the end of the over. And let's get a better look at what's coming up tomorrow. In the afternoon, we'll see ICCB, who will take on Ghent. Look, Ghent just looked a bit short of a gallop this morning. They're going to have their wits about them in matches 31 and 32. That's the afternoon session, starting 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. So yeah, 2 teams without any wins. We'll see them tomorrow. Raw, Brussels and Ghent will be hoping to get moving here on day number 8. Hopefully we have your company for that. That'll be Tuesday. And of course then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sunday we're off, and Monday we'll be coming to you from Khartoum. Under lights as well by the end of the day. Some questions about how many games will be under lights. The sun sets around 7 something there, so maybe even 8. So probably the last game will be the one where the lights fully take effect. Before that, probably game 4 will be a bit twilighty.
Yep, I know what you mean.
The other 3 will be kind of regular times that we'd show anyway.
So Botham Shetty is going to be the bowler for the final over here in the first innings of match number 28. And he's got a job to do. He's got 2 in batsmen now. And it will be Mahbub on strike. Full toss, flicked into the leg side. Can they cut it off? They will do. So it will just be a single, but they won't mind that. Will Beverin, it gets the dangerous Noman back on strike. So what's the equation now? So that's a single. So now 128 for 4. And they're again looking to try and get towards 135, I think, here at this point. So still getting some dessert chat, which is always nice to see.
I've got one. I love a passion fruit cheesecake.
Oh, never had that.
Oh, yeah. It's got a bit of zing to it.
Botham Shetty. And this is going to be squirted away. Should just be a single. They're going to push for 2.
Dear.
Never mind. Add 4 more to the total because he stepped over that one. He's forgotten the ball. And it's going to be another boundary this time. Yet again, Noman.
Yeah, not ideal here. This is probably one of the worst efforts we've seen there. He just tries to throw the foot out. Doesn't work out very well at all.
Big shame. Big shame. But means Noman, he now moves on to 46. So just a single hit away from bringing up a half century. What a half century that'll be, by the way. Came in at such a difficult moment in the game for Beverin, and him and Mahbub have really been able to just steady the ship and have batted out the last sort of 5 overs, really. Oh, he went for the scoop or the ramp, really, but this is a shorter ball. Botham Shetty saw him going early, dropped his length, and it's not an easy task to scoop it from head height, really. So, good dot ball, good comeback. Well, this time it's not the scoop, it's not the ramp, it's the French cut, but it'll still race away, and it will bring up his 50. What a way to do so, quite unconventionally. However, the most of the shots that he's played to reach his 50 have been incredible. 4 more.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. And yeah, I even like the amount of times he's tried things. I think, you know, not everything he's tried has worked, but I mean, a lot of it has. He seems to have been proactive, but also has played some really nice kind of traditional cricket shots. Good innings, 50 off 20 balls. That's good going.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. Not over yet, though. 2 deliveries remaining. He's still on strike. Driven nicely. Has he split the fielder? He hasn't. Really good work from Diore. Excellent work. They try and come back, and they will. Direct hit would have been gone by a long way.
Yeah, probably worth going for. I mean, both these guys are banging it, but you just try for the extra run. If you get run out of the non-striker, then it doesn't hurt you too much with 1 ball to go.
Good bit of work there from Sid.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be 4. That's what I'm talking about. It's just a proper cricket shot there.
Yeah.
Absolutely crunched it.
So Noman will be on strike. 52 for him off of 21 deliveries. Final ball then here in the first innings of match 28. And it will be 4 runs. This is going to race away off the outside edge. If you're going to swing, swing hard. And boy, oh boy, has Noman done so. He will finish 56 not out right off the end of the bat. And not even the keeper can get anything on this one. So 4 more to the total. Beveren will finish on 142 for 4.
Yeah, we don't see many 140-plus chasers, and it's no doubt why that is. It's very difficult to keep up that pace. But I tell you what, one team with a lot of confidence, don't forget they had the record power play the other day, ICCB, but they're going to have to go like the Clappers if they're going to make it 2 out of 2 over Beveren this afternoon. But, well, there's a few kind of subplots to this. I mean, it was a decent start, wasn't it? The opening partnership was worth 41, but for me, I mean, the loss of Zakil again, very first ball. We'll see that in a second. But, yeah, the bowlers, it seemed like they were under attack early on in this innings.
Yeah, it certainly did. They were able to really get a good comeback after finishing the 5th over, halfway stage. 67 for 4 is where they finished. So that's a really good comeback, adding just under 100 there, which is very, very good to see. 80-odd runs being added in that final 5 overs. So they will be happy, Beveren. They know their top order's failed yet again. You look at the top order for Beveren in that first innings. There was scores of 37 and 12, which is always good, from 37 from Abdul Rashid Karim. However, from number 2, 3 and 4, only a total of 22 runs from 3 batsmen. That just really isn't enough for what you would suggest are some of the best batsmen in your team when they're coming in at 2, 3 and 4. But again, credit to ICCB. They bowled well, had some good spells bowling. They also fielded pretty spot on. And there was some big hits, though, from the likes of Abdul Rashid Karim at the top of the innings. He finished 37 off of just 16 deliveries. Well, Mike, he put that chance down, and he will be playing that over his head time and time again. Very rare that he gets to get an opportunity outside of the 10, but this time doesn't quite make it count. But there were some big hits down the ground. That was a really good catch from Rajasekhar Goli. I thought he fielded really well. But again, they brought the dangerous combination of Mansour Mahbub and Mohamed Naman. Mahbub finishing 25 off of just 12, not out as well. That will certainly add to the average. And he will finish with a strike at a 208. But again, that man, he did most of the damage. He came in at number 6, did Noman. He finishes 56, not out, off of 22, and that is why. Shots like that, so many beautiful ramp shots, but also through the offside as well. Some lovely cut shots, some lovely drives. And well, this one, that was a weighted shot. This was an opportunity. And well, it was only be an opportunity if the boundary was 10 meters longer, because that was out of here. That was 6 more. And that one, that was even bigger. That was 80, 70 meters. That was big. This was a full toss. This was still a big, big swing again. Once more, this was a slower delivery. So he thought, well, do you know what? I'm going to put a bit of welly into this. And it went for another boundary. That one had some serious height on this one, but it still had the legs. And that really was the case most of the time. Just teasing the fielders on the rope and eventually just sailing over their head. And this one, this was a bit of a moment of sheer unbrilliance there from the fielder. But again, he eventually brought up his 50 with a bit of a squeaky French cut through the legs, 4 down to fine leg. And well, that was the final ball, wasn't it? It was a little squeaky edge. It raced away. So they will finish on 142 for 4 off of 10 overs. They will finish, and that means that they've set 143 for victory for ICCB here in match 28. Take a look at the scorecards for the batting team. Once again, the opener, Abdul Rashid Karim, getting off really well, 37 off 16. Supported well by Kaksar, but he went a little bit too early, bowled by Shrikant Mandapati. And Mandapati, well, he got 2 and 2, didn't he? Zubair Sakil, he went next ball, bowled once more. And then Otmanzai came out 10 off 5 again. Not really the start that he would have wanted, but he goes. And then, well, again, excellent bowling, though, from certain individuals. The economies weren't quite where they normally are, but 2 wickets apiece for Mandapati and Barry. But apart from that, some pretty interesting and not the best stats for the ICCB bowlers. But they didn't bowl terribly, but the stats just tell you a different story. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes or so. In fact, less than that. We were back in around about 5 as the ICCB have been set 153 for victory, 143 for victory off of 60 balls. You are watching match 28 of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Vinny Sandhu, aka Mr. Maximo, on the European Cricket Network.
Hello and welcome back to Belgium. And so it's great to have your company here. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. Last innings of the day. And Beverin had a couple of wobbles at times, a couple of double strikes in there, but that was all that ICCB got as a fifth wicket partnership of 83. Really seemed to take the game away from them. They will have the right of reply, and we certainly know they've got top order batters that are in form. But they're going to have to deal with some pretty good bowlers first up, and I think probably will be Ashkul Saeed who'll open up, who finally got a wicket in the series. This is the third match that he's played. Yeah, he's a good performer over many years. And so we are getting ready for the start of play. Warm welcome to you, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or on FanCode. It's great to have your company once again. An exciting time on the European Cricket Network. And so it will be Ashkul Saeed who's going to open up. Well, umpire just getting into position, as is everyone else. Everyone's there ahead of time. They're keen to get going. You can see why. Side Teepee has been brilliant in this series so far. He hits a long ball. Wouldn't count him out of this 1-4-3, but I think you look at their lineup, particularly I think you need their top 3 or 4 to do the job, particularly this strong opening partnership. You want them to get you probably halfway there. So we're looking forward to what I think will be a pretty exciting finish to the afternoon. Around the wicket now. Ashkul Saeed had some success with that round the wicket tactic in the first game, resulted in a wicket. That's how we got TP with a slightly slower ball that dropped on him. Fairly full ball that hit the stumps. Anyway, here we go. 143 for international if they're going to win match 28. Starts with a wide down leg side, sneaks away from the keeper, so they get a couple for free. Make that 1-4-1. Gives us a chance to look at Anand Sundaram. And so Ashkul, player who is quite a story actually. He's a deeply respectful guy. He's a guy who really enjoys his cricket. He's late into the organised form of the game, but we've seen him obviously on various stages over the last few years. Wow, hits him on the back pad. Must have hit it. Must have hit it. Otherwise, I think he was dead here. Did seem like a bit of a double noise. To get an LBW, you need to straighten the ball down the line. But I think that's exactly what he does here. Look at this one come back. Pitches, straightens. Well, yeah, an argument maybe about leg stump. The other thing is Ashkul is right in front of the umpire there. So, yeah, he's not really doing himself any favours if he wants the decision. The way I was looking there, actually might have done too much and perhaps just missing the leg stump. Pretty close. Then a wild and woolly swing from Sundaram. So, no big hits yet for ICCB. Shakat Ali asking why Tarakel is not playing. Well, I suppose, this is ECS cricket. It's a Monday, so ultimately you might have some other commitments, particularly work commitments, kind of creeping up. Maybe you won't get all the key players playing every game. No Khalid Ahmadi in the lineup either for Beverin. This one should be gone, and it is. So perfect start, really. It's a dolly of a catch for Angar. And so Sundaram goes for a dart, and Saeed, well, around the wicket, doing the job for him since he's made that change. Can he get some of that kind of in movement, straightens it down the line? That could have gone anywhere, ended up going straight to Dilda Angar, who didn't miss out. And so the first wicket falls with only 2 on the board. So very, very good start for Beverin. Again, you're going to have a reasonably perfect looking run chase, I think, to get 1-4-3. I suppose what you would say about Sundaram is he doesn't waste too many balls, does he? And they do have some other good hitters that can swing it. We've seen it all the way along here in Belgium. But yeah, this was just about as easy a catch as you could offer, really. So, yeah, TP yet to face a legal delivery. He's on striker's end. And so we'll get Shakula continuing in the third over. Barry is the new batter at number 3. This time it turns into a full toss, but picks out the fielder. Not a run off the bat yet, just those 2 wides first up. You can see a bit of buzz about Beverin early. They wouldn't have been happy about going down in the previous game, and they'll want to go to the top of the table. They can do that with a win here. Shakula over the wicket now. Gets cut away. Bounce to the fielder. Well, again, the other thing is if you do have a really quiet over, it's hard to catch it up when you're chasing so many runs. So already you can see that required rate's climbed over 15. But yeah, I do think maybe it was a bit of a ploy to the openers to go around the wicket. Now he's going back to his kind of plan A. Barry new to the crease. Well, gets lucky and gets 4. So another in swinger. Shakula doesn't have too much luck off the last ball of this over as Barry gets off the mark unconvincingly. But the first runs off the bat, albeit not the middle of the bat, and it will be the end of the first over. The score is 6 for 1 after 1. Golden ball count still in single digits. That was after Ostend CC played a golden ball the other day against the Mechelen Eagles, and the Eagles ended up on top as Sheikh Shiraz from Ostend CC just couldn't get back on ball. But 9 matches without a golden ball. How long will it be? In fact, will we see another one before the ECC starts? And yeah, one thing is last year in the ECC, we did not have a golden ball at all. We got super close. Probably should have had one in the England versus Belgium qualifier number 1, where there was an overthrow that got run that got England home. But surely, with 120 matches in the ECC, we could see our first one. We had one in the Star CC Helsinki Titans game in the ECL earlier this year. Team from Luxembourg got their only win by golden ball. And here's a man with a golden future, I'm sure, behind the microphone. Charlie Hunt back with me to start over number 2.
Vanguard continuing, starting off here. Takes a big step across to TP, and he will come through for that single. So he'll be off the mark with a single into that onside. So that big wicket going early. Sundaram going for a 3-ball duck. Not quite what we've come to expect from him, especially at the top of the order for ICCB. Yeah, no, they need to rely on these two, I think, for a lot of their runs if they're going to get near this. It's a big total. It's a big chase if we're going to see it. We've seen crazier things happen, but wouldn't surprise me, especially here in Belgium. Yeah, no, so let's have it. This is always the time where things start to get a bit loose, especially here in the Ice Cube. Fourth match of the day. Well, this is down the ground, and this will be...
This will be Charlie.
Is it? No, it's not.
Oh, it's off the post. Play on. Off the post.
Nearly.
This cube is Kookaburra proof. We know that now. Pretty good shot, though. Goes straight. Just a little bit of fade on it, right? Use a golf term. I thought that was heading your way. But, yeah, clunked into the cube post. That got out of your chair.
Well, doesn't take much. Needs the response into the leg side. Doesn't quite middle this, so should be cut off. Excellent
well
work.
Done.
Incredible. He's taken a flag to the back.
Ow. Oh, has he really?
Yeah. That doesn't look good.
Yeah, it's a bit of Professor Plum with the flag on the boundary line. Let's see what happened here. I mean, I thought it was a great effort first up.
Well, it certainly was. Look at this. Gets there. He
People
has a
say
lot
these
of
flags
ground.
are dangerous. I've never understood how they're that dangerous.
This
but now
is
I'm about to find out. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's horrible. It's not nice. They don't look like they should hurt.
That's the bit. Have you ever seen Surf Lifesaving Australia? They'll have races on the sand where people have to try and grab the flags out.
It's the most Australian thing ever.
A smart run, because nobody's watching.
That's really good. Good cricket. Very sensible.
They'll have like 3 people running a race. It's like a 30, 40 metre race, but there's only 2 flags at the other end. So you have to run and yeah, a bit of that. He got one that he didn't want then.
Yeah. Look at this. He's got so much momentum as he goes to the ground there.
Well, he's paying for that. Is the flag lodged in his back? I never saw it again.
It's on the floor.
Okay, good.
Come on, Vin, you're better than that.
Just checking.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Big step across from TP, and you can see that he's saying, well, what do you want me to do? Not much I can do. Take another look at this one. Was there anything else you could do?
Yeah.
Yes.
He didn't cover the line of the ball. He was hoping he could pick the length of it. But you see, just an extra half step, and he probably blocks that with his body there as a kill. But, I mean, he's not a regular keeper. I think he's done a pretty good job.
No, very true. Very, very true. So, 4 runs, 4 byes. Goes against the keeper, rightly so. Didn't quite do the job that he was that he's employed to do, really. Yet again, another swing. TP. How many times have we seen him step across this inning so far and miss out? Just not playing the ball on its merit. He can hit such a great ball all around the ground, 360 degrees, yet he still just tries to go towards that leg side. Anyway, it's a dot ball to finish, so 18 for 1 after 2. Just an interesting stage of the game now, isn't it? That run rate is already creeping up to 15.3. There we go. That's the story thus far in Group B. ICCB at the top, 3 from 3 at the moment. Going to be a big ask if they're going to get 4 from 4 here, but a win here for Beveren will put them level on points, and it will probably be a big change if they do win in the net run rate. So that's going to be interesting. I know Vinny is always key to try and work out the net run rate at the end of a day.
Yeah, it's more or less net run rate is important towards the end. I mean, daily run rate is interesting as well. See how many runs people are scoring per over in a particular day. 14.1, highest we've ever had actually in ECS cricket.
Big time, big time. Well, this could be big, and it will be. Lovely shot through the offside. Add 4 more. Barry, this time he's taken over. He races along to 14. Incredible shot, full toss. Poor delivery from Saeed, and he gets the treatment.
Yeah, nice shot through the line. So, yeah, they need to be, 28 after 2, so the 10 behind. That helps, of course. They want to be about 42 after 3. There might not be that many, but, yeah, high 30s here. You'd love a big over, especially because it's the last over of the power play, but not easy against a bowler like Ashkila Saeed.
No, certainly isn't. He's a veteran in the sport of T10 cricket. Here's Saeed. He's played many games and for a couple of different teams as well. And he'll be really looking to try and prove as to why he is so good at this sport, especially in this format. And swings again, but this time, excellent stop. Really good from the man in the covers. That's why you're there. That's why you tend to put your best fielders there. And he did well. That's Shokadullah Shazad, who I'm sure we'll see with the ball in hand at some point. That's an excellent bit of work from him there.
Yeah, really nice work. But maybe a magical over just gets him back on track. TP's the man. He hasn't had too much to strike yet. He did a lot of the damage, didn't he, on Saturday morning.
So this is a good response after getting dispatched for a nice boundary. Comes back with a similar delivery, though. And this one does everything, so much so. It breaks through the gloves. That one had a bit of nip away, nipped in, nipped out. Shake it all about. And Saeed. Good comeback there. He's such a tall man. He's so tall. That extra bounce really does help. Look at this one. Goes in, goes out. Even goes out of the gloves.
Right. I should call that. He's feeling the heat a little bit. A few of us feeling the heat around the ground actually at the moment. Up at about 31 degrees currently. Don't remember it being this hot so far in Belgium.
This is a full Yorker, and it will just be a dot ball. It's so hot that even a tournament referee.
He's feeling it, isn't he? Yeah, he's up and down the 10. There's Mina. Mina's fine. She's cool as a cucumber. It's definitely he's got the short long pants. Yeah. he's obviously been dobbed in.
Meda's realised. She knows what's going on. Steph's got no idea.
He's got the hot flushes going. Charlie's enjoying this. Charlie knows how to press the buttons now.
He's gone back into his tent. He's hiding. We'll have to see if we can go back to him after this. Needs to finish this over off strongly here. And well, not really. This is going to be punished into the offside. Too short from Saeed. The tall man goes for the shorter delivery, trying to utilise that extra bounce, but he gets punished for more to the total.
Yeah, that might have even been over the shoulder, you know. Pretty good shot,
could be close. Could be close.
Good counter attacked.
This is looking like it could be a good over for ICCB here. With 8 off it so far. Just the 2 boundaries. No other runs. They've had 3 dot balls, 2 boundaries. Single delivery left in the over. Could do with reaching at least 30 here. And it clatters into the pads, going down leg side. Well, now they will come through for a single. Unnecessary shot at the stumps, no one backing up. And it will be a single to end the over. So after 3, ICCB, 27 for 1.
Yeah, so decent power play, really. Ashkula doing the work early, keeping things pretty tight. Finishes with tidy figures as well. Cheeky little 1-fup. So he's chipping in. He's getting better as the series goes along. And you can see here that they need to up the ante, don't they? A few tall towers there, particularly that second over, which went magical in the first innings. But yeah, even pretty consistent scoring towards the end as that 5th wicket partnership took off. And Charlie, I know you're enjoying what you're seeing, aren't you?
Trying to get it to work. I'm trying to get it to work.
You're trying to dob Steph in again. We're all hot here.
It is really hot.
People wanting to see us the whole time.
I am melting right now. It's just ramped up. It's horrible. Anyway, we're going to see Hangar continue. And he gets a breakthrough. And Barry will have to go. So his fun will come to an end. He goes for 18 off of 13. Second wicket falls. ICCB 27 for 2.
Yeah, so this is another one they didn't want to lose at this stage as they're trying to mount something. So yeah, runs on the board. Looking pretty good at the moment. It's the end of Ganga Barry. And he's the second wicket to fall, 27 for 2.
Newman makes his way out to the middle, does Rajeshashar Goli, and he's got a real big job on his hands here. Look at that, already way below the rate. That run rate's now up to 16.5. Will probably be more than that as well. Yeah, this is a big partnership now. I think this is it's now or never really for ICCB, looking to make it 2 from 2, 4 from 4 in total as well. They're 3-0 so far. Well, goes leg side, and there isn't a fielder there, so it will be 1 bounce, 4 more to the total. And what a start for Golly. He gets off the mark with a nice flourish into the leg side, 4 more.
Yeah, that'll do. Need to get moving, don't they? Let's see what the run rate required is now. It's getting up there, isn't it? Probably towards 17 and over or so.
That would have helped.
It's hard to get more than that over 7 overs, but well, you never know.
Yeah, this is going to be a big over. It's now or never. Well, Golly, he's got the idea of it being now because that's another shot, this time leg side. And it will be 2 more than last time, 6 more.
Yeah, that'll do. And again, a bowling machine length, isn't it? Where they're like, okay, what are you going to do with this? And he says, I'm going to show you exactly what I'm doing with it. And he hits it towards Steph, who still, I don't know if he's got a fan over there yet. He's burning up.
He's hidden now. I can tell you that he's hidden.
Yeah.
They've moved out of the hot box. Golly. Gone 10 off 2. Could be out though. Could be 6 and out. And it won't be. The skipper, Hakeem Kaghzad, stuck in 2 minds. And he will get another single. So that will be another run.
Archie's asking the bowler that we just saw, Ashkula Saeed, is he from Afghanistan? Yeah, originally there. Actually came to Europe on foot. It's quite an amazing
Such a good story. Such a good story.
Ended up in Belgium. Saw him also playing club cricket in the Netherlands. You know, he's a guy that's been through a lot. We saw him kind of burst onto the scene at ECL 2019, where he's playing for VOC Rotterdam. But yeah, really inspiring story.
TP, who is still there. He's only faced 3 deliveries after facing the first ball of the entire innings, but he's only on to 2 off of 4.
But he's not the only one, you know. A lot of these guys have quite incredible stories, and they provide, you know, such diversity and richness to the culture of a country. Got to say that Belgium's a real melting pot. But TP, he's just got FOMO, doesn't he? He's only faced 3 balls in the first 23. Goes after this, and it's into the gap. Ashikula can't quite find the handle. And so Golly, he's been great so far. He moves to 15 off just 4, and that's the end of 4. It's 43 for 2.
Yeah, this one goes a long, long way. Isn't able to quite cut this off. And it will be 4 more to the total. So, welcome you back into the Ice Cube here in Belgium.
Nice
Good afternoon.
with us. Yeah, it's been a great day. Hot day. So, yeah, the cube is now, it's heating up, isn't it?
Very warm.
Remember when you had your jumper on last week?
Yeah, no, that didn't last long.
They're memories now. But anyway, it's great to have your company. Stay with us because there's so much cricket to come, of course, here in Belgium. And not quite the Belgian ball day that we saw on Saturday, but it was that was a high bar they set. Still, I think you do feel like teams can win from unwinnable positions a bit more than normal, and that's what we're seeing here, more or less. But anyway, let us know how you've enjoyed the series, and maybe let us know what you're looking forward to. Maybe teams you're looking forward to seeing, players you're looking forward to seeing. Like, for example, I can't wait to see Conrad Greenshield playing for Portugal for the first time. Now he's got his qualification, so he's an ECN favourite. Maybe let us know in the chat who and what teams you're looking forward to seeing in ECC.
This could be an opportunity here.
Well,
They're
they like
asking
it.
the question.
I think he thinks this is off the glove. Definitely took a little something down the leg side, and now I think he's been given the orders. Let's have a look.
I think he's walking more than anything. Take a look.
Yeah. I think there's no doubt for me. Maybe there was some confusion.
He might have been pressured into walking there because look at him. He's got a smile on his face. This is good to see. He knows that he's a big wicket. He knows there's a lot of pressure on him for his team. But I think he knows as well that everyone here is pretty close. They all know each other.
The peer pressure kind of works on that occasion.
Don't succumb to peer pressure, Cats.
The umpire looked like he was still considering it, put it that way. But yeah, TP has to go, and that's one that I don't think they wanted to lose. He hadn't faced too many, but he was handy to have up your sleeve. As the 3rd wicket falls now, 43 for 3.
Yeah, it does, and you know that always good to see though that the game's being played in the right spirit, and especially I think it's been seen here in Belgium. Everyone, it's a very close-knit cricket community in and around sort of where we are in terms of here in.
And one of the benefits of Belgium is you got all these clubs, but the country's actually pretty small and pretty accessible.
It's tiny.
So it means they can all play each other more often.
Yeah,
I mean, you got some other countries with a lot of talented teams, but they don't get to play each other that often.
Spain, for example.
Yeah, Spain's a really good example.
So many different leagues, but just no.
The coordination's tough.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy.
Potam Shetty, the new batter.
Well, and there was a interesting noise from Shazad, the bowler, but it will be a dot ball.
Yeah, even a country like Germany, for example, just so big. You got lots of teams, and you got some areas where I suppose the standards vary. Yeah, but Belgium just seems to be their approach, their fearless approach. I mean, Beveren is a place that they've taken in a lot of refugees and stuff as they've arrived in the country. If they love their cricket, a lot of them end up at Beveren.
Learning about Mechelen's president as well, or something like that.
Yeah.
We'll come back to that after this one. This is a leg side wide, and it will be. And well, that's a man who's just not really enjoying his time with the gloves. He's not meant to be doing it, but he's doing a job. But this one, it's not easy to take. It will be 5 wides.
Poor Zakil can't get out of single figures or any figures sometimes. And then he gets dealt with this.
He's furious.
Yeah.
He's saying, it's too hot. Why are you making me do this?
Giving it the reverse V formation when he lands there. But not able to get anything on that. It's all anticipation, those ones. And he just couldn't move early enough. Wasn't a good ball, like got to say, from Shakrullah Shirzad. And so, Potam Shetty somehow gets a 5 for his team by doing nothing.
The heat's taken over, isn't it?
Yeah.
People are scrambling.
There's no breeze at all right now.
It's no air. Continuing, Shazad. Good comeback. Back on the money
That's
straight
much
away.
better. Yeah, remember a couple of times, especially keeping under the helmet and on a hot day in Australia, if there was no breeze at all, it was pretty unbearable. Whenever you go down to crouch, it seems hotter at ground level. I just remember the heat kind of radiating off the pitch.
And especially if you're short.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I got to get low to the ground as a keeper anyway. But yeah, the pitch, just the heat coming off it straight into your head. That's kind of how we feel right now. Anyway,
a little bit.
Shirzad to Pottomshetty.
Flat batted down the ground will be a big chase. He won't get there. So a bit of a nothing shot really from Pottomshetty, but he will get rewarded. Just goes to show it's heating up around, but the outfield is still electric for more.
Yeah, it's good effort from Noman as well here. I mean, does everything right, puts the full dive in. But yeah, that shows how fast this outfield is. And that brings up the 50 as well for ICCB. But I mean, that was just a little back foot punch because it was into the gap. Even with 2 outfielders back, it pierced them and ends up being 4 runs.
Yeah, this is slowly getting away from ICCB though. Look at that run rate. Still at around 17, so requiring some big overs now. 2 deliveries left in this over. And well, that's almost a moment of excellence as he's fallen over as well. But that was a big shout. I think he might have done some damage. I think, in fact, he might have to his shoulder.
Oh, no.
Well, it's gone straight away.
I hope not, because he had a problem in the ECC. And, yeah, this isn't a good situation, especially just a couple of weeks out. Yeah, he's had to go up. And, yeah, I remember that he had a similar issue. So, yeah, certainly something we don't want to see for such a key player. I know he hasn't scored too many runs in this series, but he's one guy that is super important for Belgium.
Yeah, you don't want to be watching that one there at all. That's not nice.
Never like to see these things. Yeah, I suppose even the fact he's wicket keeping. I mean, would you say it's risky there? I mean, it can be a dangerous position. I mean, especially if he has a pre-existing issue with his shoulder. So yeah, he's actually a pretty good bowler as well. So we saw him bowling a bit, but then due to his injury in the ECC last year, he came back and fought so hard to be back on the park. He was only going to bowl in an absolute emergency. But right now, thoughts with Sabres Akil, because that is one I'm sure all of our ECN community will be hoping isn't too serious, because, again, for them, they're Group C, so their ECC is only 3 weeks away today. Yeah,
it's never nice to see, and of course we wish him the best. There is a break in play here, so do expect a bit of a delay. We do obviously apologise out of our hands, but no, again, it's never nice to see. But again, you could just see though, as soon as he went up to take it, that he was. Yeah,
it's instinctive to go for it as well, even though that shoulder's been a bit of a problem for him. You see here, it extends and then straight away.
I don't know if it's dislocated or if it's.
Yeah, he's had a previous issue with it.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, let's have a look at maybe the Belgium's group, for example, because I know that they will be meeting Scotland 11 in there, and that's a team that we haven't seen released yet, but that should be a really interesting one. They've got Scotland, they've got France and Malta, who are new to the ECC. Okay, Malta have played a lot of T10 cricket, I suppose not at the international level, but a lot of their national team played for Malta Super Kings last year, earlier in the year in ECL. You've got Luxembourg, who have a bit more time to get organised this time for Group C. Last time, Scotland at short notice unfortunately had to withdraw for various reasons, but Scotland are back and in the same group as Luxembourg. So I think they'll be a bit more competitive. But France, they're the real wild cards for me. We saw that they have a real aggressive mindset in their T10 cricket, and so, Group C should be a really interesting one. Well, you can see Sabres Akil. He's still
holding on to it, isn't he?
Trying to hold on to that arm to minimise the strain on that shoulder. So it's just something.
It's just
makes your heart
horrible,
sink, especially because he hasn't had the greatest start with the bat, but I'm sure
he's also such a nice guy.
Yeah, and it's a matter of time until he was going to come good, and then we've got some discussions here.
This is it's got to be the tallest man.
Kaderi Haroun is the 12th man who's onto the ground.
But talking about who's taking over.
Yeah.
Look.
Ashikula Saeed, who, I guess he's bowled his 2 overs. Yeah. So, I mean, anyone can take over. In fact, even the 12th man can take over now under the new laws.
Yeah, true. Very true. But he's got to be the tallest, one of the tallest keepers I think I will ever see.
Yeah, well, if that one went to Ashikula, he would have taken it shoulder high. Anyway, there we are again. We had a few surprise
got me double
attacks
chin
today.
in there then. Andres is playing tricks on us. We're still awake, don't worry.
Yeah, Shrug thinks Belgium should win that group easily. But
Never know. It's T10 cricket. That's the beauty of it all. You just don't know.
I always like it if something like teams from kind of the British Isles and Ireland, they turn up and they're like, these guys are crazy.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen. That's what happened like kind of when everyone
England
took on Belgium.
early on as well, I remember.
England-Belgium last year. That's exactly what happened. Anyway, continuing.
Back to action. Back straight into the action, into the leg side. And good work from Kadali Hadouni. Straight into the action. Looks like he's an interesting contender. I've only just seen him once in one delivery, but he looks like he could be a contender for my Duracell Bunny of Group B. He's looks electric out there, but that will bring us to the end of the 5th. Halfway stage, 54 for 3. That's the story so far. Sai TP going for 2 off 5. Sundaram again going for a duck, this time off 3. Those two at the top of the order just haven't come off, have they?
Yeah, true. Not today. When they did the other day, when they were very good. But yeah, I mean they're a pretty combustible unit. But I mean that goes for most teams. We saw Bevan kind of rolling over in that first game after being in a pretty good position. But
very true.
I mean, right now, about 3 a ball needed. Goalie's one guy though. When he's been on strike, he's been pounding it. So yeah, let's see what happens.
Yeah, new man coming in, the left-handed Jabbar Japarkel. He's going to be bowling the 6th over. So a bit of left arm action coming over, left arm over the wicket. I'm interested to see Ashikullah Saeed with the gloves. Such a tall. He's honestly got to be one of the tallest keepers I think I've ever met. How tall is he? He's got to be what, 6'4", 6'5"?
I don't think it's a negative either.
No,
I'll tell you why in
of course
a second.
not. Of course not. Continuing here, Jabarkal. Flat batted and will just be a single. Go on.
I just think it gives you more reach. And there's a bit of a myth that tall people can't get down to the ground. But
No,
unless
it's
they've
not
got
true.
really short arms, like it's not a huge problem, you know. I just think it's an advantage. But Adam Gilchrist was about, he's 6 foot plus, probably 6'2". Yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I think it's a bit like boxing. You know, the more you reach, the better.
You fan of boxing?
I'm not a huge fan.
MMA?
Not a huge fan either, but I'll watch it if it looks like it's somebody's going to get hurt.
Tries to go on the sweep.
Oh, there's your answer.
Oh dear. Well, you can't complain at Saeed because he's taken over a job that no one seems to be able to want to do.
Well, my face is red because look how difficult he has getting down to the ground here.
I was going to say that took quite a lot of effort, and it will be 4 byes.
It is basically like Glenn McGrath taking the gloves. It's basically the situation you got here. Or like Mornay Morkel.
Oh dear, could you imagine? Gosh, those pads wouldn't get above his ankles.
All right. Well, maybe if they're smart, they won't hit any here. So Potterchetti facing up.
Continuing. Offside, and it's got it through. And it will be another boundary. So back to back in terms of the scorecard, but this time it's 4 off the bat of Potham Shetty, 4 more.
Yeah, good stuff. And again, it's correct shot selection, isn't it? He just wants to hit square of the wicket. 4 more runs.
Yep, add 4 more. And again, this run rate is still just creeping up every single time, though, isn't it? It's any single dot ball or 2, unless it's a boundary, it's just going to keep creeping up and up and up. So not really much that Beveren can do wrong here. Just need to keep it to a minimum. And this time, clothed into the offside, will be collected eventually by Shahid Delotman's and it will just be another single to the total.
Yeah, well, that's a question from Archie.
Ooh.
He's wondering, is he the oldest in the chat? We talked about how young you are.
I was going to say.
Getting older every day, though.
Yeah, well.
And Archie said, is he the oldest in the chat at 67?
It's a good question, actually.
Yeah,
okay. I don't know is the answer I can give right now. Jabakel continuing. Full slower delivery, just punch down the ground, and again, will just be another single.
I mean, I know my grandfather doesn't quite nail the chat feature yet, but he likes to watch from time to time. And he turned 90. That was on Friday, his birthday. So, yeah, let us know if you can beat Archie.
My dad's, what is he now? 58, 59,
okay.
I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, 58. He can't work the chat. He can't do it. He can't hack it. Doesn't know what he's doing.
Okay.
No ball called. Looks like it's for front foot. And it could go from bad to worse, and it will. How many times have we seen that? They get to the boundary, try and flick it back, but unable to do it successfully, and it's another boundary for more.
Yeah, this one was just one ball that a front foot doesn't stay behind the line like it should have, and then big air swing from Shirzad. That'll be Salariza, 4 runs.
So another free hit on the cards here. And it will be him on strike, Potham Chetty. He overhits this, tries to hit this back down the ground with a lot of power, and it will be a dot ball to finish. So 6 overs gone, 70 for 3 on the board.
Yeah, not even halfway yet. 6 overs in, so it's going to be tough. But still, we'll be fighting. If there's anywhere you could do this, it'd be here. You see a wicket apiece for Ashkula Saeed, 1 for 14. Now he's the makeshift keeper. Anga with 1 for 23. Shazad for 1 with 1 for 11, the wicket takers.
Shrug's laughing at me in the chat, saying 58 is less than 67. I know that.
Yep,
I was
good.
saying that my dad is that useless that he can't do the chat, even at 58. That's all I'm saying. Dad, if you are listening, I do apologise. Much love to you. He'll probably send me a text now with some expletives of some form. Anyway.
Let's see what happens.
Well, it's going to be a bit of a leg spin into the attack now. It's going to be Hikmat Japarkel. This could either go one way or the other. Golly might take a fancy to a bit of leg spin here. We'll find out. Well, he certainly will if he's given dollies like that. And it will go all the way. So it's a Gundy ball from Hikmat Japarkal, and it goes all the way, 6 runs.
Yeah, take that. This one is out of the ground, and they need plenty more of that if they're going to get close here, ICCB. But, I mean, they already showed they were able to kind of bend the bounds of probability on Saturday. That was their opener on an occasion. Can their middle order do it today and pull off an unlikely chase? Still needing just under 3 a ball.
It would really be unlikely, especially now. This is a missed stumping. He doesn't know where it's gone.
Looking for the ball. It's not in his hands.
Oh, dear.
Missed it by that much. And look, I love it where he's looking afterwards.
That's what I mean.
Did I leave it up there?
Look at those pads though on him. Barely get above his knees. I know they're not meant to be that far above, but look at them. His knees are up where my chest would be. Oh, dear. There you go. Got a nice text from my father. Oh, dear. I'm right, Dad. He's questioning if he's 50. I'm right. I'm pretty sure I'm right. Oh, dear. Oh, well. Love you, Dad. Much love to you. I'll tell you what. This could be a big over. Needs to land this on a good spot again. He misses out here, does Golly. Shorter ball from the leg spinner. Tends to be the delivery that gets leg spinners a lot of their wickets, though. Misses out on this one completely. Well, this is poising up to be an interesting game. It's now racing above every dot ball. That net run rate is jumping by about 0.5. Well, that's certainly going to help things. That's long, it's high, it's handsome, it's gone all the way. 6 more.
Yeah, so just as it crept past the point of no return, that's probably normal point of no return, 18. I think here it's probably more like 20. Just dragged down a little bit by Hikmat Jabarkhail.
Just trying too much, isn't he? Just trying to do a lot more with the ball than really needs to. Just needs to get it up there. Let the ball do the work. He's trying to overturn it. So let the wrist really get involved, and it just becomes too much. Trying to overcomplicate things, if anything. Down the ground, hits this well. Big chase on. And he will cut this off. Good work from the skipper. Keeps it to just 1 run. And it brings Potham Shetty back on strike.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about Sakil. I really
That's
hope
horrible.
it's not too serious. With 3 weeks out, I mean, at least they're not playing Group A, because that doesn't look good. You start to wonder if we'll see him again this week after that.
And again, down the ground, this time a little bit easier for the skipper. And again, will just be another 1.
Yeah, so that's the end of the over. Yeah, you start to wonder, would they risk him at all at club level with the ECC coming up? But before the ECC starts, we've got plenty more cricket here in Belgium. And we can see what's coming up tomorrow on day 8. Should be a really, really fun day, as we'll get to see 2 teams that haven't had a lot of fun yet, Royal Brussels and Ghent, respectively, without any wins. Beveren versus Royal Brussels, and Beveren just seem a little bit, I suppose, what's the word? suspect at times. A bit inconsistent is probably what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Normally they have match winners in every position, and sometimes when they're playing well, they feel untouchable. I feel like right now, you know, you can get a toss-up with them if you play well. But Royal Brussels didn't have a great morning the other morning, did they, on Saturday? In the afternoon, ICCB would see them against Ghent, so against chance to get their first points on the board.
Well, change up from the skipper. Normally goes seam up. This time's go for a bit of spin. And he won't like the change because it's gone all the way. 6 more, bit of punishment. And it's a bit of a Gundy ball, really. Just floats this up, and it's a bit of a hit-me ball. And that's exactly what he does. 6 more.
Yeah, it's a good, solid strike. Proper cricket shot, isn't it, as well, from Potom Shetty.
Yeah, look at that. They're only 10 runs behind. Well, exactly 10 runs behind. Oh, this could be helpful. This is going to be over the infield race away. Will they cut it off? This time, eventually they will. And it will just be a single. So they're not out of this game. RICCB, they've sort of dragged themselves back because that is at a hittable rate, isn't it? Just under 19 and over about 18. They're only one big over away. They're exactly 10 behind where Beveren were at this stage. So one big over changes it. This over needs to go big. That one, that'll just be a single. As long as it's fielded and it could work in the end. But from Mohamed Noman, batted really well in that first innings. He's crucial. Eventually he ended up being crucial, didn't he, to get up to a decent total here for Beveren. I'll tell you what, this change to off spin didn't work first up, but it's proving a bit of a difficult customer now.
Yeah, he's a pretty good bowler, to be honest. I think the ones he gets right are asking questions. He's not too defensive, is spin. I think, actually, if you're attacking, it's probably a good idea. Ashkula takes this one in the face. Got to say, not as easy as it looks keeping, is it? As Exhibit A. This one. And look at this. Poof. Back into the
horrible.
left.
Welcome to the game. This time finds the edge and will find the wicket. And it's the big man, Golly. He goes for a very well-made 32 off of just 14 deliveries. But you just wonder, that could be the turn in the game, as it will be the 4th wicket to go. Big partnership's broken. ICCB 94 for 4.
Yeah, so it's just a thick outside edge, wasn't it? So that run rate required continues to climb. And a little bit like the first game between these two teams back in match 27. It's just kind of the same story, but the team's reversed. We haven't seen a dramatic collapse or anything from ICCB, but we have seen them fall off the pace through these middle overs. And now they still got pretty much 50 to get and not too much time to do it.
I think they do rely pretty heavily on that opening partnership, don't they? And if that doesn't come off, then it almost sets up the rest of the lineup for not failure, but for a more difficult time than they would normally have. But it will be Kondru is going to come in at number 5. And again, as you say, it's at bang on 49 off of 14 now, 14 off 13. And that's straight at the skipper. Good bit of fielding. So that will bring us to the close of the 8th over. ICCB 94 for 4. So, and is now going to be 49 runs required off 2 overs. It's a big, big task. Again, we've seen it done already. We've seen 50 off of the first 2. Of course, it's a bit different when you're at the position they are with a few wickets down. This is what's happened so far. There we go. Take a look at the worm. This is going to be interesting. They were up just underneath it, weren't they, at that 6 over mark and the 7th over mark, but those wickets before really falling at the wrong time, really. And anyway, it's going to be leg spin to continue us here into the 9th. What happens in the 9th? Well, this could be down the ground. And it is 6 more. And that's going to evade the ice cube. And it will be 6 more runs. And it's once again Potom Shetty getting in on the action.
Yeah, so it's not a bad way to start the over, is it? You need to do the impossible. Do something magical. You do a few more of those, and maybe we've got a contest on. But you almost, you need something supersonic here, really. Yeah. And then even if you get 30 off this over, you still need 19.
It's still a lot.
You got to try, though.
Yeah, well, you can't not try. It's in the Belgian DNA. If you're going to die trying. Oh, it breaks through him. It would have been a really good catch. We've seen a couple of excellent return catches. However, wasn't able to quite take this one, and it will just be a single. But that automatically makes this task near on impossible now after not hitting a boundary.
Yeah, take it.
Just breaks through, though. This time again down the ground. And it's been taken. That is exceptional work from the man down at long on. Really good from Mahbub, and it will be another wicket to go. This time it's Konduru unable to score. He doesn't trouble the scorers. He goes for a duck, and it's the 5th wicket to fall, 101 for 5.
Yeah, nicely done. Beautifully taken. I mean, it's an excellent catch going forward, isn't it? We've seen some really good ones in this Belgium series.
It's been really good to see. All 3 elements have been displayed in exceptional fashion. That's a really good angle. I like that one. That was really good. Yeah, no, all 3 elements of the game have been on display here at quite high standards. We've had some serious hitting at 360 degrees all around the ground. Bowling's been really, really good as well. It's been pretty tidy most of the time. And again, fielding has been probably some of the best I've seen in a while. Well, it's going to be another one. And it's going to be a bit of a send-off as well. He's getting told where he has to go. And it's going to be back-to-back wickets here in the 9th over. And the leg spin of Hikmat Chapadkal veils again. And it's going to be the 6th wicket to fall, 101 for 6.
He's a really good bowler, to be honest. I think, okay, control's always going to be an issue with a wrist spinner, no doubt about it, especially on an artificial surface. It's not doing you too many favours. And he's got the 2 thumbs up. Well, maybe you have 3 thumbs up. You have to borrow one if you get this one, because that'll be a hat trick. And if he does that, it'll be hat trick number 25 of the season. This is a good one. I think it lures the batter forward, but it's not really tossed up to allow him to get down. In the end, it's a bit of a nothing shot, isn't it? And, you know, Sid, unfortunately, the captain doesn't last too long.
There's just no emotion shown from Saeed, is there? There's nothing. Anyway, so the man coming in.
Saeed's wondering how he
how am I here?
Signed up for this.
How have I ended up here? Oh, dear. Anyway, Krishnan on strike for the hat-trick ball. Could it be Hikmat? Look at that. There's a leg slip. I like this. Leg spin of Chapadkal trying to get a hat-trick here. Krishnan on strike. Wow, was there a bit of an edge? They're asking questions. I was a...
Don't think so.
No?
But let's just say if there was, he wasn't going to catch it with this part of his body. And, you thought there was an edge there?
I think I heard something. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter because it wasn't cool.
I mean, he had one chance to catch that Ashikula and it would have lodged somewhere. It would have been unpleasant.
Oh, dear.
Krishnan
Anyway.
facing up last ball of the night.
And this is slapped and will just be a single to end the 9th over. So 102 for 6 after 9 overs. And that pretty much does mean that the game is all but over. So that will mean that they require 41 for victory after the final over.
Yeah, so Stephen Kelk has a fair question. If a tingle signals a golden ball, is there an equivalent for a hat trick?
No, because the amount of chances we've
But,
had.
you know, sometimes we've talked about something. I've got a bit of a feeling about this.
Nah.
Maybe it's a hat trick.
Well, I'll tell you
itch.
what. The
What do you
only,
think?
the only time that anyone that had a tingle was right was myself and Andreas for that golden ball. I called it, didn't I? I called it. I called it. Andreas did as well. Anyway,
Yep.
it's going to be a bit of part-time spin to finish us off here, Kuksar. And starts with a part-time wide. But yeah, so what does this do for the table? So that means now that these 2 teams, ICCB and Beveren, will go level on points on 6 apiece. Offside this time. Should just be a single. Really good fielding in the end from Otmanzai. Yeah, no, so we'll go down to net run rate to see who goes on top. But again, if I think about the previous game of what was it, 26 runs in the end between these two in that last game. This has been lofted in the air. And again, another single to Mahbub. So 6 points apiece. Now,
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll be able to sort of, in your head, that work some maths out that's a lot better than mine.
Go on then.
Well, mine, I haven't even tried it yet because I'm scared to go for it.
I mean, these two will be 2 points ahead of Liege, but yeah, I mean, Liege. Oh, he's going to, well.
Oh dear.
Now he's going to be run out. And almost apologetically, wasn't it? Potom Shetty wanted the strike back, wasn't going to get it. He's found himself stranded, a bit like the fielder this morning. He was stuck in the pond. This is Potom Shetty. He goes halfway down. Thinks, well, I'm done. Actually, he goes bit of a fake fielding.
Oh,
fake throw.
Don't ask the question.
Silly rule. Anyway, there's no problem there. I think Potom Shetty is happy to hit the showers early. And so the score now is 105 for 7.
Yep, bit of a wicket out of nowhere, really. But anyway, 3 deliveries left. Could be another opportunity here. And put down. Was a big opportunity, big ask of Otmanzai. Could be a run out. Eventually. it will just be a single. It's all happening here. It's all fun and games.
Yeah, it is now, isn't it?
Good. Yeah, it is now. Good to see it is being played.
I mean,
with a smile
both
on
teams
their
will get
face.
points out this afternoon. It's probably fair, I think. Both had their moments, haven't they?
Yeah, very, very true. So 2 deliveries left. That had snow on it. They're asking the question.
He's got 2 feet down, so that's and one of them's almost behind the stumps. So I doubt it'll be stumped. I'm just drinking the no ball. Yeah, look at that. Really should be a no ball because he's in front of the stumps.
No, not when he takes it. It's fine.
I don't know if they'll actually look at this because I don't know if it's actually referred. But look, he's definitely in front of the stumps. Look, you can't go in front of the stumps till the ball passes.
Don't give it. Don't give it.
Ashcroft has got long arms.
Don't give it. He's so tall.
You're trying to get away with a minimum of fuss, considering the heat.
I think he has as well.
That's fine. All right. Sharket's off for the day.
Oh, dear. Well, this time it's going to run through, and it will be 4 buys to finish us off. There's almost smiles all around because Saeed is such a well-known character in and around the Belgium setup.
Well, have you ever interviewed for a job and said that you knew, for example, how to use Microsoft Excel, but you have no idea? That's Saeed sneaking into the backup keeper position. He said, yeah, don't worry, guys, I've got some experience. And then he just keeps turning his body at those ones up to the stumps. And anyway, a Bradman score of buys, but it doesn't matter because they're going to do it 142 to 110. So, I mean, similar margins even between the 2 games, and the team split the points here on the end of day 7. And heading tomorrow, we'll have Beverin back up. First up, Zakil. He's the big story, really. Injuring the shoulder, keeping. Oh, that's such a nasty one. We'll see them in tomorrow morning's matches against Royal Brussels. Then International CC Brussels versus Ghent in the afternoon. Join us tomorrow from 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India for another big day of European cricket. Yeah,
it certainly will be. Looking forward to bringing you the coverage for that one. Can't wait. We take a look at the highlights. Wasn't the start, was it? It was a duck for Sunadaram there, and it just, ever since that happened, it was just looking like it was going to be a big ask. Only 2 on the board for Saeed Tipi as well. He went 2 off of 5. He was there really just to watch Barry go about his things. That was an excellent bit of work from Abdul Rashid Karim.
Stabbed in the back too soon, wasn't he? That's Karim copped it there.
Well, that was whilst he was still in with the gloves in hand, was the kill. And you won't want to look like that one back at that one. Well, the man who did eventually take over the gloves, Ashikullah Saeed, he had 2 overs with the ball. And well, that was a big wicket, wasn't it? It was eventually gone into point. But again, just wasn't meant to be. They just couldn't quite get the runs on the board. Wasn't due to a lack of trying though. Golly and Potam Chetty finishing both in the 30s. Golly finishing 32 off of just 14. And Potam Chetty finishing on 31 off of just 16. But 2 ducks from Kondaru and Diore. And then at the end, it was just too much to ask of the lower order, wasn't it? Well, this was the out-shaped V. I think he'd slowly started having enough, really. And then he went for a catch, which unfortunately meant that he would come off injured. And, of course, we wish him all the best and a full recovery. That was it there. And he knew straight away. He knew that he's done something. And that was at the moment where the game sort of went. Well, the big man, Ashikullah Saeed, started straight away. Not quite the start he was expecting. He signed up to a job. He wasn't really sure if he had the capabilities to commit.
He's in an office situation. He's packing his belongings into a little cardboard box and saying, sorry for wasting your time. Anyway, it's a good experience as well. Again, I actually used to really like it how you'd have keepers in there that obviously weren't regular keepers, because you kind of get to see what a specialist skill it is really at that. I mean, Ashkul side is a decent fielder, but yeah, it's a bit more difficult, and there's certain aspects to it that people don't realise, I suppose, at this level. But, I mean, they had the runs on the board, didn't they? And 142 would prove to be enough. I've got to say, did like the bowling of Hikmat Jabakhail. I think that his good balls ask questions, and they're uncomfortable to go after because you never know how much it's going to bounce, how much it's going to spin. And I thought he bowled pretty well. That was a really good catch, wasn't it, by Mansour Mahbub. And, yeah, the Beverin team, normal service resumes. That was 2 in a row there. Thought we might see a hat-trick. We didn't. And then at the end, it was laziest run out, really. He gave him a bit of hope, didn't he, that maybe he'd miss, but he knew what he was doing there.
Definition of a dead rubber.
Yeah, Kaksar, the the captain. In the end, you probably needed 2 or 3 backstops at the end, but that's where all the runs were going. End of a pretty exciting day. And thanks for being a part of it. Again, thanks everyone for having fun with us during the last game of the day as well. In fact, all day. We certainly are really happy that you chose to spend some or all of your day with us here on the European Cricket Network. Pretty exciting day because, well, it's exactly 1 week until we start the ECC. Middle order doing the work. They're 18 for Barry, but then Golly and Pottomshetty with 30s. And they did it in quick time, didn't they, those two? But apart from that, you know, they were in a bit of a hole from the beginning. The middle order weren't able to really come up with the fireworks they needed, but already they needed something like, 17, 18 and 0 from the get-go. Well, 24 extras, half of them buys. Enough said, but for me, I'm really concerned for Saber Zakil. I'm sure a lot of people are that are watching this, and you certainly hope that it's not too serious. Looked like a recurrence of that shoulder injury that hampered him last year, and we'll keep you updated with what's happening with that. Wickets fairly well spread, weren't they? But Hikmat Jabakhal, I think I do like his spinners. 2 for 22 for him. The other wickets went to Ashqullah Saeed first up before he took the gloves. And well, he had a bit of help there as well, didn't he? Because quite a few of the bowlers getting involved. Anga with 1, Shazad with 1, and also Hakeem Kaksar got 1. And a little cheeky little run out at the end. Once again, I want to say a big thank you, like I said, to everyone here. Probably hottest day we've had yet, but it's been a brilliant day. I've really enjoyed it. Thanks to Andres and Karina Andres from Spring Productions. Thanks to all the Blue crew on a hot one. You could see that, the way that Stefan was out there. He was trying to fan himself off, wasn't he?
Questionable fashion choices.
But I want to say to the players as well, the official, I think the official's really good. We had a brother pairing earlier on, which I think is
nice.
cool. We had another first, which was a fielder who had to go off after falling in a pond trying to chase a ball. We only found out about that later, but that was just a little something. I went to that pond. I just hope he's getting that, the chemical sprays, when it didn't look particularly good. But anyway, the few kookaburra that are still in the pond, you can actually see them floating. Yeah, they look like crocodile legs. Anyway, Charlie, what do you make of day 7? Pretty exciting start to the week. Probably not quite the consistency of big hitting we saw on Saturday, but we certainly saw signs of it. And I suppose we saw that anyone can beat anyone still in this group.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I guess just goes to show the talent that is here in Belgium and it's being slowly uncovered. It's, again, not unknown quantities though, is it? But no, it was good to see Ghent early on this morning. A bit of an unknown quantity, that's without a doubt. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to seeing them come back strongly. I know that they'll be looking to really try and push on to get some points on the board. But again, it just goes to show anyone can beat anyone, and that's exactly what we saw in the last 2 games there today. Yeah,
absolutely. So hopefully you stay up to date with what's happening. EuropeanCricket.com, of course. It's all coming together on our website as well for the ECC, and of course the FanCode ECT10 Spain, which will take place in the weekends as well. Don't forget our social media. European Cricket, great place to go to catch up some of it you might have missed. I think quite a few moments got in there today. Remember the 3 bizarre run-outs in one innings. In fact, they were, I think, in 10 balls or something like that.
It was crazy.
But we are going to leave you with some highlights of the day. But for now, from everyone here at European Cricket and European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and a safe evening. And hopefully you can join us for tomorrow. More Belgian ball on the way here from Mechelen. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and Charlie Hunt wishing you a very good evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.
Hasta luego.